just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
God damn it.
Yeah!
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
To do? I don't know. What do you want to do?
You boys a bit bored? Snap into it! Snap into a Slim Jim! Tag to the spice! Make me just in case! Hey, nice! Antique! Snap into it! Need a little excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim!
That's interesting that it's like a lost art form. For people who don't know how you guys do a match, like there's a lot of improvisation going on.
Yeah, if you're really good at what you do. Back in the day, I'm talking old school stuff, the referee would come to you and say, hey, you know, Hogan, they want you to go over Piper with a leg dropper. They want a count out or whatever. Knowing that, you know, Piper was so good at what he did, or Mr. Wonderful, a lot of guys I worked for. If we were in the same dressing room, we wouldn't even talk. I'll see you out there, brother. You're going over tonight. Okay, I'm going over. It was that good, you know, and the crowd will tell you what to do if you listen.
And you guys had worked together so many times.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of times where you run into guys like Chris Jericho. First time I ever worked with him, they wanted Jericho to put me over. Jericho and I went out there, and I didn't know what to expect, and he was brilliant in the ring. It was like magic. We didn't even have to say a word. I told Vince, I said, give me that guy every night. That's like a day off,
Yo, Hulkamaniacs, it's me, Hulk Hogan. Check out my new look. Brother, I was at Arby's scarfing down a chicken cordon bleu. That natural chicken tastes righteous. That's because it's not all pumped up with phosphates and fillers, which gave the Hulkster an idea. Maybe I don't need to be pumped up either. Who needs to be doing bench presses and deadlifts all day?
Now all of Arby's chicken is made with 100% all-natural, all-delicious chicken. Try our chicken cordon bleu with ham and melted Swiss. It'll have you saying,
I'm thinking Arby's, brother.
Think he's ready?
I think he'll crack this guy off.
Okay, guys, keep it clean. It's gotta be a ring-a-ding-dong dandy. Nice. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. What a move. He's airborne. Humpty's famous 4-egg omelets. Choose from 7 feature combinations. They're excellent.
Humpty, maybe we should be a tag team.
You're out of here.
As an outsider who's not a massive fan of who I only know so much about it, I always thought, why isn't there some sort of signifying thing about the boots to the wrestler that the fans could?
Well,
then...
a lot of wrestlers don't wear boots anymore.
Yeah,
I see crazy, and I kind of don't like it because that's like the weird traditionalist part of me is like wrestling and wrestling boots.
Yeah,
sure,
put on your boots.
Yeah,
man.
Put on your boots. What are you doing?
Yeah, put on your boots,
yeah,
pal.
Yeah,
that's the
lace
Canadian
them up.
in you. Lace up your boots, bud.
It's like that expression. Oh, he's one of the best ever. Lace up a pair of boots.
Right.
But you got guys going out there in Jordans and stuff now, and I'm just like, what happened to this business?
And back in my day.
Yeah, exactly. Wrestler wanted to wear wrestling boots. I don't know. I really don't know what it is, but it's funny that I never really examined that about that sort of like holding on to something.
Yeah, you did.
So because I do know I have a different aspect of my life where I do that, which is my car.
Oh, you love your car.
Well, my car is a 2004 Nissan Altima.
Okay.
And I've had it for 12 years.
Some people say it's tough being a big show, but I gotta tell you, it has its advantages. Playing with the neighborhood kids is always fun. And hailing a calf is no sweat. The thing I like best about being so big is I always have room for my favorite meal. Chef Boyardee overstuffed Italian sausage ravioli. It's the only meal large enough to satisfy my oversized hunger.
Okay. Did they make the right call having Roman Reigns beat Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania?
Yes, I saw Roman a week after. Oh, I saw him on Friday. SmackDown was important. I didn't visit with him, but I'm just name dropping. You said Roman. I want you to think that's cool that I walked past Roman. But they came out in Portland, was packed. We got 15,000 seats to sell. They sold all 15,000. Show started at 4:00, doors at 3:20 on a Friday, and it was still absolutely packed. What a monster business they have. I was surprised. Cody stabs them in the back with AEW and then tells them, I'll stab AEW in the back and come back to you, right? I mean, he's a carny. He's a carny like anybody, and he played it well. But when he comes to him and tells him, give me a massive push, get me right there, but don't quite feed me all the way, that surprised me. He was in the main event of
I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself. high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. It should open my wealth. And my RP's getting dumber every day. Ha. Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin, when I work it on my fitness.
On PWT, on God. How you doing, everybody? We're live. Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT live show, and this is going to be an amazing one, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all doing? It is the go home show before All In, or Small In, as it's coming to be known. Okay, but what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT live show. I am Phil Marks. Yeah. And I'm here to take you through this journey today of pro wrestling news, highlights, drama, what else? Rumors, innuendo. We got breaking stories. We got people shooting on AEW. We got people praising AEW. We got people crapping all over WWE. We got people praising WWE. We have an exciting weekend coming up as well that I'm excited for. And yeah, we got a good, healthy amount to get into today. We have Dave Meltzer, of course, is on deck. Tony Khan did the media rounds. Mercedes Mone, creative control debacle. Everyone's debating if she has creative control. Again, Phil's going to break this down only as he can. And we have Dynamite, the card that you see in front of us. This is the go home for All In. And their 300th episode, I mean, the rating was really not that fucking strong on that. For AEW 300, that is. Dynamite 300, rather. Speaking of 3, here at PWT, we have surpassed today, folks, 3 million views on the Pro Wrestle Clips. That's all because of you guys, so thank you very much for that. We have a lot to jump into. I'm going to preview this card. But yeah, guys, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, the main channel. Okay. Surpassing 3 million views, almost at 7K subs. So let's try and run those subs up to 7K. That would be amazing. You can consider becoming a member for 99 cents. And super chats are welcome. In fact, folks, we do have a super chat goal today. Okay. So the super chat goal for today is we're going to do $400 and I will watch Evolution 2. Now, I don't do these often, but why am I doing it today? Well, All In Saturday is a huge long. I'm going to be watching dual screens. We got Great American Bash, All In. We have Saturday night's main event. We have, could Goldberg go over? I don't know. Did WWE stooge the finish to that match themselves? And we have a spoiler alert today. They may have. I don't know. We're going to get into it. So tonight, if we reach $400 in super chats, I will also hop on Sunday and stream Evolution 2 with you guys. Because I know a lot of people, you guys know how hype I am for the women's wrestling. The women's wrestling, right? No, I am, I go nuts for it. And so, but Saturday's crazy. I got to give up a day of barbecuing. So if you guys want me, that's the goal. But if you don't, that's fine too. You can tell me to go fuck myself. Speaking of which, some guy in chat there, someone you guys know just banned that goof. And then, everybody, you're welcome. Come hit like. That's a free way to support. Leave a nasty comment. Leave a good comment. Hit dislike. Subscribe. All that good shit. Those are my plugs today. Also, patreon.com/@ProWrestletimes is my Patreon, with lots of hours and hours of extra content and stuff I can't do on YouTube. Okay, good. Got it. So let me preview this card, and then I'm going to check in with chat. So we need to start at the bottom and work our way to the top here, okay? As we do. Like any good time. You start at the bottom and make your way to then you finish on top, right? So Mark Briscoe and MJF have a talkie talk. This is your go home show. Am I mistaken? Do I have the wrong date? Let me just tonight, AEW, July 9. Yeah, so this is tonight. So Mark Briscoe and MJF have a talkie talk. Now, I think it's abundantly clear one of these two dudes is going to win the Casino Battle Royal, Gauntlet Battle Royal. I think some people, there's some rumblings. Some people might show up in the women's and men's. Let's say Mara Sade or one of these ladies who've been recently released from WWE, or like a Shotzi shows up, but she's not a permanent member of AEW, but like let's say she shows up, or let's say a Giovanni Vinci shows up in the men's one, or and maybe he's just like a Ring of Honor AEW light, they're gonna try and do stuff like that at this thing. So just be prepared for that. A Lars Sullivan appearance. No, I'm joking. Velveteen Dream returns. I'm joking. But Mark Briscoe and MJF, man, why didn't they just have, because they're both in the Battle Royal, right? Am I mistaken on that, or did that change when I didn't notice? So to me, it's obvious it's going to be them. Why didn't they just build up and have this big, like, didn't Briscoe just have like a stretcher match or whatever? Why didn't they just build it up and do MJF and Briscoe in a fucking stretcher match or ambulance match or whatever at All In, or even Ricochet? Like, why did they? It's just all thrown together, and then you have MJF who's like he's like politicking and working with the Hurt Business. He's like in their group, but there's no payoff for that at the big pay-per-view, at least on paper that we can see. And then, so if they do pull something out, I mean, it's going to be kind of shitty. There's got to be sort of seeds there, right? So Hurt Business are just battling who, right? Speedball and fucking Kevin Knight. And then Mark Briscoe and MJF, okay, so this would be cool, I guess. Maybe they're both the 1 and 2 entrants in the Battle Royal, and they just beat each other senseless, and then everyone enters, then it comes down to them, and then, that's how I'd book it, I guess, to book myself out of this mess, right? As Jim Cornette would do. You have to drive around, get a few fucking triple cheeseburgers, come back, okay, let me try and fix this, That's what I would do, I guess.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
And it's not like I'm not down with either of these guys in a feud. Like, again, on paper, you look at it, you're like, hell yeah. But then what juice are they squeezing out of it? I don't know. I bet MJF wins that battle, that gauntlet, whatever. Or maybe, I don't fucking know. It doesn't even matter who really wins it, because I don't think whoever wins it is going to beat whoever wins at All In. Do you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't. It's just which isn't a bad thing, but it's just lining up the first competitor. And I think MJF and Hurt Syndicate, I just think he's like wheezing. He sort of fell off, and so he's kind of wheezing off their juice right now. And then now MJF's back, because he is back. He's like doing good shit because he's working with WWE guys. Let's be real. And he's working with Mark Briscoe and shit. And like Mystico's he's solid as well. If you're a lucha Mark, he's not a mega star. Like Meltzer will lie to you. He's more famous than Roman Reigns. Like, that's not reality. But Megan Bain versus Ty Mello, Queen Aminata, and Thekla. So here's the 4 women that are like, okay, Megan Bain hasn't been anywhere and Awful talk shit, and then people freaked out on him, and so we got to book Megan Bain. Ty Mello just came back, and so Ty Mello, we need to put her in a match, even though we broke up Harley Cameron and Anna Jay to have Ty J back together. But then instead of her being like in tag matches against Bain and Penelope Ford and like establishing a tag division, even though Tony Khan might introduce a fucking tag titles for women he's talking about, they're just going to have Ty Mello just thrown in this match. Okay, whatever. Queen Aminata, she's amazing. She's amazing, but needs to get to NXT. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say about her. And she stays in phenomenal shape, and we have some tweets from her, and I've been covering her more and more on the show, and you can go back early on PWT, and if she's ever even in a squash match or anything, I've always put her over. But it's at a point where she's like actually she's good. She's getting good, man. but she just needs to like train the right way for TV and to know why she's doing what she's doing. You know, that's what WWE teaches people, like why you're doing shit, not just doing shit. Man, I saw this training video the other day too on X, and it was impressive, man. And I'm not going to say the wrestler because I like who it is, but he's like a young up and comer, you know? And the dude was just doing like his training was like he's rope walking and all this shit. And I'm like, stop, man, fucking do a headlock. Like, train your punches better and shit. Like, stuff that's gonna really make you fucking money. You know, I get this is fun, but like, go be a diver off diving boards then or whatever, you know? Like, and I'm not trying to like impede anyone's art, and especially the person that I'm talking about, because I put them over on the show, so I don't want to bury them, and they're fucking on the come up right now, you know? But it was like, stop doing that. Like, you can already do that. Sweet. Now, like, show me you know how to throw punches and kicks and can fucking get heat and shit. Anyways, and how do I show you how I know how to get heat in training? Just grab a headlock. Like, no one's training how to, okay, does this look right? Am I doing this, like, am I doing this throw right? Am I fucking, what am I doing in between the moves, you know? Is it just move, spot or whatever the fuck? Or like, do I know what I'm doing in between and before? It's like we watched, speaking of Jakara Jackson, Sade, we watched a clip of her debut on the indies, and I was just, and like, I'm sitting here oogling her skill more than, well, I mean, she's a very beautiful young woman. Don't get it twisted, but it was on the Monday live show, Member Mondays. And I was just talking about, like, look at how she just carries herself. Like, it's legit aura. It's just WWE fumbled her, in my opinion. If there was any fumble, and I'll stick to it, it's Jakara Jackson. And I think she's going to make good money on the indies. But there's just something about how she carries herself, what she does in between, even like working the crowd and doing her entrance and stuff and getting ready for the match. And it's just the little things, man. They add up. And so I'm not, and Aminata is great. What I'm trying to say is she's doing the right things, but she's got to learn the why, man, and really she really could put it all together. And again, she's probably going to eat the pin because they're not going to pin Megan Bain. They're not going to pin Return Time Mello. They beat Aminata. She's just the girl that shows up, that shows up. Number one contender match. All of a sudden, she's in it for some reason. She loses, or like the champion beats her, or she wins a fatal 4-way. Then she gets a shot at a title. She loses, or whatever. Or she's just here to eat the pin in this. So a 4-way spot for the number 2 spot in the Casino Gauntlet match at All In. And yes, Chad, I'm taking a long time on this. You want to know why? Because I'm trying to sell you guys All In Texas. It's hard, man. I'm just being honest about what's going down here. Thekla's fucking awesome. Has a great look. I think she's awesome in ring. She hits the ropes with veracity. Awesome speed. Nothing's lazy. Someone who just has a complete game. Like, doesn't need NXT. Could go there, though, would be awesome. Could go to WWE, could go to TNA, could go to New Japan, could go here to AEW. She's going to be successful wherever she goes. I think Thekla gets over. And I think if they're smart, and again, I said this about Megan Bain. What? I said this about Camille. What? I've said this about countless women in this division. But if you build Thekla right, that could be the one who takes out Monet. All right, and she's an OG. Now, Tony and Monet, this is the match. This is the match to do. I'm not going to skip over Yuta and that, but what they're doing here, it's time. It's time. You have to do Monet, Tony Storm at this All In, and this has got to be like the big money match. Now, was the build-up to this shit great? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's been terrible and comedic. It's a comedy feud, you know. Has Tony Storm done great promos and been funny? Yeah, she always is funny and does great promos, right? They used to show vignettes of her in black and white, not even talking, just doing stuff, and it was popping their ratings. And I was reviewing shows going, you could just give her, this should just be all of Dynamite, and I'll just watch this as entertaining, right? And that's the whole thing with here's a pork chop, here's a steak, here's a cake. They just know, okay, put props around Tony Storm and she'll be funny and entertaining, you know, and she'll get this over and it'll be stupid, but it'll work, you know? So shout out Timeless Tony Storm. Shout out Monet. yeah, I mean, their final face-to-face, they're going to cut promos. Tony Storm's going to make like a vaginal reference or something. She's going to say snatch or something like that. And then Monet's going to like cringily dance, and then nothing's going to happen. They'll just like cut promos and they'll be like, oh, this on All in Texas, finally, the match we've all been waiting for, you know? And then so we have Trios champion. Samoa Joe's your Trios champion. One of the fucking top guys in the biz. One of your only proven draws is Samoa Joe, man. And I love Joe. But like, he's your Trios champ and he's fighting fucking Yuta on your go home show. You don't have a big match for him at All In. You don't have a big match for him at All In. The guy who stole All In was CM Punk. The guy who draws you 5,000 seats at a Dynamite. No gimmicks or anything. Just fucking, well, I guess maybe a bit of a gimmick. Me and Mox in a cage or whatever is a gimmick. But you guys know what I'm saying. It was Joe, dude, in a cage versus anyone. He could have fought Yuta and it would have sold. He gets them ratings. He's their Trios champ and he's facing Yuta. This better be like a 35-second squash match. But it won't be. He's about to take Joe to the limit. And they're going to take a shit on Samoa Joe right before fucking All In and turn a bunch of people off of this show right before All In. Right? And it's just incredibly unfortunate. And Joe deserves better. So in the main event, which we don't know if this could kick the show off, an all-star 8-man tag, Moxley, the Bucks, and Claudio. Because the Bucks just had to insert themselves in this. And who's on the other side? Whose house? Not fucking Swerve's. So the Bucks are in this match because they're fighting Swerve and Ospreay at All In, but Swerve can't be bothered to be in this match. Instead, it's Shibata because that's one of Tony's favorite toys. And whenever he says, I'll be there, Tony goes, oh, great. I'll just put you in something. And then, yeah, the Ops, and then Hangman's in this because he's fighting Moxley. And then the Ops are feuding like Yuta and Cesaro, I think, right? Like the rest of the Bumbleclaw Club. So Cesaro. So, like, I see what Tony thinks he's doing here. So he put Cesaro, but then Yuta's down there against Joe because the other Ops, but then Ospreay represents Swerve and Ospreay. But really, he doesn't because they're a fucking odd couple. God, it's so bad. It's 2K universe mode, and the Bucks just inserting themselves back into everything before All In has been the grossest. Like, the fact that doesn't get called out more is insane to me. And that's my All In preview fucking... Let's check in. Okay, let's check in with chat. Ladies and gentlemen, so chat, if you're tuning in, there's 230 of you watching. We have a $400 super chat goal tonight if you guys want me to watch Evolution 2 with you guys on Sunday, okay? And I'm streaming all day Saturday. It's going to be like 10 hours of wrestling, maybe 10, Brian. And so, yeah, if you guys want to watch Evolution 2 with me, we have a $400 super chat goal. For 20 says, appreciate Phil in the mods. Let's get the super chat goal, boys. Yeah, maybe pin that, George. I think you can pin it. Maybe pin that, a comment at the top. I can just throw, I'll say this, goal tonight for Evolution 2 watch party fire. There you go. You can pin that. Hopefully I didn't make any typos. And if I did, forget y'all. Man, it's good to see you. Kenny D for 2. And thank you, man. I really appreciate your support. Kenny D for 2 says, just tossing in a few shekels. PWT for life, for life. Once you're PWT, dude, you're PWT for life. It's the truth. And then Curtis Jarvis for 10 and no comment. I'm going to look for one of your comments in the chat.
You just made the list
of people I love. Of people I love. right? I had to retire the list because the fucking disco list, it dawned on me. I was like, oh god damn, he has a list. And like obviously Jericho, so it's like funny, but the disco, I'm like, oh, that's like already a pod bit. I can't just lift this shit. So I was like real cringing hard, man. I was like, damn, I can't believe I was like biting that for so long and it didn't click in, because I usually just watch the K100 clips mostly, you know. I've said it before on the show, like back in the day I'd listen to like the full thing, but it just didn't dawn on me. It like just went so over my head. But it's crazy too, because you know, Grapple Vision saying that he didn't invent the list. I've been saying that I want to watch that video. There's just so many PLE, so I'm always like, okay, if I do a pod, it's going to be a preview show type thing lately. So we'll figure all that out. But anyways, I acknowledge you. Round of applause. I'm going to check in with regular chat here and member chat. Steel Bits, I don't even really watch wrestling that much. I just like PWT. Dude, that is gangster. Matt and Nick are more like Hogan than Mercedes or Becky. Yeah, the problem is, too, is everyone's like Hogan this, Hogan that, and then now it's getting played out a little bit, you know? If AEW is WWE competition, they have nothing to worry about. It's a last man standing match, no pins. Which one? Oh, at the PLE, right? So they're doing a Texas death match, but like the real Texas death match rules, right? Where it's like where you have to pin and then it's last man standing, or is it just last man standing? Hey, Pete Rocks, what up, dude? Come shill some AEW to us. We have a super chat goal, bro. Will it be a clean pin on the Texas death match, meaning no run-ins? Call that shit out, Phil. Yeah, that's what I do. How did YouTube recommend this no nutting incel? Yeah, I don't know, bro. You're just like, was that you trying to like drop N-bombs in the chat? I'm sorry you're triggered about AEW, but be like Pete Rocks, RM. Be like Pete Rocks, right? Like he just comes and shills the AEW stuff and it's all good. We love it. Every match in AEW needs a fucking flow chart to keep track of the 5 factions involved. Yeah, or you watch PWT, because I fucking connect the dots for you guys. But it's just like, come on, man. It's too much. I should be putting over like the promo, and then when he said this, and it was like, oh, like that's how it is with these WWE segments the last 3 years now. How many years now has it been? Like we're reacting to the nuances and then the match is on top. Oh shit, that's amazing, you know. And you have to do that because it's a weekly television show. We know everyone's going to go wrestle their asses off. We know what Will Ospreay can do. We see it. We see Blake Christian do the same shit every single week. So like now let's tell a story, then let's have the match at the PLE, at the pay-per-view, okay? They're going to do everything in this 8-man all-star match. It's going to be crazy. It's going to go on way too long, and it's just not smart for a go-home show. And yeah, I want to be popping at that stuff. Instead, we're like spending 10 minutes trying to piece together, okay, so I see like Tony Khan didn't put Swerve because he teams with Ospreay and he's feuding over here. And, you know, the Bucks are with these guys right now, even though Yuta's down here with fighting Samoa Joe, and Swerve can't be bothered, and Shibata's here, even though he's sometimes not there. Where's Hook? Didn't Hook win the title? Why is it? You know, it's always just explaining this shit, and you just waste too much time doing that instead of popping for like, here's what she said that really hit a button, or this is her character develop. This is you know, like we had the IWC spurging out over Cena wouldn't CM Punk wouldn't dress like Cena and rap battle. Yeah, he would. He dressed as a fucking mariachi band and fucking, you know what I mean, for Chavo Guerrero. Yes, he would. You know, it's exactly what he'd do. It's breaking the internet for a reason. You love it or hate it. This is like, I'm trying to explain to you guys basically like this casino gauntlet, because we've seen a singles feud breaking out, and for some reason it's just gonna like unfold in a battle royal. That doesn't make sense when you really break down the stipulation, you know, that MJF fought to be number 2 in a battle royal where, you know, the first 2 guys aren't going to pin each other. There's like 40 people who enter the match. It'll be like 15 guys who come in and then the pin. So why would you want to draw number 2? Oh, well, what if I don't get in the match? Well, in kayfabe, we know that's not true. That's like low IQ shit. That's like really insulting. That's like WWF 1994 level fucking, you're just insulting our intelligence, you know? With that stipulation, dude. Anyways, I've bitched on that enough. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 2 says, LC Killer 17 for 2 says, I'm watching Evolution and the PWT. There you go, dude. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 has been a member for 11 months. Dude, here, I'll acknowledge you. Speaking of Rabid Wolverine, I watched this like Chris Benoit.
Acknowledge me.
Like a doc that Cultaholic or one of those YouTube channels did. And I don't know how old it is, but fuck, man, it's just disturbing to like, they broke down everything he did that day. That's like public knowledge. And it's like, shit, man, that stuff was so fucked up, you know? Anyways, I don't know why I'm on that. Okay. That implies AEW fans have intelligence. Oh, come on, that's not very fair. I'm sure some of them are high IQ. Look at me. I made a living off saving with Phil. What a pretty weak card for tonight. I know it's the go home show, man. That's the problem. That's the problem I have with this. Let me just check because we might have someone pop in tonight that I'm hoping can. Okay, so let's get into news. We spent so long breaking down this card, getting mad at sickos in the chat. No, we're not mad. It's just like, come on. Oh, come on now, sickos. Just coming at trying to have a good time here at PWT. I'm just a fucking incel. I can't even see. I can't even use my wiener unless I get a new chew. You can get a new chew at newchew.com/save with Phil. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it is time for thank you. Mike Sausalez, all hail the Illuminati, and Phil, we trust.
Sometimes in life you gotta be a hoe.
That's why we're doing the super chat goal, guys. You know what they
Sometimes in life
say.
you gotta be a hoe.
You know what I mean? That is what they say. What they say, what they say. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's get into some miscellaneous news. I will play a banjo for the we'll play bad news for this one. How about that?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Becca, her debut album Hot Bod. Here, sorry, I just need to write this down actually before I lose track. Okay. Just need to pull this up. Sorry, guys, big botch here. So we're at, okay, just keeping track of the goal tonight. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is miscellaneous news, and Becca Forever says my debut album Smiley Face returning my hit single Hot Bod is on Spotify. So her album Smiley Face, and look at the cover for this. I mean, how amazing. The old school iPod. How tight is that? And Smiley Face. And we are going to do a listen along over on Patreon. I'm going to listen to the whole and review and react to Fantano style all of Smiley Face, even though you guys already know 5 Dave Meltzer stars. But yeah, her songs are re-uploaded, some of them as well. So make sure you guys check that out. Check out our girl B3CCA. House of Glory Wrestling, Hog Wrestling. I'll do it in JD, even though I haven't been seen around there since. Just added. They call it the Big Apple for a reason, and Carlito's ready to take a bite out of New York. Oh, so high intensity. Carlito returns to Hog Wrestling on Triller TV, or returns. I think he's debuting there. So Muscle Memory with Muscle Man Malcolm, who loves Waffle House, talks to Nixon Newell, FKA Tegan Knox, about who she wants to wrestle and why and stuff. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Tegan Knox at first when she was let go by WWE, she was like, I'm hesitant to go to TNA because, you know, that connection's there. Like, I'm open to it, but I'm hesitant. And then now we've covered it. Like, she was in the news because she's struggling to get booked. And she's like, yeah, I'd take a job at AEW. Sure, I'd work at AEW. And then she starts an OF page. And then now she's like, hey, Danny Luna and TNA. Now she's like, I'll come wrestle you right now. And it's a bitch, man. When you're a contracted wrestler and you get let off into the wild, sometimes it's hard to make a living, especially where everybody's priced out with AEW and WWE making everyone their prices so high, like making everyone's value way more, because AEW's done that. Tony still might overpay for people, but he still increased people's value. That is two things can be true there. And so, yeah, let's just hear what she has to say. And shout out Malcolm.
I've got some unfinished business with Danny Luna that I need to take care of. So, I'm a beat her ass next time. She beat mine this time. So hey, and she's in TNA. If they want us to settle it, I'll happily take a trip and we can do some business there. I'll happily beat Danny's ass on TV.
I feel like the story for you in TNA is like right there. I mean, like you won that. What was it, like Challenge TV? You went to Slammiversary. Dude, I feel like the story just tells itself. Like you have there's some of that like experience, because like to I guess get that VIP experience to go to Slammiversary.
Bro, I don't even understand. I think I was watching TNA. Yeah, that's it. I was watching TNA and I entered a text competition.
Yeah.
Not thinking anything of it, because I always feel like those are a bit of a scam. Like, oh, text us and you'll win this trip to Boston and it's all expense paid and you'll get this, and
text Mia for $99 and I'll for surely text you back. It's totally not some guy in India.
Yeah, sounds like that sounds too good to be true, but let me try it. Did it, and then they're like, yeah, you won. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, you won. You're going to Boston. You're going to send you to. They flew me and my father out. Got us to hotel, VIP, met everyone. I'm like, what is happening right now? This is crazy. And I'm like, someone sent me that video the other day, and I'm like, first of all, please stop, because I look terrible. I look so bad. Stop it. You stop sending me this video. But then I'm also like, dude, it's just a full 360. Like,
yeah,
come on.
It has to happen.
Right? It'd be cool. It'd be cool. And there's a lot of people in TNA that I'd like to wrestle. Like I said, love to run it back with Danny Luna. Jody Threat was one of my favorite opponents. She's incredible. Cardio of a machine. It's wild. And I know her and Danny are a tag team. I'm just saying, me and the missus, we're a tag team too.
Me and the missus.
Me and Miranda Alizé, she'll kick their ass. I'll stand there and watch. She'll kick their ass. I'll set them on her, sick them. You know what I mean? She's terrified.
I think it needs to happen. I think it sounds too good to be true. Like it has to happen one of these days.
Right.
I think
that's what's making me worry. It sounds too good to be true.
No, it's like you'll show up there. No, you'll definitely be there. It has to happen.
I'm gonna work my ass off together. I'm gonna work my ass off.
Certainly. So
yeah, so I don't know, man. I'm interested in it. I am I'd love to see it. I said it. She could go rock shit in TNA, but the problem is that, like, does she really want to work there? Is she just saying that now because it's like desperation time? She keeps throwing
business with Danny Luna.
She keeps throwing out there, like, I don't know, man. God damn. It's unfortunate. I don't want her narrative to be like she's desperate or anything, but like, fuck. Garage Beer. So Drink Garage Beer says, we gave pro wrestlers a beer deal and 0 instructions. Now we have a new commercial, sort of. So this is Matt Cardona and Smart Mark Sterling's beer company, I believe. Maybe Brian Myers is in on this too. But here's Smart Mark Sterling and their ad for Garage Beers.
Last time we partnered with Garage Beer, things got a little out of hand. But this time, we're doing things more professional.
Classic!
More class.
Guys, why can't we enjoy both?
More polished.
Good idea!
It's a crisp, refreshing partnership.
Yeah!
Built on integrity and teamwork.
So like Shotzi, a bunch of wrestlers in this thing.
And focus.
It's a smart move, because if you can start selling this shit at the indies or being like, hey, you're doing this show, or we're putting on the show and here's the beer we're selling or whatever. It's just a good business venture for those involved. So good for them. And then hopefully the goal is you like sell it off for like $1 billion or 500 million or 100 million or whatever, you know. Nixon Newell mentions AEW and TNA. She mentions, so I'm not going to play this clip here, but she mentions Tony Storm, Alex Windsor, Chris Statlander, you know, just a bunch of people that she would wrestle in these companies, basically saying, I want contracted work. I don't want to go back to the indies. I don't want, you know, just give me a contract and let's go to work. You know, that's pretty much what she's floating out there in my eyes or in my ears. So here's DDP talking to Eric Bischoff about him sort of putting WWE on their back foot.
The characters were all
back in the WCW days.
Very cartoony.
Oh, there it is! What is it?
If you go back and look at WWE's business model prior to the NWO era, which they try to call the Attitude Era, but prior to that, when we first went head to head with WWE, they were targeting teens and preteens. All their characters were very cartoonish, very animated. Their storylines similar. They captured the teen and preteen audience. There's no way I could compete with that. I knew I had to go for 18 to 49-year-old men just because they were underserved. It was a huge audience. WWE's got teens and preteens. I'm going after these guys. Once I kind of reconciled that strategy in my head, and now I'm watching how they're treating everything so realistically in Japan. Now, a year before we start talking about NWO, the wheels are turning in my head. How do I create something that feels so real, it'll blur the lines?
Hell yeah, just a good little throwback clip from Shreddy Bischoff. Veteran wrestler Sir Samurai dies after match and miraculously comes back to life. Who in chat's familiar with Sir Samurai? I gotta be honest, I'm not. I quote tweeted this and said, death is a work, brother. But yeah, his heart stopped. He fell to the floor. He was officially dead. They said that he died on Saturday. And yeah, he came back to life. The ambulance was on the way, and they did CPR many times. Doctors still don't know what caused his heart to stop. And thank God he's alive, man. But goddamn, dude. He cheated death. Like many folks have. Hopefully this doesn't start a whole like Final Destination in the wrestling world. Starts in the indies, spreads all the way up through AEW to the Fed. But shout him out for being alive, for staying alive. Sir Samurai stayed alive after he died. That, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. Let's move on to TNA news. I'm going to check in with chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Now we do got some juice here for TNA news. It's actually some real good shit, pal, that we got to get into as you guys watch Kenny wrestle this guy on dirt hills and stuff. And if you're just listening, that's what's going on. 626 for 5 says Tony better hope this Superman rakes at the box office. I think it's gonna. Saw Superman review on Twitter. I'm going tomorrow during the day. I get to see it like a day early. I had tears of joy running down my leg. I mean, yeah, for some people, if you're Kevin Smith, hey-o. No, I'm a big fan. But yeah, some people love this superhero stuff, and I know I do. And yeah, I'm excited to see the movie. And yeah, it better rake. I don't think Tony cares, though, man. I don't think Tony cares. I just think Collision's going to get the axe no matter what, ultimately. But I don't think he gives a shit because he can just go out of pocket and replenish whatever, you know? So it's all good. But yeah, I think WBD in general better hope that it rakes in. And they were also advertising on WWE, if you guys saw that. So I know people are like, look, Superman, AEW, yeah, it's the same company, you know, like that's a given. And then boom, there they are advertising on WWE. They're going to advertise everywhere. They're probably advertising on Dorito bags right now or whatever, right? It's everywhere. So Dynamite will be the only show. They're called Marks. That's goddamn right, Zane. I haven't heard anything good about it. Yeah, but it just depends, like, because I see people just blowing the movie to death as well. So it just, people are just like, this is what I mostly see. Well, it wasn't woke, but it's still kind of shitty. And it's like, all right, I just got to see it, you know? I'm tired of fucking, I saw a bunch of the concepts and shit way before the movie came out. Just through like a job I was doing and shit. And, like when everyone was melting down about that suit that wasn't AI, I was like, oh, that ain't AI. You know? So I'm just excited to now finally see the fucking thing. And I'm glad I get to see it like a day early for most people. I think, right? It comes out Friday. I'm seeing it tomorrow. So someone needs to come after him with a Grim Reaper gimmick. The Juggalos, woo woo. Kicking out a death spot is peak indies. Yeah, that's right, Cruz. No better time to be a Juggalo than now. It's always a good time to be a Juggalo, dude. Okay, so let's move along here. And guys, yeah, just a reminder, $400 super chat goal tonight. You unlock Evolution 2 watch along if you want it. If you want it, let me know. But just hit like, hit dislike, leave a comment. Yeah, and do your goddamn thing. Let us know what you think. Are you guys watching Dynamite tonight? Chat. Let me know if you're watching Dynamite tonight too. I need to know. I need to poll my audience. Let's see if 30% even raise their hands, Brian. Okay, we have TNA news to get into. So I'm gonna hit a banjo. Where is it? Where's my goddamn banjo? All right. So TNA president Carlos Silva says what the company is looking for in a new media rights deal. And the talks, TNA's the talk of the town, baby. They are primed up and ready to get a TV deal going. This is what I was saying before on the show. I was like, listen, man, it doesn't, I know some people will sit there and say it's not realistic based on like comparing it to AEW and all this shit. It's just a different thing entirely. You know, and when the CW looks at what NXT's doing and they're talking about, hey, we might want and I don't know if that's like widely out there, but they might want a second NXT show, you know, on my 2K WWE 2K25 universe, I have NXT split into two brands as well as Raw and SmackDown. You know what I'm saying? So that could happen with the amount of talent they have in WWE. That's a realistic possibility in the future. And you know, NXT's been a home run for CW. TNA now is on the come up, and it's like NXT 2, you know, it's like they're crossing over, they're feuding. It has its own identity, its own stars, right? But now they're all crossing over and shit. And they have a bit of the same vibe, but TNA still seems like it's on par or just above maybe NXT. Maybe they book NXT a little bit stronger. People might laugh and go, well, yeah, their champion right now is an NXT guy, but you guys don't get it. It's a TV deal time. That's why they're doing it. It's not about like, we got to bury this TNA and just step on their neck and make it look like we're superior. Like that's how the sickos and wackos want to make it look online. It's not that, bro. It's that they're helping TNA get a fucking TV deal. And even when the dirt sheets were saying, you know, WWE wants to help TNA get a TV deal so it blocks out AEW so that like maybe they get picked up instead of AEW in some markets. And then I'm sitting there going, okay, so it's TNA versus AEW. And everyone gets mad at that. Or no, clearly, oh, you're a dumbass. You think, well, then how is that a strategy? Your own shill dirt sheets. Either they're lying, like Meltzer, when he's saying that, oh, TNA is going to be there to circumvent fucking TV deals from going down with AEW. How would you pick up TNA over AEW if they weren't more closely in comparison? You know, at least as far as like momentum wise, creatively, the online chatter, that sort of stuff. So with that being said, TNA is looking for a TV deal, man, and it's right around the corner. I mean, we saw this coming here at the PWT universe. We were talking about it for fucking ever. And you guys know that, chat, and you guys fucking have been hyped about it. And even when I've been skeptical, a lot of y'all are like, no, fucking it'll happen. Trust, it'll happen, man. Just think about it. Well, here you fucking go, dude. Carlos Silva was on Ariel Helwani, and he was talking to John Wall Street. Of course, Thurston posts some shit about, well, Nick Khan owns John Wall Street or is friends with the guy who owns it or whatever. Of course, he's dropping shit like that as well because they just got to try and like make it as though they're lying. But then when I say Dave's lying, people won't believe that. But John Wall Street is lying just because they know Nick Khan. Or stupid, bro. All these media companies are connected. If you follow all of the heads, it all leads back to the same snake. You know what I mean? If you follow all the snakes to their fucking root, they're all coming off a Medusa's scalp. You know what I mean? But either way, TNA president Carlos Silva says when the company is looking for what they're looking for in a new media rights deal, he says a new deal would provide us with the opportunity to go live 52 weeks a year. Whoa, they want to go live 52 weeks. Thursday night live show. Collision might get moved there. TNA versus Collision. Let's fucking go. Do it, Tony Khan. Fucking do it. And in today's world, live matters. It really does because shit gets spoiled. TNA, if they go live, at least then the social media chatter, like TNA shows are always this happen, and then you read it on Twitter, and then you turn on the fucking show, and then you're like, oh, they were spoiling all this from the tapings, So the live, I see why they want to do that. It's just to capitalize on the momentum. It's not getting too big for your britches. It's just we need to get away from all of our shows being spoiled and shit right away, and move into the live shit, because that way we can control the social media. You do better when you can go live on Thursday on YouTube and this and this and this and all the different markets. Not like here's a tape show. It airs on this day, but we'll air the first hour live on YouTube because they tested that, right? I'm pretty sure they went live, like, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think they gave like an hour of live on their YouTube or something like that, and then the rest you had to watch on TV or something. I don't fucking remember. But either way, man, they're making big moves here. Something in the 10 million a year range is what we're thinking we should be. Now you have sickos breaking it down. They don't even do this, so why would they give TNA 10 million if they only give AEW 180 million based on blah, 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 blah. It's because they didn't give AEW that much. It's because you were lied to by a bunch of fucking marks. Okay. We're talking to all the established linear guys and a couple of newer platforms that need a foundational programming centerpiece. Okay, so those are that's key verbiage he's using. He's looking at all the linear guys and how they'd fit in. But TNA could be a brand like NXT is on the CW that's like a centerpiece for something emerging that has a bunch of marketing dollars behind it. And hey, man, if we can do TNA 52 weeks a year live and everyone's moving into the live, it's all about the live now. So that's awesome and good for them. I really fucking hope that they pull something off and that banjo will turn into a fucking electric guitar. So John Wall Street gets quote tweeted, and Dr. Levi Margolin says, must read deep TNA business dive with Carlos Silva. So seeking 10 million rights deals, expect to average 250 to 500K on broader platform. TNA is not profitable. Do you guys see why we like TNA? Do you guys see why we like it?
Eric.
Look how honest this guy's being. Hey, we expect to average 250 to 500K on broader platform. So if they can get on a bigger platform that maybe offers more, is whatever, right? Maybe one of these streamers, whatever the fuck, they're expecting to average. Hey, if we average 250, that's solid for TNA, but to 500,000. So he's being optimistic, selling. He's putting his product over. Hey, we're selling the game here. We could do $500,000. Could you imagine if they started doing Collision numbers? It'd be crazy, man. TNA is not profitable. See how he just admits that? Oh, TNA losing money in the blah, blah, blah. No one does that because they're just upfront about it. No one cares that TKO has $3 billion in debt when they're about to make 10 billion, tens of billions off the, UFC TV rights deal if all goes according to plan, Sponsorships, is their second largest revenue stream, are sponsorships. Okay. So imagine if they get to the next level and land like one of those big beer companies or one of the Wheatley, so good I drink it neatly. What if they land one of a Slim Jim or something in TNA? I doubt that'll happen because Slim Jim just wants to be associated with the cream of the crop. Ooh yeah, the mountaintop. But yeah, that's their second largest revenue stream, right? So they're really looking at, hey, we can get on one of these bigger platforms, make shitloads more money off of our sponsorships, keep portfolio and grow or spun off. So keep portfolio and grow. So keep their, what I'm assuming he means, and maybe he elaborates further, but their portfolio as far as like tape library, superstars that have been on the roster, all of these sorts of things. And then as far as like investments and stuff, I'm assuming, right, that just I don't know, and grow or spun off. As far as what does that mean? Continue to grow or spin off into other shit? I have no fucking clue. I'm more of a TV guy. I don't get all the, the investment jargon and stuff, if that's what they're alluding to. So chat will dummy me up. Chad always knows. But if TNA Wrestling gets a deal that allows them to be live 52 weeks a year, they'd like to have a place to be 3 to 4 months at a time. So on the Ariel Helwani show, he said that we would like a residency, or like we'll go somewhere for 3 to 4 months live, go somewhere else 3 to 4 months live. Or is he saying that for at least 4 months out of the year, a quarter out of the year, we want to, or a third of the year rather, we want to be at a residency than traveling the rest of the time. So maybe travel for a couple months, home for a month, travel for a couple months, home for a month, or however, maybe home for 2 months, travel for 4, whatever, however he lays it out. Right. So again, this is all good stuff. Like, this is the type of shit. If Tony Khan was spitting this instead of like, oh, look at our quarters Q1 and Q2, and I'll just leave out this Q because it's terrible, and we're going to leave out the key demo that Dave Meltzer said was the most important thing because it's great, and this is great, and we have the greatest matches, and it's all great. Isn't it great, guys? Right? If he just wasn't saying that and we had like a real business plan, we'd be like, fuck yeah, dude, stay cooking, Tony. So speaking of cooking, we have TNA. They're in discussion for a huge live weekly TV deal, and we read all of that pretty much. Of course, it will affect some people, though, if they go live. So TNA producer Lance Storm says he'll have to think about his job if they do go live every week. And he says, this has been talked about many times, and my answer is always, there's a good chance I won't be working there if that happens. I love TNA. I love my job. I love everyone that I work with, but my life has always been a balance of my home life and my schedule. And the idea of flying out early Wednesday to not get home till later in the day Friday is a 3-day-a-week job, and I'm not sure that's in the cards for me anymore. Yeah, dude, ask for 3 times the money or ask for double the money and just say, this is how I, and break it down like that. And if they don't see it, then just go home. You're willing to go home anyways. You might as well just ask, just say, I want double or triple the money then, because it's right. Or if you're just not willing to do it, then just say, fuck it. Lance Storm, bring your pod back, dude. Maybe we could work out a deal that I didn't do every week. Who knows? I would do everything I could to stay with the company should that happen, and it'd be great if they could get a great media rights deal, but I'm not looking at a full-time schedule at this point in my life. So he just doesn't want to do full-time. I mean, what's to stop you in 2025 from like consulting him from home, and then he comes down to 2 shows a month, and if there's a pay-per-view or whatever, he has to show up to 1 show or 2 a month, and then if there's a pay-per-view, he can show up to one of those or something. You could just fucking phone Lance Storm, He's just a brain to pick, and I'm sure, like, what, does he help with finishes? The roll-up. No, I'm joking. So Carlos Silva had this to say on the Ariel Helwani show. Let's listen to a clip of him talking about all this stuff, and shout out Ariel.
Along with our partners at Access and Len and Andy Schoen, who runs Access TV, we want to find a bigger platform.
Okay, so are you actively?
TNA.
I know you have CAA representing.
We got CAA helping us. We're actively in the middle.
Okay.
If if I could get a few things done, I'd love to tell you about
Are you
about
close?
those deals. And we're close. I mean, we've been working on it we've been working on it since the beginning of the year, really since I joined, and it really has accelerated over the last 60 days. And so so we're working through it. But yeah, I'm
How
excited.
close do you think you are to announcing?
I think we could be in a 60 or 90-day window to get something done. I mean,
Amazing.
It's as you know, the media landscape is changing every single day.
Yeah.
And literally week to week, things are changing. I mean, we just saw some other networks that are going to get sold again, this week that are changing hands. So you never know, but it's never done till the I's are dotted, T's are crossed. But yeah, we're working hard at it.
Would that come into play in 25 or 20?
Why is this guy so normal compared to Tony Khan?
26.
Holy
Would
shit.
come into play at the end of 25.
Okay. And would it possibly mean live 52 weeks, this new deal?
We've been asked by many partners that they'd like it to be live 52 weeks a year. And so we're talking through how we would do that. Maybe it wouldn't go live in January straight away, 52 weeks, but we would certainly lean into that to try and make it happen. Yeah.
Still Thursdays?
It could be up for grabs.
Okay.
Damn, that's crazy.
You'd have to look at the crowded.
Sure. You don't want to go on Mondays.
You don't want to go collisions, and you don't want to start playing that game. And
Thursday seems like
you don't want to go collisions and start playing that game. See, this motherfucker, a smart dude, intelligible, normal guy, is sitting here. And he has a good business plan, and he's like, you don't want to start playing that game. Y'all want to pretend like Collision's this success, bro. It's going to get moved to Thursday, and that's why he's saying it's open, it's up in the air, because they don't know what to do with Collision right now, and especially with the UFC deal. If Warner gets a taste of that at all, Collision's off Saturdays at the least, or canceled. So, yeah, man, he's like, you don't want to play that Collision game and stuff. And obviously he means going on Saturdays again, but he just means like, you don't want to start exactly going on Saturdays. And what are you trying to accomplish there? It's like the worst day to have a show.
Good day for you guys.
Thursdays worked out well so far. Yeah.
And as far as pay-per-view is concerned, do you still want to stay in the pay-per-view business? Some people are moving away from it, right? So if you do a deal with some network, are you now, like the Peacock deal, for example, where the pay-per-views are now kind of a part of the deal? What do you think? You're smiling, so I don't know.
Yeah, Ariel, you're blowing up his spot. That's why, buddy.
To read what the smile is.
I mean, you should be sitting with me in the meetings.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, those are the questions that get asked every time. How do we take your live Impact shows 52 weeks a year? How do we take your 4 pay-per-views, Slammiversary being one of them? How do we take the 8 PLEs that we do that are currently on?
Look at how because Slammiversary's coming up. He goes, your main pay-per-view, Slammiversary being one of them. Tony would go, well, Wrestle Dream is a great franchise and Full Gear. And I think All In 2020 was one of the best shows we ever did. And so is Fighter Fest. We had a great match, if you remember back then. He just is like, we have 4 big pay-per-views, Slammiversary being one of them, which is coming up, which is what I'm here to promote. Let's continue. You know what I mean, guys? Like this AEW, Tony, you should have hired this guy. Where did he come from?
TNA Plus. Many of the folks that we're talking to also have platforms, and they have either USA platforms, in some cases worldwide platforms. They obviously want to suck those kinds of assets into their platform, and we're open to it.
So TNA Plus is sort of like your version of WWE Network from back in the day. It's your own streaming platform.
Correct.
Where there'll be exclusive content, exclusive shows. How is that going?
It's going well. I mean, we just announced it. We have over 21,000 subscribers on TNA Plus.
And how much is it?
So what did he just say? We have over 21,000 subscribers. See, he's just honest about it. Like, where's Honor Club? Like, how many people are even subbed to that?
21,000 subscribers.
So he just flat out says what the truth is, and no one can shit on that. Because now when he comes back and goes, well, we have 100,000, we all go, holy fuck, that's amazing. But when the whole time Tony Khan's like, oh, man, everything's so great. And then it's like, not so great. And then you're like, well, I thought everything was great. That's pretty much the analogy I can make as the CEOs out here going down, throwing down with Tony Storm. Let's listen to Carlos.
On TNA Plus.
And how much is it?
There's a couple of different tiers,
Okay.
between $5 and $10 a month, depending on the tiers. And there's a yearly subscription as well. And then there's also a tier that if you get the bigger tier, you get the pay-per-views as part of the package. It's gone well.
They don't even have that with AEW on Max.
But, going it alone can still be tough. And, having come from going way back into my AOL days, being in the subscription business is hard, and you have to care and feed, and you do have people buying and leaving, and you've got to work through the marketing dollars to keep it going. So I think all assets are on the table as we look at new partners. And someone actually yesterday asked me the question of, what would happen to TNA Plus if we did this deal and we've got XYZ platform? And the answer is, let's talk about it. If it makes
Tony Khan can't say any of this because his answer is just, I'll throw money at it. Speaking of throwing money, let me check in with chat here. My word. So where are we here? Richard Adams. What's up, Dick? For 10 says AEW is the worst. It's so terrible. The main producer fucking sucks. He needs money. Haha, get it? I wonder how much he paid in contracts last year. Phil, you do great work every week. Man, thank you so much. I really appreciate the compliment. What are you saying? How much he paid in contracts last year? Well, like 150 million or 110 million is what we can.
Are you sure about that?
Is what Switchblade extrapolated or whatever. And Dick, are you watching fucking Monet and with all of her belts propped up and Tony Storm throwing down and the crowd's behind her? Someone let me know what the attendance is tonight, please, in chat as well. And thank you so much, dude. I really fucking appreciate the compliment. Lincoln Hawk for 10, who we're starting GM mode this week, Lincoln. TNA has always done the most with the least. They'll get picked up. It's the brand that won't die. That's what's crazy. They've survived everything like a cockroach, and now it's like become this beautiful butterfly that we're like getting behind, and now we're fighting for it because somehow they're starting to figure it out, and the billionaires over there at Anthem are like, hey, this thing might actually have traction. And like, well, Tony Khan, look at all the fans that he drove off who were getting behind this billionaire. And now we got some good old Canadian boys fucking, right, putting up or shutting up, and it's starting to work, man. And this guy they hired, this Carlos Silva, fucking phenomenal, dude. Fucking phenomenal. Shout you out, Lincoln, buddy. Appreciate you. Who else? We have Thomas Moore, who's been a member for 1 month. The media is a hydra, bro. Yeah, dude. That's pretty much what I was saying. I was bringing it back to Hydra, but Medusa. Basically, it all has the same ugly face at the end of it. You follow the breadcrumbs. It all leads to the same witch's house there, Hansel and Gretel. I don't know. I'm trying to be cute and coy. Thomas Moore, I appreciate you for 2. Says TNA has always been a dope promotion. Man, for real. I stuck through it like in the Lashley, Mike Bennett days, the EC3 days, the Broken Universe. I stuck through it through thick and thin. And so I'm glad to see, and I'm sticking through AEW through thick and thin. I'm not going to give up on them, man. They have the fucking money and the resources and the talent right there. So there's no good goddamn reason why they can't rise like TNA is now. It's just going to take some draft. Billy Corgan's going to have to come in and get involved, right? Something's going to happen. Like, Shad Khan's got to like lose their family. I told you guys for years now, it's like since this show started, we need to see Tony Khan on his back foot. He's never really been on his back foot because he can just bail himself out with money. F1WGP7 for 5 says Giga Chad Van Vliet has a Steve Blackman interview up. I haven't watched it yet, bro. That's why there's no, I think I have one clip from it, but it's in text form because I didn't want to stooge it to myself. Worth checking out for Attitude Era fans. One of those humble badasses we're missing in 2025. Yeah, man, a real shooter, a guy who could probably contribute to this day, right? A guy who, like, imagine if he was there with coaching like a Mike Bailey in NXT or a Carmen Petrovich, like these other martial arts based type wrestlers. He could be great. I saw in the title, they talk about Brawl for All, which has been beaten to death, pun intended, but I still can't get enough of Brawl for All lore. Am I the only one? I love the work, shoot works, man. I love Grapple Vision series when wrestling gets real. Not that I like seeing people get beat up and shit. or like jumped in the ring by Antonio Inoki in Minecraft, right? YouTube. But what I like is just the lore of like what made this go from work to shoot. I don't know. It's just something about the whole psychology behind that I love. Thank you so much. Steve Sanchez for 10 says, seems all promotions are getting more eyes on them except AEW. Well, that's what I've also been beating to death on this fucking show. All of wrestling is experiencing a boom. People are like, oh, a wrestling boom? No, it's just WWE. No, man. There's a boom for all of wrestling. It's just AEW isn't necessarily feeling the effects of it, and neither is Ring of Honor. But everywhere else seems to be doing well. Now, I will say this. I'm not there's not a lull in the indies as far as ticket sales and events, and there's more and more indies all the time, but some of these wrestlers are fucking, they can't hire like Cardona and Tegan Knox and Shotzi and Baron Corbin and Dijak. You guys know what I mean? Like, you can't, the whole indie card can't be there. They can't afford that, and they're not making their money back. We saw Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes talk about that. So, you know, at some point, it's good. The indies are going to start getting fucked up too, and that's why I'm saying we need a third player. We need TNA to start making the big bucks to where they can say, well, because they did offer CM Punk money. Anthem's open to it. They couldn't offer the amount of money that WWE or AEW could. Obviously, he wasn't going back to AEW, but they had conversations with Punk, and so we need a third party to rise up, or someone to come in who's like, yes, I can give hey, the Miz's deal's up, I can give him $2 million a year to come be the face of this promotion that I fucking whatever, you know. We maybe not the Miz, he's probably a for lifer in WWE, but I mean, we thought that about Nick Nemeth and the Big Show and shit too. So yeah, it's very interesting times, man, especially to be a wrestling fan. Mike Sausalis for 5 says, Peter Puffer puffed a pack of pickled peppers. How many pickled peppers did Peter puff? That depends. Was there 20 or 25 in that bitch? And he's the Fildo we know versus the Fildo we don't. Yeah, there you go. Peter Puffer puffed a pack of pickled peppers. How many pickled peppers did Peter puff? It's an alliteration for you. You guys see I'm good at that. I got the gift of gab, as they say. Excellent. So let me just update here. So guys, if you're on X, consider coming over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We just watched and cringed out at the Mone Tony Storm segment there a little bit. We have Takeshita coming out, some good shit, pal. And we have a super chat goal of $400 if you guys want me to come on the air and watch Evolution 2 on Sunday with you guys. I'm already streaming all Saturday, okay? So if you guys want, I'll come on Sunday, but that's up to you guys. Or just come hit like, hit dislike, leave a nice comment, tell me I suck. All that good shit. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. Let's get in. We have more Carlos Silva and TNA news. I told you guys, a very juicy episode today. You did not want to miss this one. And guys, I had some guests that were awesome, but they fell through for the preview show. So tomorrow, before I go see Superman and before I do a sweet Squid Game review stream with Christian DMZ of AfterBuzz TV over on my Phil Marks Out channel, I am going to record and try and drop a preview show, or I might hop on the live and do a preview show, and I'm going to see who I can get in last minute to preview all of these PLEs with me this weekend coming up, okay? And then next week, I got Marvin Movie Monster coming back on, okay? And it was supposed to happen this week, and I'm sorry, guys, but it will happen next week, okay? I assure you. And yes, just we're both super busy cats, and I've been enjoying my summer. What can I say? Anyways, TNA President Carlos Silva, when asked if there are concerns over TNA talent leaving for WWE, he had this to say: of course, but I think you have to take the good with the bad and understand how it actually helps continue to build TNA. I've been in and around the sports and entertainment business for a long time, and I've always focused on creating strong partnerships that help everyone. I don't lead by trying to attack others or creative division to get ahead. You guys hear that? I try to work with people. I'm not creatively dividing people. I'm not creating division between myself and this other company trying to get ahead. Okay? That sort of thing, right? So it's good to hear. Like, he's not going to cry, and if he does take shots, he's not going to cry if someone slaps him around a bit. Okay. So, I don't partner. You'll keep. Okay. I don't lead by trying to attack others or create division. Why not? Why don't you do that? That sounds like such a fun thing to do. I believe if you partner with people, you'll keep growing. All boats rise with the tide. And that's what I've been saying too, man. All the ships are rising with the fucking tide. So here's Dark State. So WWE posts this last week. It was Matt Cardona, and this is TNA. Who's next for Dark State? Dark State attacked Matt Cardona. And again, Cardona's like, I've been pitching WWE, and they don't want me. They don't want me. And here you go. They don't even tag him on social media. And he's like, it's at Matt Cardona. Cardona. I do have social media. I'm the internet champion. Damn. And they didn't fucking tag him.
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
I think that means they don't want to bring him back because they know it's going to cost a lot and he doesn't have a lot of mileage. And I think maybe Triple H and them just view him as fucking Zack Ryder still. That's the only reason I can think of for why they wouldn't even tag him, because the social media, like that, because they do petty shit like that. Becky Lynch has even pointed out, like, they don't even tag me in some of this shit, when she wasn't around, and who knows what that all is about. But yeah, it's definitely something to keep an eye on, Okay. And that was TNA news, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hit a banjo. I'm going to check in with chat here once again. So I wanted to get through that segment before Steve Sanchez for 20, my word.
Acknowledge me.
So that puts us at over 100. Now we're at 103. Okay. So we're a quarter of the way there, chat. And we just started the intro to the show, PWT. That was the intro, folks. Okay. Steve Sanchez for 20 says, thank you, Phil, for building this amazing community. Dude, no problem. It's a joy to watch wrestling with the PWT family. Yeah. I don't know if it's a joy to watch this match in particular, right? I mean, I like Fletcher. I like Bandito. I like Takeshita. I'm into it. I've actually been eyes glued since my boy Takeshita was coming out. That being said, yeah, and then here comes Brody King. I know a lot of people are kind of mad at Brody King lately, but yeah, it's a pleasure to watch with you guys too. It really fucking is, man. And Monday member shows are hilarious. They're so laid back and chill. Wednesday shows are fucking amazing. It's like the prime show. This is the show, And then Saturday too. I think we laid claim to Saturday as well. And yeah, I mean, those are always fun because they happen at different times and we get the watch-alongs and all that. But Wednesdays, I look forward to them so much. You guys really don't even know. And dude, over 3 million views today, right? Almost 7K subs. So I just appreciate you guys so fucking much for all of that. Okay. Why are people mad at Brody King? He wore like an Abolish ICE or like is selling an Abolish ICE t-shirt or something. So people are like mad at him, because politics feels like old school watching pay-per-view with your bros. Yeah, dude, I'm live for Evolve. Hell yeah, Anthony J, keep us updated. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can drop, if something interesting happens, make sure you let us know in chat. Garbage. WWE social team is Petty. Tom Petty, dude. That's who runs it. I intended to watch Dynamite, but I turned it off. That is telling me that the WWE TNA deal is permanent. Yep, pretty much. Carlos equals adult. Yep. This guy seems nice. Yep. Or if you're talking about me, nope. No. Hot take, Vince Russo greater than Tony Khan. Here's the thing, bro. I don't know if we can agree with that.
Guy's Tony Khan.
I don't know if that is actually true. Like Vince Russo seems like Tony Khan. I feel like if you're around him, he's fine. He's great. He's probably really nice. He's probably very generous and giving and da-da-da-da-da. It's probably fun. The parties he throws, he probably, if it's someone's birthday, he's probably got someone on staff like, make sure you send them this or whatever, even though he's non-confrontational, he's probably like an awesome boss. He lets me do what I want. He pays me a shitload. It's if I tell him I need time, he does no questions asked, right? But with Vince, bro, I just don't think, bro, I don't think I could hang out with a guy, bro, who doesn't even drink beer and talks like this. Bro, I don't know if I would be able to not check him on his lies, bro. At least, bro, let me tell you, at least Tony Khan is just a corny like Jim Cornette, bro. At least he's not trying to take credit for inventing a Stone Cold Steve Austin. And bro, I invented wrestling, bro. I just don't know if I could deal with that. I don't even know if I could deal with that for like an hour or 30 minutes. You know, I'd go fucking crazy hanging out with that dude. So yeah, it is what it is. Thomas Moore for 5 says the member show should be renamed the Tongan Show. Yeah, PWT Tongan Tuesdays or what? Shit, man, that would be funny. PWT Tonga Tuesdays. Oh shit. And yeah, I wasn't twitching it up, man, because listen, I did a bunch of I was just grinding. I was editing and doing all this. I set up a studio for Phil Marks and all this stuff. I was just out here grinding yesterday. So I was like, no time for video games. You know, I got to just stay locked in here. But I've been enjoying Twitch Tuesdays as well. Okay, guys, it is time for nobody's favorite segment. And it is called the Sicko Segment. So we get right into things here. Apologies to real Kevin Nash from Wu-Tang is for Children. I was not aware of your game, Fire. So Kevin Nash had this to say on the 4th of July. He said, happy 4 more trillion in debt day. Never felt this proud as we continue to destroy the empathy we once held for those less fortunate. So I guess happy, wealthy, white 1% day. Dude, Nash, you're a wealthy white guy. You know, here's the thing. When people start doing this shit, it's like, hey, then give me all your money or shut the fuck up. Give me $1 million right now because I need it, or shut the fuck up, you know? Like, legit. It's crazy. But anyways, enjoy your small regional hospitals while you can. Things just continue to get greater. Happy 4th. And then Major Swagger says, what the fuck does being white have to do with anything? And then Kevin Nash says, are you worried about being deported, Cracker? True that. True that. Sit in your Alabama double wide and shut the fuck up. Yo, that's true though. Nash is right about that. You know, like, yeah, that's funny. I don't know. It's a double-edged sword when you get political. I just choose to laugh and try and look for the joke and get out as quick as I can. But he was spitting there. That is true. You know, there's legit people like fucking, you see it. And maybe it's just fear-mongering from the media and stuff, whatever. But I don't know. America, get your shit together, pals. We're not ones to talk up here in Canada, but all I'm saying, yeah, she's not beating them allegations. So here's more allegations towards Tiffany Stratton that she's racialist. Okay, now we're gonna break this down. We're gonna do like a Phil Marks zoom in style. Here we go. Look at this. She gives a high five, skips over these white people here. And then this black little girl, and then gives a high five to this white little girl, and then keeps going. And people are like, look at what she did. She just skipped giving this little black girl a high five. She also skipped a white lady and her white kid, I'm assuming it's her kid, who were just taking pictures. And I want you guys to watch very closely. The little black girl is trying to get like a belt signed with a marker. She has like a belt in one hand and a marker in the other hand. And Tiffany's on her way to the ring. When have you ever seen her stop to sign? And her entrance is in, you know, her segment is you have 15 minutes or 10 minutes or 8 minutes or 6 minutes. You got to get in and get out, man. We got Trish Stratus back here, you know? So again, man, this is just not anything other than people looking way too hard, but not looking hard enough, or else they'd actually see what's going on here. You guys take a look for yourselves here. See, she's holding a marker and a belt. So what was she supposed to do? Slap the marker out of the kid's hand, shake the kid's marker, and walk away? And then people would go, oh, she shook her hand and didn't even, you know? It's just people trying to like cancel her now because there's so many people melting down this week. We even saw it in our chat. Like, how often do we get people coming in here and just writing racial slurs or being sickos in here? We have the best community, the best chat in fucking the IWC. And how often do we have people coming in here being sickos like that? You're seeing it this week and you're seeing it ramped up because it's desperation time for All In. I let you guys know it was coming. But yeah, so I mean, again, they're just looking too deep into this. Look, there's 7 white people she skipped. She skipped the white people before her. She just didn't stop and sign. Now, we don't know if on the way back she stopped and signed for that fucking girl. We don't know, man. And it's just unfortunate that, you know, that this is where we go. Like, we're trying to cancel people because we don't like, because we want Tony Khan would be a better promoter, but we're not allowed to say that because the cult, you know? So again, John Alba has reported this, and well, this is from WrestleOps, okay? All in Texas next Saturday will mark AEW's highest attended show ever in North America. 20,000 plus tickets distributed. The show is also nearing a $3 million gate. Yeah, this is huge, All In, blah, blah, blah. Where's John Alba with his goofy ass tweets? Record gates, gotta love capitalism. When Tony Khan's out there like 3 million gates, this is great. And then the sickos are like, yeah, see, 3,020,000. Where are these shill-ass goofball John Alba media members going, oh, man, it's gross that what AEW is becoming with the capitalism. Why are the fans applauding that? Where are you guys with the same fucking energy? You don't have it. So here are people arguing. I don't even remember what this is, but I just fucking cringed at this. So, oh yeah, so Jacob Fatu said the N-word in a song. This guy tweets out, Samoans don't have a pass to say the N-word. I don't care. So, like, again, this is a generational thing. Like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, no one gave a fuck, pretty much. You had Asian dudes saying the N-word in rap songs. You have Fat Joe saying the N-word. You had Cuban dudes saying the N-word. Like, I could go through the list of rappers. You had white dudes. You guys remember that rapper named Necro? He was dropping it back then, right? Like, there was lots of people, you know, like, who just use it all the time. And I've even said, like, in Canada, I know Indigenous folks, especially the inner city ones, man, they wear the baggy shit. They wear the, you know, like, it's like there's hoods in Canada. It's mostly Indigenous folks, you know what I mean? And on the reserves and shit, they've adopted a lot of that hip hop type of culture because it's closely related. Like, you know, what Nas is talking about in his music closely relates to how a lot of us grow up here in Canada. Okay. And so, for instance, right. And so they throw it around. Okay. I've heard people from India calling each other. I have Indian friends who will have said that they are like, dude, there's people in our circles who will use it, you know? So, and of course, this is like growing up in the late 90s. Like, I was born in 91. So for me, it's like late 90s, early 2000s are kind of like my years, right? So it was different back then. I never threw it around. I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? I'm also mixed. So I have like a white half that I'm not. You know, I'm a bit of a cornball. I like, you know, nerdy shit. But yeah, basically now this generation's like no one gets the pass. And I actually like that. I just don't think anyone should use that word. We live in a day and age in 2025 where if no one said that shit, no one would even have to know what it was, like, realistically, you know, but it's in rap music. It's everywhere. So, and it spurs off these fucking Woe Vickies and Bad Babies and all these, you know, little white girls acting crazy. Like, you know, the Kardashians trying to, you know, look black and stuff. Like, think about Kim Kardashian tries to look black so hard now that she does like the I'm going to dye my hair blonde, but leave like the black roots in Beyonce style type shit. You guys know what I mean? Like, it's really gotten out of hand. So I get why people are like, no one gets the pass. I totally understand that, you know? But these dudes are like arguing over it. This guy, Carlos Torres, is like, bro, you have a picture of you with an outdated dog shit belt. So they get in like a sicko fight, like a true wrestling fan war over this, which I fucking love, dude. This just popped me so hard. Your opinion is invalid because of his shitty, out-of-date wrestling belt. Your opinion's invalid in 2025, LMFAO. Go cry about the N-word and buy a new belt, please. It's not a flex. So then this guy says, God first in bio, and you spreading negativity. Get the fuck out of my mentions. This dude goes, took this video just for you. Step it up a little, mama, before you try and say Jacob Fatu can't say the N-word. You know this dude says it all the time, bro. And then he took a video in his bathroom. This dude's either like mentally ill or one of the greatest fucking trolls ever, dude. That popped me so hard. That's like King Sicko shit right there, man. King Wacko shit, actually, rather. I fucking love that. So moving along here. That dude was flexing. You gotta love that. Someone that proud of their fucking replica title, dude. So Neckbeard said this to say, and there's been a lot of people getting mad at like Awful Wrestling. He's out in the sticks. I'm trying to get him on tonight. If he wants to pop in, if he's listening, or if he has a connection, feel free, brother. He has the link, and he expressed he would love to come on tonight. But he might be out in the sticks and it's been storming, so he doesn't know. But if he can come on, that'd be great at any point. If you're listening, Awful, we'd love your perspective on this because I did want to talk to you about it. But a lot of people are going crazy on like Awful and Neckbeards lately. It's pretty nuts. But Neckbeards is like, too bad they didn't hire the Briscoe brothers when they could have, which is like something a lot of people said, man. Like, I've said it on this show too. They wait, like, it's so unfortunate that Jay Briscoe had to die for those network. Like, if WWE did this, you'd be like, oh, you selfish billionaire fucks. Dude, Tony Khan and the networks and everyone were just, none of them fucking let Jay Briscoe on TV or gave Mark Briscoe a shot until he had to pass away for that shit to happen. Because they were all clutching their pearls and their fucking money dollar sign bags and shit. They all did that. They're all guilty of it. And if WWE did it, you'd all be like, oh, you TKO WWE scummy fucks. And I think people would be inclined to agree with that. Yo, WWE didn't use this guy till dude died or whatever. Now, yeah, it's fucked to like conjure it back up. But this guy quote tweeted, WrestleTube said he stirred AEW hate, trashed it, then crossed the line by using the deceased to write his narrative. My problem is that, like, bro, what are you even saying? Say that sentence out loud. To write whose narrative? Neckbeards' narrative? His narrative, he didn't use his death to hate on AEW fans. That's not his narrative. Neckbeards' narrative, or like the narrative of this tweet, or to try and create a narrative, to write his narrative. Like, man, so many dumb people say they just like say words they don't even know. Your narrative, B? What are you, fucking Brendan Schaub? But I know what this guy's trying to say, but it's like, bro, what are you fucking like? Learn to talk properly. When it all settles, the real question isn't about him. It's about why anyone still supports him. If you're still in his circle, maybe it's time to step back and reflect. No, I just don't think so, man. I think that fucking like what he's saying, he's trolling, and you could say it's gross to troll about his death, and I'll agree with you 100%. But the sentiment should be there. Like, these corporate cocksuckers wouldn't give the Briscoes a fucking chance. One of them had to pass away for them to give Mark. And look at Mark Briscoe. He's fucking amazing. Like, every crowd pops for him. You know, I'm locked in. They're putting him in these fucking matches. We always put Mark Briscoe over. He could be more. They had a chance to like have him have a run at the world title even. You know, everyone was so behind him, and they have this incredible story to tell. And yes, they waited for Jay to even like to pass away to even acknowledge him on TV, even though they had him under fucking contract. They buried him in Ring of Honor for some past shit he said in the past. Like, we all don't make mistakes for things we said. And it's so funny too. let's say Neckbeards is remorseful for this or he stands by it. It doesn't matter. But what you're doing is trying to condemn somebody for something they said in the past. And that's exactly what happened to Jay Briscoe. And it's just sort of ironic that you're not applying the same, well, we should forgive and forget. Because that's what the whole idea was behind Jay Briscoe, right? Well, we should forgive and forget, and he should be on TV and da-da-da. Then he never get the shot until he passed away. And it's unfortunate, and it's shitty that these, again, WBD and these corporate motherfuckers weren't willing to forgive a guy and forget about something he apologized for in the past. And I'm not saying Neckbeards apologized for this, right? It's not a one-to-one analogy, but you guys get what I'm saying, right? So, no, I think like Neckbeards, yeah, he's trolling, so I get it. You automatically take what he's saying offensively. Nobody will ever not, because of how what his initiative is, what his objective is on X or whatever, is to troll AEW and their fans. But if you really do want to break it down, like, and have the discussion, no, they did not. I mean, it's a fair criticism. Now we know Neckbeards is just going to criticize whatever about AEW, right? So I get it. You're offended. But really, if you take a step back, the narrative is, that's what the narrative is. They waited till Jay Briscoe passed away before they even acknowledged him on AEW TV or even were willing to take a chance on his brother. And it's just incredibly sad and unfortunate, you know, that it had to happen that way. The man had to pass away before Tony Khan was willing to not protect his bag. And that's the thing, man. You guys all talk about, if WWE did this, you wouldn't even be saying shit. You'd be like, these corporate TKO, they're monsters. They don't care about anything but protecting their dollar. Jay Briscoe said he was whatever, you know, he's all good with whatever. Or if it was WWE, Jay Briscoe would go to Saudi and you guys would be like, see, yeah, it makes sense. He aligns with their pot. Like, you guys would just spin it and attack him. So again, take a step back and really look at what the narrative you're writing is, pal. Anyways, this guy says someone needs to find out where this guy lives. He's too comfortable. And Awful Wrestling's like, I'm in his circle. Fuck you and this fucktard. You try hard doxing. Cunts, if I say it in Irishman, it's all good, right? So they're like, we need to find this guy and stuff. So the doxing in the IWC continues. And yeah, Awful standing up for his guy, and people were going hard on Awful too. And it's unfortunate they're dealing with it, but again, your name is the death of AEW, so he knew what he was getting in for. And yeah, there's just a lot of pushback this week, just in general. You know, people are really unconfident in this All-In show, and it shows. Speaking of unconfident, police are searching for a man suspected of taking packages off somebody's property. And the picture, the guy's wearing a fucking AEW hoodie. But we were told,
you know, poor people don't like AEW.
Not that you have to be poor to steal, but packages stolen by this guy. Anybody recognize him? Yeah, the only guy in that town who likes AEW. You'll find him pretty easily, right? I mean, it's the only guy in that town who has that fucking AEW jacket. But how funny.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
So Andrew Baydala had this to say, like, one tweet after the other, man. And these guys never cease to amaze me. Baydala says, this isn't story time or the place to get your stuff in when you are media and given an opportunity to ask your question. And they're talking about the All-In media call, right? That's what Baydala is talking about. And he says, maybe I need more espresso, but this type of stuff needs to stop. Be humble and thankful you are given the time. And then Baydala goes, Tony Khan, the next tweet, Tony Khan has asked a great question by Mike Johnson about the gate. And Tony states it's going to be over 3 million, and Tony expects a strong walk-up. Oh, my God, dude. About the fucking gate. What we all know, because Tony's been keeping us updated the whole time. And we all know, because everyone's spurging out all the dirt sheets, can't help themselves but to just talk all about it. We know. And immediately, this isn't the time to get your stuff in. when you're given an opportunity to ask a question. This type of stuff needs to stop. Oh, look at this great question about the gate and where Tony Khan can get his stuff over about this fucking thing that we know that he's been tweeting about and everyone's already been talking about. And I know he's talking about like Mike Johnson getting his shit in, and yeah, Mike Johnson, phooey to you too. Okay. So the bad boy, Joey Janela, responds to someone and says, because Mike Bailey is a 4th degree black belt and would have a real shot in beating Bobby Lashley in a real fight if he kicked him in the jaw. God, that's so stupid. If you gave anyone a shot, a clean kick to the head or punch at anyone, the risk of knockout is there, dude. What are you talking about? You could let a girl punch you in the face. Yeah, let me kick you in the head and there's a shot of a knockout in Minecraft. You know what I mean? So yes, Mike Bailey has a shot. If Lashley stood there and let Mike Bailey wheel kick him in the head, sure, there's a shot he knocks him out, of course. And then Cheeseburger from ROH says Speedball could legitimately kill 90% of people in pro wrestling. And likely 10% of people that complain about wrestling on the internet. Thankfully, he's a nice guy. Yeah, so here's the thing. In a real fight between Lashley, who's 15-2, who's fought in Bellator and Strikeforce and has competed in actual MMA as a real amateur wrestler and has like 100 pounds on Mike Bailey, 100+ pounds. In no world does Mike Bailey win a fight against him or Matt Riddle. Okay. Shinsuke might be a good one, but we've established in the late 90s, early 2000s that wrestling based destroys kick only based martial arts. You guys get what I'm saying? Taekwondo gets beat by amateur wrestling and jiu-jitsu. We already learned that in the late 90s, early 2000s. Okay. We discovered that a long fucking time ago. So I highly doubt that, you know, just saying, right? If Ronda Rousey, if it comes down to a guy who's a 4th degree in Taekwondo, or you have a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I'm choosing the Jiu-Jitsu guy 10 times out of 10, man. Right? And why? Well, because we saw that in the early MMA days, right? When Tito Ortiz was smashing these Kenpo karate guys, other than Chuck, right? I guess Chuck was the outlier, but he had tremendous takedown defense, you know? He was like the sprawling brawler. Chuck Liddell invented sprawling and brawling, which then sort of nullified the wrestle only style. And a lot of kickboxers started learning that. So yeah, unless Mike Bailey's got some tremendous sprawling abilities and is used to fighting guys 100 pounds heavier than him, there's no way. Now I know it's just fun internet banter and this is the kind of stuff I like, but, just being like, he could legitimately kill 90% of people in pro wrestling. That's like fucking literally when Joe Rogan's like, I could beat probably 90% of people in the world up. That's what he said one time on his show. It's like, bro, you're 5'3" and throw spin kicks. You know, I get it. You're a black belt in fucking jiu-jitsu, but 90% of people, man. You know how many 200+ pounders are like purple belts that'd probably stretch you, dude? Pretty crazy. Anyways, moving along here. Dorby Allen, so our last part of the sicko segment, WrestleVote says, tonight marked the unofficial start of the most important and unpredictable stretch in WWE history. Over the next 140 days, the return of Saturday night's main event, Raw's Netflix debut, a second SNME on NBC, a dome-sized Rumble, the Chamber at Sky Dome, and both nights of Mania. So if Survivor Series felt somewhat underwhelming to you, it was likely by design. And then this guy, Dorby Allen, says the downfall of the current WWE product after this tweet is actually wild. And I just don't even...
Stupid idiot!
How is it a downfall? This is just such a fucked up... Writing your narrative. That's what you guys are doing, trying to write this goofy-on narrative that doesn't fucking exist. And that was our single segment! Okay, so chat, let's head on over. We're talking a lot about AEW. We're going to get into AEW news after... we get into WWE news first, which I am going to pull up over here, but I'm also going to check in with chat. Guys, or here, I'll tell you in a second. Juan Tenta for 5 says, cultural appropriation awareness, Phil, is my new favorite segment. I guess so, dude. I guess so. I do my best. I just try to break it down and give everyone the benefit of the doubt. You guys have to understand, Jacob Fatu grew up around gangbangers and stuff. He was a gangbanger and shit, allegedly, right? So go ask any of them if they care if he uses it. You guys know what I mean? Like, you fucking Twitter dorks are one thing, and I'm not saying go and use it, and I'm not a black person, so I have a lot of black family. I go ask my cousins, and I go ask my uncle and shit if he gives them the pass. I don't fucking know, but even if one person does, doesn't mean everybody does. But we just, we got to talk about it. It's in the news. I got to do what I can with it. Rabid Wolverine's LC Killer 17 for 2 says, who will win a fight, RoboCop or Brock Lesnar? Well, actually, Time Cop. Actually, what would happen is RoboCop would take on Brock Lesnar. And then right at the peak moment of the battle, when Brock Lesnar's missing a hand and he's about to push RoboCop into a vat of molten fire and lava, Time Cop would show up and cash in the money in the bank. Except for we have to call it the Casino Gauntlet. He actually wins the Casino Gauntlet, and then he goes back in time and to 2001. When was the RoboCop reboot? Because Time Cop shows up there, and then he beats Brock Lesnar and RoboCop both. So fucking stupid. Okay, chat, we are at 115. I have a $400 super chat goal tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at 115, and $400 unlocks Evolution 2 watch along with your boy Philly Phil on Sunday. And I am streaming live all Saturday, all in SNME and Great American Bash, which I'm going to do a preview show tomorrow for you guys. I might do a run-in, so stay locked in for the live as well tomorrow, okay? Look for the little notification or the bell. I might just pop in with a live or a pre-recorded thing. I don't know. And yeah, I'm going to do that tomorrow, and I'm going to put together a last-minute preview show. And Saturday, we're going all day, and I'm loving every minute of it. But if you can't get enough of me, send your super chats in. That's how you guys help support the show that way, and they're really, really warranted and welcome. And also consider becoming a member. Consider gifting memberships. They're only 99 cents. You get access to Member Monday shows as well. So that's a big thing. If you want a bonus show every week, I do a bonus show on Mondays. Anyways. Let me check in with chat as well. I think it's hilarious. People like targeting Triple H when WWE is doing all right, but not pay attention to other companies' issues. They are something. Bro, Ricky Day, it happens all the time. In the arms of an angel. RoboCop versus Terminator game was amazing back in the day. F1, thank you. Lincoln, I'm going to be linking you to a fucking GM mode. I'll set it up tonight, and then I'll send you the shits. Are they playing Sarah McLachlan music over this vignette? Yeah, I don't know, but for speaking of 99 cents, Jake, you can fucking sponsor a child in AEW. You can sponsor Orange Cassidy. You can sponsor Camille, get her back on fucking TV. Running Man this November. Running Man. That's right. They're doing Running Man again. WWE Downfall will be on Triple H. Okay, Stino. Okay, if you're there, if you believe the downfall is there. I give them credit. They are trying to get people excited for this Omega Okada match. Yeah, but why aren't they in the building tonight? Why isn't Omega there with his music hitting and everyone going fucking crazy? Thanks for the insight, TK. Yeah, okay. Literally Triple H booking to the matches and the same. I'll give you this, man. He's doing a lot of the multi-mans, and yeah, I've said it. We're watching you, Hickenbottom and Hunter. Helmsley, we're watching you guys because we can't get lazy just because fucking, and the accusations of a bit of lazy booking could be there, but I think the stories are hitting, man. I'm enjoying fucking seeing Penta's uprise and all of this stuff. I'm just not like overly into the Seth faction, and they're a big integral part, but the LA Knight stuff versus Seth has me popping because it's like, okay, maybe LA Knight works his way up and works his way into a title match sooner or later because of that. So I'm here for it, Eric. My nephew's part black, and I love the dude. Yeah, same. My nephew is Jamaican, man. Jamaican me crazy, AE Dub. So, Train of Thought sends in $1. Thank you so goddamn much, Train of Thought. Appreciate you so much. And Wolverine DX for 5 says, I said RoboCop, but if Brock Lesnar is a new Terminator, though. In the movies, I just don't think it works. I don't think it works because... No, I'm just joking. Because the thing that made it so good with Arnie is he was like new and they didn't know if that movie was going to work or not. And they were really taking a shot, like a risk with him. And he just gives off Terminator vibes. Like Lesnar, I don't know if he fully does that. He might seem like he might try and overact it a bit, but maybe I'm wrong and it fucking works. I'm not sure. Let's acknowledge everyone chatting in. Here we have another one. All bee booty bitches and bacon with big boobies. Sounds fucking like breakfast to me, dude. Sounds like a fucking great way to wake up. You know what I'm saying? Had this to say, can WWE have Sabrina Carpenter and Sydney Sweeney as special guests for Evolution? Well, I mean, I know you'd like that. Perhaps with a double bacon cheeseburger in tow as well, right, my friend? Listen, man, I don't know if they want to get any of them. Sabrina Carpenter, well, I mean, WWE would get any celebrities involved, but I think they're going with like the Cardi B's and the Sexy Reds, I think, because the rappers are more willing to be involved. Sabrina Carpenter is like, what the fuck? And there's a video of her singing before she got famous that we played on the show of her wearing a Young Bucks t-shirt. So we know she's a wrestling fan. We know she knows the Bucks and shit. But yeah, it's just as far as, you know, the talent agencies involved in shit. Like, would she appear in AEW? I don't know. Just like Kendrick Lamar, we now have AEW wrestlers trying to get Drake at their Toronto show. They're just desperate. Yeah, let's get Kendrick. Oh, no, now let's get Drake. It's just like one of these people who flip teams. Oh, I'm in Texas now. It's what Brendan Schaub does. Oh, I'm in Texas now. So now I'm a fucking Texans fan. Oh, the Rams are in the playoffs. So let me wear a fucking Rams hat all week. Let me buy a fucking jersey for the Columbus Blue Jackets because I did a fucking show there. You know, it's just pandering. It's just pandering fuck shit. And we're going to see some of that from some AEW wrestlers here today in AEW news, actually. Thank you so much for your support. Steve Sanchez. Okay. And then that's 5. I'm just doing the tallies here. Thank you. Steve Sanchez for 5 says, I'm excited for the story with Cross. Yeah, me too, dude. I think he's obviously staying there as well. I think that's pretty obvious, and I think we'll hear a story sooner or later that he's been signed and no one really fucking knew about it.
Dirtbags and lily pickers.
I don't know why I hit that sound, but thank you so much. A round of applause for you all supporting the show. Appreciate it so goddamn much. Okay. So moving along, we do have WWE news. Let's listen to Briscoe and MJF just for 1 second, though. And what are the likes like, George? I don't know if I've seen you chime in with a like update over on the Clips channel. We try to get to 100 likes. It's just good for the algorithm. I don't bombard you guys with asking for 100, but there's 130 of you watching on the Clips channel, only 65 likes. Okay, guys. So you've been warned. Jericho may do a goddamn run-in. Who knows? Maybe a super chat will deter or get a Jericho play early as well, or maybe prevent him from showing up altogether tonight. We will see. But yeah, we're about to get into WWE news. I just want to kind of listen into. So everyone hydrate. Everyone hydrate. Again, that was the intro to PWT. No, did we do sickos? Yeah, so that was the sicko segment, the first official segment. But everyone hydrate, drink your coffee, drink your soda water. Do what you got to do as we listen into MJF cook a little bit here, and then we're going to get into Federation news. Okay? So they're chanting, shut the fuck up at MJF. And what's crazy to me is like they're promoting Prime and Max. And not Prime the energy drink, Amazon Prime and Max. Like buy the pay-per-view here, but be subscribed to Max. Clearly, Max isn't ever going to give them a pay-per-view, play the pay-per-view here for $10 button or whatever. because they don't see value in it. That's the only reason they wouldn't have it set up already. And TNA's talking about, oh, our PLEs might go with whatever service we're linked up with. AEW doesn't even have that yet. They got to cut side deals with Amazon, where Amazon's giving people discount codes and $10 off and shit. We're going to get into that, okay, in a little bit here. Steve Sanchez for 5 says, we need Chris. Okay, well, hey, I mean, we have a segment to get to. You guys fucking determine.
You just made the list.
Play Jericho, then talk La Parka lore. Yeah, then I'll get into Jacob Fatu and the N-word some more. You guys. Oh, shit, man. I acknowledge you guys for super chatting in. Thank you so much. La Parka lore is the best. I want to come with more lucha lore. That's going to be a segment. I'm going to redo some of the sections, too. We're going to introduce some new segments and sort of how I categorize things here at PW2 coming very, very soon, which is going to be
Allegedly.
Awesome. So, yeah, they're just hyping up the gauntlet. It's what I predicted. So they're just both in the gauntlet, and Mystico's in it, too. So they're just like, here's Mystico, who's also kind of feuding MJF. And so the gauntlet's being built around, like, everyone hates MJF, and he's number 2. So why would he have tried to fight to get in at number 2? Doesn't even make sense. I gotta open a window here, although it does not even really fucking help because it's hot as balls today. Sun's out, guns out. And I'm dying. No rest of the show. We're all right. We're all right. You didn't lose me. So, yeah, Mark Briscoe getting applause. Just saying, he's just talking about, like, you got your big money suit on. This is my whole wardrobe. Like, you can't get me. I am white. I am a fucking bum. I do live in a trailer with my mom. I do have a dumb friend named Cheddar. This guy ain't no motherfucking MC. I know everything he's got to say against me. That's pretty much what this promo is, okay? Oh, man. Let's see. Steve Sanchez for 2 says PWT is taking over the world Skynet style. That's right. Wait till we learn how to time travel. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie, Time Cop. Okay, let's get into news here. Share this over. Yeah, now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Yes, George, we're 260 away from the goal. Okay, and breaking news. So, last Friday, the average viewers for SmackDown was 1.166 million, and the key demo was 0.32, which is pretty crazy. That's like that's like doubling AEW's. Tripling, more than tripling if you want to break down Collision. But yeah, dude, this is like a low rating for them. We're going to get into that a little bit as we go. Some ratings talk for WWE. They did one of their lowest on Netflix ever, maybe the lowest. But the crowd outside of Providence was hot, and they were waiting for Killer Kross to leave the building after Monday Night Raw. And he stuck around, and he's a fan favorite, and there's no way they let this guy go. So, yeah, man, just fanfare for him. They won't let him leave. They love him. They're chanting his name during Raw, and it's amazing stuff. So John Cena, he went behind the scenes of his matchup with The Rock at WrestleMania and some of the real-life issues between them with Vanity Fair, and he talked about how he knew he was losing the whole build-up. The locker room was divided. Let's take a listen to some of this.
That was the easy part. Here's some inside Vanity Fair stuff. I knew I was losing the year before the fight, and that is like breaking news here now. Oh, hello there. I'm John Cena. You may know me from such things as being John Cena. Today, the good folks at Vanity Fair have Cena versus Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, once in a lifetime, although we did it again the next year. This was a wonderful journey to get to this. Lots of live moments before this WrestleMania. In sports entertainment, sometimes we do toe the gray area between entertainment.
Shout out Vanity Fair.
And realism. And I think that's a lot of the cachet.
And John Cena's hair, dude. He went and got those fucking turkey hair plugs or whatever, to fix that bald spot, which is wild, but it works, dude. It's so funny too, because there's all these, not to bring it to this, but there's always these conspiracy theorists who are like, oh man, this is a clone of a guy. Look, his hair grew in, and or, oh, this rapper got out of jail and now he's replaced with a clone or something. And it's like, do you not understand? Look at how good he looks, or he looks different. Dude, all there is to do in jail is work out and fucking eat and exercise, and you get your teeth fixed because you get free dental in prison. So people go and get their teeth fixed. They fucking work out. They come out. Boom. Gucci Mane looks different or whatever. It's not a fucking clone. Dudes can grow their hair back now. That fucking Ollie Davis guy on Wrestle Talk did it with that stuff they were selling. They did the hair loss ads, and that motherfucker grew his hair back. Now it looks weird. Looks like a weird black thing on his head, like just a tuft of, weird hair on his head. But fuck, he grew it back. So, medical science has come a long goddamn way.
Hey, that WWE and sports.
John Cena's a clone. I seen it with where's his bald spot? I seen it with my own eyes.
Entertainment has.
They won't release the client list of hair transplants, hair transplant recipients in the pro wrestling community.
Everyone who shows up.
Release the list.
Knows it's entertainment, but still here we are in Miami with 80,000 plus people showing up for this live Shakespearean drama to unfold in front of their very eyes. What was special about this is a lot of the moments along the way cross the lines of, hey, I know this is sports entertainment, but man, those guys really hate each other. And then when you get to this moment to plan what really is happening, what are we really trying to sell? This stuff, because you're putting your life in somebody's hands. But this is the one thing that we couldn't wing it out there because it involves the physical well-being of others. When you get to this moment, after all this shit talking for a year, and you get two abrasive, strong-minded professionals in the same room, we do what's right for the business. That one moment between Dwayne and I and melding our personalities, that's when, at least from my perspective, I started to build a friendship with Dwayne Johnson. And I think that's when Dwayne finally realized that I'm not in it to take anyone's spot. I'm just trying to do good business. I went about it the wrong way. And this moment right here, when I don't know if The Rock is ever going to return, but he wins. And he wins the championship. And for a year, I went on television saying there's no effing way you can win. And we divided our locker room. Man, my best friends were extremely upset about what was going on. Like, this moment cut to the heart of a lot of people. And I think that's the magical dust in what WWE
magical dust. Did you say dust?
He can provide is the unpredictable. I've been a part of a lot of unpredictable moments in WWE. I hold this one very close to my heart because right after this, I specifically stay out there when you lose, you're supposed to get the hell out of there and let the winner have their moment. I wanted to stay out there and soak in the embarrassment that I had let the entire fan base down and apologize to him.
Fair enough. So yeah, cool that he's breaking that all down in that Vanity Fair to promote his upcoming show, or that show that just came out where he plays the president or whatever with Idris Elba. They're asking him wrestling shit. Just shows you how fucking hot wrestling is, buddy. Breaking: WWE has officially filed a trademark for Ethan Fatu. And I saw somebody post online. They're like, dude, Ethan Page is about to get a monster push. Now, who could this be?
What?
I think it's Lance Anoa'i. I don't think they're going to have anyone use the Anoa'i name. I think they're going to go with the Tongan name, the Fatu name. And, yeah, I think if anybody, that's who they do it for. I don't think if Zilla were to come in, I think he's holding like some indie titles, so he can't come in right now. And if he were to come in, I don't think they'd call him Ethan Fatu. But who knows? Maybe there's just like a youngin' in the woodworks we don't know about, or someone coming, someone coming up the ranks that we don't know. But if I had to guess, it's Lance Anoa'i or whatever, and that's where he's been. And he comes in because he's a bigger dude who can do dives and shit like that. So if Jacob brings him in, well, I got my cousin Ethan. And then it's like him and Jacob are like the big dudes who can like flip around and shit, and do dives and all that. Maybe Jacob's brother. Yeah, I really don't know. But regardless, it's somebody, like somebody else, and they're going to be involved with Jacob. I believe that because, Tama, you got Tala, or like, what's his name? Sorry, Loa. You have Tama and Tala. Where's Smala? Am I right? No. You have Tama and Tala. Well, here's my brother, Ethan, or like my cousin or my nephew or whatever the fuck. So I think that's what it'll be for. And they have Lance Anoa'i under contract. That's the one. That's his name, right? Lance Anoa'i. They have him under contract. He works with NXT. I think he's done house shows, but he's never like been on TV or done anything else, So why not? It's the same thing with Hikuleo. They just saved him and then brought him on the main roster. They might do the same with Jacob, and we might get like Floodline versus Floodline 2 between those two teams, Jacob and his squad versus Solo and his squad, which is sort of what I Fantasy Mark booked. And yeah, who knows? Like Tama might even team up with Jacob and them. We don't know. Like Tama's not in the crew right now, and he was getting so popular with the yeah. They might look at him and go, well, we can push him as a solo too. And they might stick him with Jacob and Jimmy as like, hey, we're uniting as this bloodline, but then we're going to break up or whatever. Maybe the draft. Remember, they were like, we're still going to have a draft. No fucking draft. It's going to happen after SummerSlam. Well, why? Pourquoi? Fuck it, WWE might not see Pat McAfee return for a long time. Now, Dave Meltzer gets in his conspiracy bag about this and talks about money and all this dumb shit. And it's so funny because it's not about the money. They just love the wrestling business, Brian. But then with AEW folks, it's always about the money. Oh, bruv, I just love wrestling, bruv. I just love it so much. It's in me soul. I bleed me wrestling, bruv. But I'm going to go work 4 days a month and fucking take a private plane back and forth from the UK. And you know what I mean? And fucking take $8 million or whatever over being able to wrestle in front of the most people and really give back to the business, right? We fucking see this time and time again with AEW. So for Dave, he thinks with McAfee, who makes millions of dollars, that McAfee was ever in wrestling for anything but the love of the game. Yeah, that's why he wrestled Adam Cole in NXT and was doing moonsaults to the outside, because Pat McAfee needed money, Dave. That's why he did that. Jesus Christ, it's always been the love of the game for Pat. So we're going to get into Dave's stupidity in a bit, but yeah, it's summertime. Why would McAfee, this is what McAfee said, hey, I want this summer off. And they went, okay. Hey man, it's a long grind and like, I just want to hang out with my family this summer and I got all this shit going on. Okay, just come back. We'll just like, we can freeze your contract or we can just give you the time off and you know what I mean? If he has a downside guarantee, which who knows if he does or not, we'll just give you your downside. It's all good. Go home for a bit, That's all it is with Pat, bro. He's always been able to choose when or if he works at all. And then Dave wants to be like, well, they're not close on the money. Now, obviously, money's a factor in like having to travel, especially for any job where you have to travel around and shit. But it's summertime, bro. A long time. What? So like 3-4 months? And then when the weather gets shitty, he comes back and fucking, you know? It's, I don't know. It's just craziness that people are, again, blowing it up into a bigger deal than it actually is, you know? But Victoria is joining Michelle McCool, Kelly Kelly, and Alundra Blaze in not getting booked for Evolution. And this Alex guy saying, at this point, I'm thinking Trish and Nikki will be the only legends on the show. Yeah, I think so. And that's what I've been trying to tell motherfuckers. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see more of a TNA and AAA presence than legends, other than them sitting in the crowd. Okay? Now, that being said, all of these legends could have been told to fucking work the media or go and tell everyone you haven't been asked yet. Or you haven't been asked, right? We don't know. Last minute, WWE could go, you all come and sit in this area of the crowd. But this Evolution show, and it's smart to bring out the divas and stuff, but I think it's more going to focus on NXT, WWE, AAA, and TNA girls in this Battle Royal. Now, some people are like, no, they have a big enough roster of people, plus the legends. Well, they're not bringing legends in, according to the legends, so don't be shocked if we see La Hiedra there. La Hiedra, or whatever. Sorry if I'm not saying her name right. Or if Tessa Blanchard wildly appearing, who's been beefing with Ariana Grace and shit. You know, don't be shocked, man. But let's listen to what Victoria has to say.
I'm not going to be at Evolution. I didn't get booked. Yeah. My back is kind of funky, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to be at Evolution.
So speaking of funky and someone who is here, Sassy Girl 8724 with $100 goddamn dollars contributing to the super chat goal this evening. That brings us up to 240. Oh my god!
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Sassy Girl with $100 super chat says, "What up, Phil? I'm fired up for this weekend of wrestling with the PWT fam." Man, I'm fired up too. If you can't tell, hey, I'm trying to sell this all-in show, guys. I don't know about anybody else, but your attention to detail and thoroughness in your work does not go unnoticed. Thank you. I'm really trying, and I hope you mean like in my rants and raves and all of where I try to bring everything. Again, we chronicle everything here. PWT's an episodic chronological affair, because otherwise I got to catch you all up. The context matters to a lot of the stories and the things I bring here. There's a greater picture we're painting here at PWT, and I appreciate you recognizing that, Sassy Girl. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your dedication to this show and always showing me tremendous support, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Sassy Girl chat. Give her a round of applause. Putting the team on her back this evening, okay? Like fucking Greg Jennings. All of it, Phil. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to do more of it. I think I am going to do a run-in, though, guys, to give you that preview show. I'll just do it live instead of recorded. I think that's the way to do it. So be ready. And people, if you listen to the show, have your fucking DMs open, okay? Because I'm going to be inviting some folks on for that thing. The lady Starstruck with a round of applause. Yes, everyone, clap it up for fucking for your girl Sassy there. The sassiest of gals. Man, just amazing. Thank you. Holy shit, what a botch by Tay. What am I missing? I might be 2 minutes behind. I get what you mean, but play-by-play is better than yelling at nothing during the matches. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. I do think we get the return of AJ in some form. All of it, Phil. Sassy. Yes, thank you. I think AJ and Lita will do color. Oh, that's what you guys are talking about. Listen, AJ, I think, what incentive would she have to fucking show up and take heat away, take the headlines away from AEW? What incentive would she have to do that? Maybe some of the beef between CM Punk her husband and this other company, guys, I said maybe a Rhea title change. Maybe it's not that, but they're going to do something to shock everybody at Evolution or something to grab headlines away. Okay? At SNME, we're going to get a headline grabber. At Evolution, we're going to get a headline grabber. And I wouldn't be shocked if at Great American Bash, we see like Santana win that fucking title or something headline grabbing. Or like someone from TNA unexpected showing up in NXT where we're like, holy fuck. I totally expect them to and I expect this SmackDown to be like, holy shit, Punk does a run out and in the same segment as Cody Rhodes and blah blah, like just something to fucking steal attention away from All In this weekend. Which I'm sorry, this show's not doing anything to garner headlines either. Just being entirely honest. So I gave up Busted Open for PWT. Whoa. That might be the fucking greater than a super chat right now. Oh my God. That's wild. Thank you. They just went 24/7. You know what I mean? Chris is so washed. That's the third whiff of the show tonight. Ty completely missed an RKO. Yeah, she is not good and hasn't improved, man. I'm sorry. Like, and she's been out for like a year or whatever, or two. You need NXT, man. Before you're in a four-way. This is what a four-way is. Okay, we do this spot, then this spot, then this spot, then this spot. That's how you plan that. So you're like, this woman like hasn't even gone in there and fucking just had like a solid singles match yet for 8 minutes on TV. And, you know, throwing her in a fucking four-way. It's wild. PWT is the best. Thank you. Okay. I'm back. Just had some Boardwalk pizza, Coors ice cream, and fried cheesecake. Bro, you just inspired me for after my show. Okay, guys. Okay, let me chug down some liquids. Pause. LK's been a member for 13 months. According to Yahoo Sports, AEW is red hot and embracing an emphasis on outstanding wrestling. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. And then look at this match, dude. And like, not to shit on Thekla, but like, how's Bane or Thekla? How's anyone supposed to stand out in this bullshit? Tony Khan. So, thank you for being a member for 13 fucking months. What a stud. What a stud you are. Glug glug. Yeah, exactly. Let's soda water. I have the pina colada, the coconut pineapple. That's like my favorite soda water. And we're drinking President's Choice here. President's Choice. Now, I believe that's a Canadian company, right? And we have a prime minister, but I don't know why it's called President's Choice. Kevin Pierpont, another stud, been a member for 2 months. Wow, they're just rolling in today. Let me acknowledge you. Acknowledge me. Over 320 watching across X and YouTube. Come on over. We have a $400 super chat goal. We are 160 away from that goal. And then I'll watch Evolution 2 with you guys live on Sunday. Hit like, hit subscribe, become a member for only 99 cents. Get access to bonus shows every week. Every Monday, I do a bonus show. I'm live Wednesdays and Saturdays. Amazing. You guys are goated. Let's get into things. Okay, enough plugs. Enough fill the shilling, okay? And Kevin, thank you for your fucking membership for 2 months as well. What a G. The G-way. Scully vibes tapping in. What's the vibes? As is this four-way is sloppy as hell. Bro, I just was saying it, okay? You're telling me. And Scully vibes is here. Let's acknowledge you quick as well. Acknowledge me. Scully, love you, bud. We're getting right back into news. Okay, anyways, breaking news from WWE ID. The first WWE ID champions will be determined on August 1st during SummerSlam weekend in Rutherford, New Jersey, when GC Dub presents the ID Showcase. GCW sold out, man. The women's ID championship will be determined in a triple threat match. It will be Kylie Ray versus Zara Zacher versus Zeta Steele. So, like, the three women who are the most over right now in the ID program. The men's ID championship will be a singles match. The participants will be determined on July 19th when House of Champions presents the ID Showcase in Orlando. So, yeah, we should watch that as well, you know? We should watch that. I'm so happy that Motor City Machine Guns has basically adopted Fraxium. So, Alex Shelley posted this on Instagram, and he wrote, "Sometimes you meet people in life and just instantly connect with them. Axiom and Nathan Frazier are those dudes for me. I won't bog you down with the details, but Kevin Nash, my wrestling dad, gay..." No, I'm just kidding. The real cut. My wrestling dad told me the secrets to the business years ago. Just joking, guys. One was making sure you surround yourself with people who love the business. That's key. You got to love what you're doing. I love when the clique talk about, oh, we'd get in the car and everyone's just complaining about this shit. And it's like, fuck, man. That's what we do on the show. We bitch about what we love. We roast those that we love, you know? That's the old motto. So it's like, you want to talk to people who are like-minded, and not saying close yourself off from the outside world, but you want to have people who have like similar goals in mind, help you achieve that, you know? Fraxium is starving. From that passion for wrestling came shared experiences and time spent together. They're so similar to Saban and I that it just makes me laugh. Grateful for them and for WWE giving us a workplace environment to grow together. Axiom is a punk rock fan. He would have loved Beach Goons tonight at L Club Detroit. Bonus four-way super kick. And I'll say this, man. Fraxium, they teased the breakup in NXT. Then they came to the main roster, and I love them as a duo. They went from a team where I was like, I don't know about this, to me going, wow, a generational run. They're fucking awesome. They have a banger with every team they get in there with. To them getting called up and me going, fuck yeah, keep them as a team. And that's what they've done. And they've gotten over with me. They went from two guys where I was like, I don't really get it, them together, to it completely working and me even thinking they're going to have a breakup, a DIY style in NXT. Nah. They fucking go to the main roster, and this is where the little guys, the littler dudes, can thrive in the tag division. Because it makes sense with the tag aspect if like two little guys isolate a bigger dude in their side of the ring and in the corner, and they work them over, and then the tag hat, right? Like, it makes sense. The Hurricane and Rosie could fight Fraxium, and it would make sense if they get one up on Rosie and then they just like tag out, stomp his leg, tag out, stomp his leg, keep him in the corner. You know, that works for the littler dudes. And when they do like the style that's more, the tag division's more of like an AEW style thing in modern wrestling anyways, an indie style thing where it's like, you know, you have the Machine Guns and like DIY, and then you have like Los Garzas, and you have like the smaller dudes in general, right? Fraxium. And then even what are their names? Street Profits. You know, you have Montez Ford doing like fucking 12-yard flips over the post from the middle of the ring and shit. So even they adopt some of that craziness, and we've seen with the 4-ways and the 8-way, the 8-man tags and the 6-man tags, and you know they're really sort of going that route. And so Fraxium fits right in there. And I just say don't ever break them up. Like, make them a team forever. I don't need to see Nathan Frazier as a singles guy or anything ever. I don't. Now, maybe it happens. Maybe someone gets injured or something. But I don't ever, and I'm not burying them. Just they really got over as a team, and they could be a generational team on Raw or SmackDown the way that they were on NXT. And it's good that they have people like the Machine Guns there. This is why the Machine Guns are so beneficial to WWE, right? And look at the AEW fans. They don't care or say anything about the Machine Guns. They don't give a fuck that they... Remember, it was all like, oh, they're going to go to AEW or whatever. Oh, the Machine Guns, our tag division's going to cook. And then now they just don't care. Because they don't actually care about the Machine Guns. They just want Tony Khan to hog all the toys. And for WWE, they have the Machine Guns rubbing off on, pause, the no Diddy, literally, because he's not guilty. Right, guys? Am I right? I never made those jokes, Diddy. Bad boys for life, bro. We don't know. Don't come after me, for the love of God. But yeah, they have guys like Machine Guns like to rub off on them, and that's, I mean, what a better team than the fucking Machine Guns to be, and DIY to be like passing it on to Frazier and Axiom, right? I just think that's amazing. And especially just the tag mentality and all of that. So, and I love tag wrestling. You guys know that. I put it over all the time. So I'm not going to play the clip because I don't want to get sniped, but the 6. So there's 6. Seis, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people from NXT in this fucking battle royal, dude. So let's say we get 6. How many people are in the battle royal? Did they say? So let's say we get 6 from NXT. And then let's say we get like 4 outsiders and then 10 Raw and 10 from SmackDown, 30 man, or is that too much? Or let's say we get 6, 4 outsiders, and then 5 from Raw, 5 from SmackDown. And they do like a 20 woman rather. I don't know how it's going to go down, but Jada Parker, Lola Vice, Kalani Jordan, Lash Legend, Izzy Dame, Tatum Paxley. Fucking stacked. 4 hard hitters, man. And the winner of this battle royal gets a shot at the title at Clash in Paris, which is amazing. They're making it mean something. And Ava's cooking, man, as GM of NXT. And yeah, 4 brilliant names announced there. Speaking of brilliant names and Evolution 2, we of course know Nikki will be there. I expect a wild Brie Bella to show up as well. And I think when people are like, oh, they're not contacting the legends. Yeah, because Brie Bella's probably going to be in the crowd. And they probably already have some names locked in of who's going to be in the crowd and shit. Y'all are trying to get matches. Whereas Brie's just like, bring me back in anyway. I'll be there, you know? Alexa Bliss says she was only called at midnight the night before WWE Royal Rumble about potentially returning, and it was only fully decided at about 4 a.m. And if you guys remember, Shotzi was in like the makeup chair and then told, oh, you're not going out there. Alexa's returning. She's doing it. So they waited even longer to fucking tell Shotzi, which is pretty wild. But I mean, that's the business, pal. Card subject to change. And so is your paycheck.
So it was short notice that you were there. Like, when did you get the call? Yeah. When did you get the call to?
I got the call at like midnight the night before.
Wait, midnight?
Yeah, midnight
No
the
one
night
saw
before.
her. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I got the call at midnight the night before, and it wasn't fully decided until like 4 a.m. And I get a call at 5. They're like, all right, we need you on a plane by 10 a.m. I flew to, because it wasn't in Indianapolis, so no one would see me. Flew to Cincinnati, drove in, had to cover up, got snuck into a back room. There was hair and makeup. I didn't get there till 4. You guys know how this stuff works, right? I didn't get there till 4. We were first match starting at 6. So I got there at 4. I have someone in there that's like ready to do my hair. I haven't slept.
I would prefer that. I wouldn't want to like be stewing all day. Now, like obviously if I worked in WWE, I'd be professional and show up when the fuck they told me to, and I'd be 5 minutes early, right? You're not 5 minutes early, you're 1 minute late, or if you're not 1 minute early, you're 5 minutes late, or whatever the old saying is. But yeah, I would almost prefer that. But it is your return, so maybe on your return you want to be there, you know, like looking at the ring, going over shit, you know, it would be nerve-wracking for sure.
Because this was an all-night process of figuring out, and I hadn't slept, I hadn't eaten, I was deliriously tired. I'm in my house at 3 a.m. with a phone light, so I'm trying not to wake up the baby because my gear is in like next to her closet, and I'm like looking through old gear, being like, all right, what could still fit me? And I told Ryan, I was like, so at 4 a.m. I go, hey, I think I'm going to Rumble. And he was like, huh? And I go, do you want to come? And he's like, I'm so tired. What? And I go, never mind. And I just like get on a plane, go, and you know, just kind of, no one knew I was there. Not even, you know, the girls didn't know I was there until I was in Gorilla. No one knew I was there.
I mean, it was crazy. Talk about being superwoman that you can do that, by the way. I mean, good for you. That's incredible.
No, I owe all that to Bailey and Natty, because they were so great about coming in, sneaking in, and be like,
Nikki sipping that wine, bro. I can hear it in her voice. We got fucking Total Bellas, man. Bring that shit back. Those shows were fun. I don't care what anybody says. Here's the action this week. We got Monday, July 7 in Providence, Rhode Island. What? We got Tuesday NXT, which was last night in Orlando, Florida. A banger of an episode. Not gonna review it. There's just so much going on, guys. Banger of an episode. We have Ren. We're gonna check in with her. A little update on her stuff. We had Mariah May, Blake Monroe, and Jordan Grace sort of being an odd couple as well, which I could see Zarya and Sol Ruka versus Jordan Grace and Blake Monroe down the line. Jordan Grace, of course, challenging for the NXT title coming up. Just lots going on. Friday to Sunday, they have the Wild Catter, which is PBR, pro bull riding in Oklahoma City. And this is TKO's week here. SmackDown on Friday in Nashville. NXT, the Great American Bash, Saturday night's main event. UFC Fight Night on Saturday, by the way, as well. And Evolution. So I don't know when I'm going to fit the Fight Night in either, guys. And by the looks of your super chats tonight, we will be doing a fucking Evolution 2 stream. Not yet. We're not quite there. So keep getting them in. But I think we'll be doing it. So a busy weekend for your boy Phil. And I can't fucking wait. And this week's been amazing. And yeah, we're doing a preview show tomorrow. So make sure you're locked into this goddamn channel. Speaking of locked super chats and locked in here, I see a couple more. Let me just see where I'm at. So vibes. Okay, so Joseph Alexander JJ from White Heat. Joe Piscopo fans, anyone? Dibs on co-hosting the pre-show stream. Well, I don't know if that's up for dibs, but yes. I'm going to fire you a message, my good sir. Steve Sanchez for 10 says, gotta pay for that kind of sloppy. What, this show? Steve, I'm offended. No. Thank you so much. But yeah, who is buying the All-In pay-per-view? Right? Who are you buying it and are you watching it? Right? Because those are two separate questions, chat. I really want to know. Who wants to know? Who wants to know about me? Right? So maybe I'll put a poll up in chat or in the community post. Thank you, Steve Sanchez. Gotta pay for that kind of sloppy. Cash Monet for 5 says, watch Evolve. Callie Armstrong is better than anyone on AEW. Thank you. So Callie Armstrong is a name we need to be on the lookout for, I suppose, according to Cash Monet. We trust your judgment here. You're always in the chat here at PWT, and thank you. I love people dropping nuggets of names of who to look for on Evolve and that, but I'm not going to lie. I'm like 3 weeks behind on even throwing Evolve on, okay? I'm behind on a lot of stuff because I've been putting in work on that Phil Marks Out stuff and seeing a lot of movies and shit. I'm seeing Superman a day early tomorrow. Can't wait. Okay. But we'll take your word for it, Cash Monet, and thank you, my guy, for contributing to the show.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Tukey Shark's been a member for 2 months. Haka Haka Ogain. Haka Haka Ogen. What am I missing? I don't know, Tukey Shark, but God bless you, my friend, for being a member for 2 months. Kevin Kayfabe became a November. A Newfember. That's Newfies, people from Newfoundland. Okay, when they become members. But Kevin Kayfabe has joined and now has access to Member Monday shows. So amazing. That's my bonus show every week. King Dingaling's been a member for 1 month. You guys are fucking goated, man. Thank you. Was almost 3 months on Clips, but wanted to be where I could clown on sickos, but PWT Live is a priority. So thank you, Phil, in the community, even the sickos. Bro, thank you.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
And yes, thank the sickos and the wackos, man. Truly. And thank the dirt sheets fucking around. It spawned me. Okay.
Wrestling's not fake.
All right. So thank them. Okay, because it's because of them PWT even fucking exists. And thank you, King Dingaling. I always see you hanging out in chat too, and I really appreciate you and your membership. Lincoln Hawk for 5. For Sanko. Has this to say, Wheeler Yuta has the same hair as the fat member of the Gain Green Gang from Powerpuff Girls. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. What a pull. What a fucking pull. What a pull, dude. You're absolutely right. Look at this motherfucker right here. Can we pull up this image? Yeah, let's share this tab. Here we go. Do you guys see that? The Gain Green Gang from Powerpuff Girls. It's so true. Holy shit. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's so good, man. So, chat, we're at 269. Pause, 269. Wow, what a number. I know some of the sickos in the chat are having fun with that. 69 me Don, or what did Kenny say? Yeah, 69 me Don when he's a callus back in the day. The guy with the long hair from Gain Green Gang. God damn it, what a good show. I can't believe that show went anywhere, you know? That's all they do. And one said, I don't like Ricky Starks now because he said, oh, Kenny D chimes in here. Kenny D says, I can't drop 50 on All In. I have too many ex-WWE wrestlers to support on OF.
You what?
Oh,
you
man.
fucking mark!
Just gooning over there, Yeah, there's 5 new wrestlers were released from WWE, dude. You better fucking save up your shekels. I can't believe Joe had to wrestle Yuta for like 15 minutes, man. Fucking terribly disappointing. Okay, let's get back to news. So we have a lot of WWE news to get to. So FX orders comedy pilot. And guys, we're at 275. We'll just round it up by 1 peso there. And yeah, we're at 275 right now for the super chat goal. You guys are goated. So let me give you a goat sound. And look, Dennis King. It's been a member for 10 goddamn months. That's almost a year. Amazing, 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 amazing. Incredible. Okay. So, let's play another breaking news, shall we? I'm liking the drops tonight. There's been so many. FX orders comedy pilot Movers from Rob Ben Garant and Kathy Shim. WWE's Becky Lynch is among the cast. Amazing Variety reporting on this, and the way they focus on, look, WWE's this, and they're doing an interview with Cena and saying, talk about your time in WWE. Telling you, man, wrestling is fucking hot, hot, hot. Ole, 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 ole. Getting hot, hot, hot. 84 likes. Jericho's going to do a fucking run-in if somebody doesn't figure things out here. Lillian Garcia took to her Instagram and confirmed that she will be the announcer at Evolution 2. I mean, who else would you get to do it? And what did I tell you guys about Becky Lynch acting and shit, too? Phil don't fucking miss, especially with that stuff. Okay, because I hear the water cooler talk, and I'm a wrestling fan, so I got buds who can't wait to come to me and go, did you hear about this wrestler do it? Yeah, you know, so I don't miss with that shit, man. Tyler Bate has provided an update on his status via Instagram saying that he's not injured and just waiting on the bench. Fucking fed TKO. Nick Khan lying about benching people. He's on the bench. What about the strong little boy? The strong, big little boy. He's on the bench, man. Get him off the bench, man. So an emotional statement, again, from NXT. It was announced that the D'Angelo family has officially come to an end, and there will be a triple threat between Luca Cruz. Sorry if I butcher the names. Luca Crucifino, Tony D'Angelo, and Channing Stax Lorenzo, and Adriana Hizzo, or Rizzo rather. I say Hizzo because Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you know. We say the R's with Hoist, you know. Helion, Gracie. But anyways, the end of an era being Portuguese. No, the end of an era being a part. So this is Adriana Rizzo who put this tweet out, and she announced this match. She should be the fucking special ref, or like the special timekeeper or something if they haven't announced it. And she should go off with one of these dudes. But it's crazy. They're not keeping this a faction for the main roster. You'd think they do that. Hey, we need people to fight Wyatt Six. Hey, we need tag team competitors for these fucking world tag team titles on Raw. Hey, we need more factions and shit to battle other factions. You'd have thought they'd keep these guys together and call them up. I don't know what the fuck Shawn Michaels and Triple H are thinking. They think they're going to push each of these guys as singles. I mean, sure, but they could have came up and got over like the Shield. And you could have had them fucking doing this whole mob and like cheating to win and da-da-da-da-da on the main roster for a while, I feel like. But instead, no, they're just pulling the trigger on NXT. But Adriana Rizzo said, the end of an era. Being a part of the D'Angelo family is a chapter of my life that I'll cherish forever. We laughed, fought, celebrated, and built something special together. This wasn't just a faction, it was a family. As we all set off on our own paths, I'll carry the memories, lessons, and bonds we made for life. La famiglia per sempre, per sempre. So that's Adrian. Was that a good Rizzo? I don't know. We're working out the kinks on that one, chat. That was my first time ever trying it, okay? So in WWE 2K25, New Jack's entrance theme will play through his no DQ single matches. Fucking incredible, man. There's such marks for New Jack. I never thought we'd see New Jack in a WWE game. Now I believe he will get inducted into the Hall of Fame, even though he's tried to fucking murder people in Minecraft. Not even in Minecraft, in ECW, and IRL. No. But no, it's pro wrestling, so hey, he was never convicted of nothing, right? But Nick Khan was a big fan of him. And you know that Nick Khan being a big ECW fan and just wrestling fan in general, him and Tony Khan sort of beef and butt heads about that as well behind the scenes. And I think that, I'm not saying this is all jabs at AEW. Not everything's about AEW, but you know Nick Khan being like, well, I'm a huge ECW fan, and like wrapping up and roping up and using all of the, like putting a bow on, here you go, here's some New Jack in WWE, even if it's in the video game. Who knows if he'll go in the Hall of Fame and shit. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but just a little cherry on top of like, well, yeah, we'll give you New Jack where he comes out in no DQ singles matches. It'll play his music the whole time, like the Gangstas used to do. And also they're saying he comes out with a trash can full of weapons. And then like you can use that trash can full of weapons and pull weapons from it or whatever. So that's fucking amazing, dude. And I'm going to use the shit out of him. All the DLC, what they're doing is they are making the DLC packs fun as well. It's not just like, well, here, we'll add a wrestler. Like using Abyss, using Great Khali is like a unique experience, and it's actually fun as fuck, you know? So more of that, please, and more of Tony Khan and Nick Khan beefing over who's the bigger ECW mark. That was the point I was trying to get to at the beginning of the rant. I'm not sure if I got there so succinctly as Hangman and Ospreay. I'm trying to give this AEW show its fucking due. But anyways, from Fanatics Collect, they share a story about how Logan Paul bought Wayne Gretzky's 1988 Stanley Cup hockey stick, and it's a highly prized piece of sports history because it was used by the Great One during one of the most memorable seasons of his career. In '88, Gretzky led the Edmonton Oilers to win their 4th Stanley Cup in 5 years, solidifying their dynasty in the NHL. It was also his final Stanley Cup victory. And yeah, man, it was the dynasty, the Oilers fucking dynasty. And Logan Paul quote tweeted this and was like, don't regret it one bit. And look at him marking out. Even the Fanatics people are kind of like smirking and laughing at him, and people are like, dude, why'd you pay that much for the stick? He's a huge Wayne Gretzky mark. Listen to him marking out over the Great One, and this made me more of a Logan Paul fan in kayfabe, I guess. I'm not the biggest Logan Paul fan IRL, gotta be honest, but no, he bought this stick, whatever, and here's him marking out over Wayne Gretzky, who is the GOAT, by the way, and hockey in general.
You let everybody in the crowd know what you paid for Wayne Gretzky's stick.
I paid $336,000 for it. But that's Wayne Gretzky. He's the great one. He's the great one. He's number 99. He's Wayne Gretzky. There's greatness in the stick. I felt it. I held the stick, and I could feel the Gretzky in it.
It was the stick of destiny. Yeah. Who is this lady right here? Who is that? Like Emma Roberts? Who is this? Why does she look familiar? But I don't know who she is.
I could feel the Gretzky in it. I don't regret the purchase. And actually, Wayne Gretzky texted me because of it. He said, "You bought my stick." He said, "I'll sign it." I said, "Wayne, you already did sign it back in 1999. But hey, if you want to double sign,
yes, you get him to sign it again all those years later. Holy fuck, that's a great purchase.
That's really funny. My fiance was basically like, "What are you doing? Like, why are you? This is a stick. It's a wooden stick."
You let every
man. And then Logan Paul's like, I'm going to break this stick in a YouTube video. This week, I'm snapping the stick in half. He snaps it, and like you see the spirits fucking escaping, all the magic. Today, I'm going to be like Mike. Dude, I got this stick, and now I'm playing hockey, and like, bro, I can play like Gretzky. Dude. Jonathan Coachman says Lyra Valkyria is terrible after her promo with Becky Lynch and Bayley on Raw, which I didn't think it was that. Like, what's got the only thing Lyra gets reactions for is her on the stick. So I don't really know what Coach is watching here, but Coach says, I don't believe a thing Lyra says on the mic. I am begging WWE to start working with some of these talents on delivering promos. It has to go both ways, and Bayley and Becky are light years ahead of Lyra. There are levels on the mic. Yes. Oh, really? You think Bayley and Becky are light years ahead of fucking Lyra? The new rookie year in WWE. This is her rookie fucking year on the main roster. Her rookie run on the fucking roster. And you're like, oh man, Becky and Bayley, who've been doing this for 13 years, are fucking way better than her. No shit. No shit. That's why they put her out there to learn on the fly, and she's carrying her weight. And I'm not the biggest fan of Bird Lady, but Christ's sakes, chat, like, what is Coach on about? There are levels on the mic, and if you're going to he on Raw, be on Raw, I think you meant to say, you have to be at the highest level. If we stack up Coach's promos, now he was good. Okay, but if we stack them up to fucking Lyra's, like, was he not cheesy as fuck? I remember Coach getting shitted on all the time because of how cheesy he fucking was wearing those sunglasses on Raws and stuff back then. So according to a report from TMZ Sports, the Southern California beach house belonging to WWE superstars Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch. Yeah, dude, you can't have beaches and beach houses in California. Like, people will legit just stalk, like, they just stalk where celebrities live at, and then they wait till they're out of town, and they just fucking rob their houses. This happens so much now, especially in the States. It's pretty fucking crazy, dude. But yeah, the house, their beach house, so it's not their house, but still one of their fucking homes. That's got to feel terrible. Law enforcement sources told the outlet that the break-in occurred at approximately 3 a.m., just hours after both Rollins and Lynch had performed on Monday Night Raw in Providence, Rhode Island. Thankfully, no one was inside the home at the time. The report states that the suspect or suspects broke in through a rear slider and took cash from the residence. Seth Rollins was the one who made the 911 call to report the burglary. Was he like, man, someone... I am a revolutionary. I am a visionary. I am $20,000 poorer because they stole my fucking my hand safe that's in my room. You know, my side safe I keep at the beach house. They stole the whole thing. My Rolex was in there. You know? They stole money and $20,000 in goofy fucking outfits. Imagine breaking into that closet. They broke those fucking boots I wore. And my wife's Labubu doll. No, Seth Rollins. Okay, as of now, no arrests have been made and an investigation is reportedly ongoing. Yeah, it's fucked, man. You got to like hire 24-hour security, or, you know, like, you got to be able to do what The Rock does, or being a celebrity in 2025. Motherfuckers are going to wait for you to leave your house. It's happening to football players. Like, you just don't hear about it all the time because it happens so fucking frequently now. And there's that documentary on Netflix, I believe, about that guy who would like sleuth Perez Hilton websites and shit and was robbing all those celebrities. You guys see that? And he was just like going into their houses and they weren't leaving their fucking doors locked. And he's like, okay, I know they're going to be at this movie premiere, or the awards are tonight, so let's just go and walk in through their side door and steal all their shit, you know? So again, WWE SummerSlam comedy show, WWE Late Night, which is like a throwback to the late night, and, you know, it's going to be like a late night talk show with some roast jokes and shit, with Tony Hinchcliffe, and they're trying to figure out a way to incorporate him. Him being on commentary wasn't the best look. Maybe they'll do it again. I think he did a great job as far as like knowing when to chime in and knowing about the wrestlers, but the problem is people don't want him being like, oh yeah, this guy's got a hairy back. Yeah, you know, like that Tony Hinchcliffe shit. It just doesn't really fit the wrestling show. And roast comedy isn't for everybody. You know, it's just that simple. There's a lot of people who think roast comedy is like hacky just to begin with. Whereas there's a lot of people who think that's the best. That's the only true type of comedy where you can actually get away with. It's not about getting away with saying shocking shit either. It's not about that. Like, because a lot of people rely on that. Let me just make an abortion joke and try, you know what I mean? And just shock the crowd. And a lot of people fall back on that. It's kind of hacky. And I agree. But it is like a place where everyone involved signs up to like, nothing's off limits and let's just be free to be funny. And I really believe people, you know, I'm not one of these guys like Elon Musk. Oh, they're trying to ban comedy. Did you say what they're trying to do? Like that shit's so hack. I get it. There's so many people like, oh man, the comedians were the only free speech in the world. I'm canceled. Check out my Netflix special. Isn't free speech great? Like that shit. You guys know I roast all that shit all the time because it's hacky. It's corny to me. But at the same token, like you have to be able to make fucking jokes. And the people who sign up for roasts know like, okay, the gloves are off and we can kind of say, now this is just late night though. Like we don't even know if this is going to be like opening monologue, like Daily Show style. I feel like it's going to be more that vibe. And then with some guests, right? Like maybe Triple H is a guest, whatever. Maybe someone gets attacked on the show. But it's going to be like that Vince McMahon late night. Yeah, late night, pal. It even has the retro logo and all that. So again, Ringside News is like fan backlash. Where was the backlash? I don't hear anybody crying about it this time. And if they are crying about it, they're just crying about like the roast, right? And Netflix and WWE are trying to figure out how do we incorporate Hinchcliffe into stuff that we're doing. I mean, if the limit to your guys' comedy intake, if pro wrestling's off limits to like, hey, Nia Jax is a big woman and I'm going to make, she's a football player, you know, her safe word is hut, hut, hike or whatever the joke, like she laughed about it. And then she went and made jokes back at David Lucas or whatever that night. If you guys listen to the roast, we have the audio, right? And she's like, oh, it's funny you made those jokes because you wanted to fuck me or whatever. It's a roast. And you have to be able to have fun. So if wrestling's above like jokes and shit, I just don't think it is, man. I think if you're not able to laugh at how silly wrestling is and at yourself, or if you think racial jokes cause a divide more than bring people together, you have a room full of all these different walks of life. And then Cat Williams is doing a fucking racial joke and we're all laughing at white people together. Then we're laughing at Mexican people together. And that doesn't bring you together more. I think like you're backwards if you think that you should be triggered. Like, no, that's what Dave Chappelle tried to do too, dude. That's why he did the racial draft and all of that, you know, like that whole sketch was his type of comedy. Was that like just making fun of any and everyone. And I think that's what you have to do, man, to just like, we can't be taking ourselves so goddamn seriously all the time, you know? And the problem is you do get a lot of preachy fucks in comedy who are like, not everyone's Dave Chappelle. Not everyone can just preach to you and you go, it's comedy, but it's like something more than that. And I'm extrapolating more. Some people just need to go and tell dick jokes. So I'm fucking this girl. Oh, you know, like some people just need to go and make jokes. And I get why Tony, he tries to blur that, like, I'm kind of political. So I get it. It triggers people. But at the same time, give this show a chance. If it's more a la Jon Stewart and like in the Daily Show, then that's what I'm hoping for as well, right? However, they should have just got Jon Stewart to do that if that's what that show is going to be. But you'd have to pay him like buku buck. That guy's got fucking so much money. So they're just what this is, to boil it down. Because, again, we're going to get so many people crying about this the day after it happens, and then no one will give a fuck, just like the roast, right? And why? Because the wrestlers don't give a fuck, and they shouldn't. However, Netflix and WWE are trying to figure out how to get Hinchcliffe and comedians and these comedians, his circle of friends and shit, involved in like just cross promoting, because Tony's also has Kill Tony on Netflix now. They drop, I think, an episode on their quarterly or so. I don't have no idea how they're doing that. Only one has come out, but yeah, they're just trying to figure out how to integrate everything together, brand synergy, if you will. And hopefully this late night show is it, because if this show fucking sucks and no one enjoys it and everyone roasts it afterwards, you know, this might be it for Tony and the wrestling crossovers. But I just don't see it as long as they're in business with Netflix, because they all just have vested interests in getting this Tony Hinchcliffe and Tom Segura and shit. They want these guys crossed over with the wrestling audiences and the UFC audiences and vice versa, okay? That's the Rogan sphere, if you will, of comedians. So hopefully I did justice there in explaining why you shouldn't be a pussy and just try and enjoy that fucking show is basically what I was saying there. Just long-winded. Shayna Baszler was reportedly listed as a producer for last night's NXT. She was listed alongside Chris Gerard for the Kalani Jordan versus Lainey Reed match. Lainey Reed just taking the world by storm, man. And WWE released her on May 2nd as a part of Talent Cuts. However, she's been working there as a producer. Round of applause for her, I guess, getting her job back. Shayna got her groove back, right? Yeah. I'm just happy for her, and she's a great eye and ear for talent, I suppose. I don't know if ear matters, maybe for promos wise. And yeah, she'd make a great producer. They don't want to lose that connect with Josh Barnett either. And I'm pretty sure Barnett is her agent or manager or whatever. And I'm not saying like they would lose that connect, but Baszler's someone. And I'm glad she accepted the role, because it's like they just might not see anything for her in ring going forward. But you can still, she's still a solid mind as a shooter and a pro wrestler, you know? So why would you want to get rid of that entirely? So yeah, Thirsty Thurston says Nick Khan personally is an investor in John Wall Street. So why do you need to write this fucking story? He did it because John Wall Street reported some fucking nice shit about WWE and TNA again. And Carlos Silva did an interview there. And so Thurston's like, oh, Nick Khan's an investor there. So does that mean Carlos Silva's lying? You're a dick suck for fucking anti-WWE rhetoric. So do you work for AEW then? Like, who gives a fuck? Who's paying you? Like, who cares, dude? Thirsty ass Thurston. Speaking of thirsty, here is Charlotte Flair on a boat. And she talks about Tiffany Stratton's 0-3 marriage remarks. And she says, it rocked me legit. I'm not too proud to tell you that. My reaction to that line was as genuine as it gets. See? She was fucking flustered. No, it was a work. You don't know. I think your boy Phil's got a pretty good eye and finger on the pulse of what's going on in that fucking ring a little bit as far as an observer. And the greatest observer, Brian. And she looked flustered, bro, to be honest. I think Tiffy started licking. It was all rehearsed. Yeah, she practiced it in the mirror 45 times because the anxiety was flowing, because she fucking knew she was going to go off the rails during that promo. I truly believe that. But yeah, Charlotte says, in my head, Charlotte hasn't been divorced, so I was... What? What are you, a born-again virgin too? It don't work like that, ladies. I'm sorry to tell you. No, she's talking about the character Charlotte. I get it. But then Charlotte wouldn't have... No, in your head, though. So I'm going to call you out, Charlotte, because in previous promos, you had told Liv Morgan, oh, I have real Latino heat at home, when you were married to Andrade, right? So you did bring that into kayfabe yourself. But anyways, she says, so I wasn't expecting it to come up in that promo. Yeah, I think she wasn't expecting a lot of that shit to come up in that promo. We talked about WWE 2K25 earlier, and it's revealed that the new Wyatt 6 quest is coming tomorrow to the island. And there will also be footage of Bray Wyatt and promos and shit that he filmed, I guess, that will be exclusive to the game, like little bits of him talking and maybe some stuff you didn't see that was supposed to be on TV that never got a chance to be on TV. But will be accessible beyond the cemetery gates in the Deadlands without needing to complete any chapters. Good, because I'm only done chapter 1. And they're here. Wyatt 6 is on the island with some exclusive Bray Wyatt stuff, and I can't wait for that. Let me check in with chat. Also, how fucking dumb and shitty is the ending to this Dynamite chat? So Swerve wasn't in the match because he had to go get a bulldozer or a crane. So it's just coincidental bad baby booking shit. Well, Swerve wasn't in this match because we have Shibata, so he was there to get a crane. The real reason. It's like the Casino Battle Royal. Oh, so he wasn't in the match because you wanted to do a fucking crane spot with him that nobody popped for, and then Ospreay's doing moonsaults and shit. Right, and we know that Hangman's gonna win at All In. So fucking Hangman, the buckshot lariat gets interrupted, European uppercut, and then fucking he just squares off with Moxley. Why wouldn't you hit Moxley? This show fucking sucks, man. This is the problem. Wolverine DX for 5 says, I still can't believe Athena is not on that card. Bro, we're going to talk about that in AEW news. Athena's not on the card. Neither's Queen Aminata, who's like, don't ask me if I'll be on the show. I don't know, or something she said. We'll get into that. Yeah, what, just like a convoluted shitty? Yeah, Swerve's like, I know, bro. I'll come in and flip a car with a crane like the Attitude Era, man. And everyone will be like, holy shit, what an ending. This show fucking stinks, man. Wolverine DX for $5 says, oh yeah, why make her promote that show? Because she's from Texas, B. That's where she fucking lives, bro. So they just paraded her out there for nothing. It's quite despicable, actually. And Thomas Moore for 10. My word, guys. Says CM Punk did it. CM Punk did what? It's like The Simpsons. CM Punk did everything, dude. CM Punk did fucking everything. Who do the Cucks fight at All In? They're fighting fucking Ospreay and Swerve. Now, look, this show still hasn't ended. Overrun, so that the Bucks can come look at and slap their limo. Oh, fuck, man. This is the worst go home. Like, they think they're doing Attitude Era type shit, and they're not doing anything, man. They're not cooking at all. This is I'm giving you, chat, a trombone flop. And we are at 290. We are 110 away from our super chat goal. $400 to unlock Evolution 2 watch party as I give this fucking Dynamite a trombone flop. And this is how bad they are at booking. Hangman, it ends with him and his music playing because they think they're going to like, yeah, everyone all in. We're together. AEW, we're back. And then so what happens? Does that mean Hangman defends his fucking title? Or I mean, doesn't win the title rather, and Moxley defends his fucking title because they're sending the baby faces like the crowd home happy tonight and trying to give the baby face pop? Or is Tony Khan just a terrible booker and doesn't know how to build up anxiety and anticipation? Or does this mean he's going to do the fucking old school, like just the fallback basic booker thing and have Moxley win at All In? And they're going to continue the shit. I think Hangman has to win, or like a shitload of fans are going to just be like, we're done with this and we're not watching this anymore. But honestly, man, like other than that ending segment, what the fuck was that go home show? Right? That's what's that's what's really getting me. So I don't know, guys. Let me know what I want to check in with chat. What do you guys think of that AEW go home show for All In? I mean, I'm not hyped. We've already seen all that shit. We've already seen the Bucks and Will Ospreay and Swerve beef with each other. No one cares that they flipped the limo and then Buddy danced while other Buddy was looking angry and shit. No one gives a fuck, okay? I just got to be perfectly honest. Nobody gives a flying fuck. about any of that. The crowd was like, why are 15 things happening? Swerve shows up with a limo. He flips the limo, and then Ospreay does a fucking moonsault off the top rope into 12 people. And then Hangman goes for a lariat, but then one of the people who got moonsaulted on comes in, European uppercut, gets clothesline, then a stare down. And then Moxley just stands there while Hangman gets thrown a chain. And then they stare each other down. And then all of a sudden we go back outside and the Bucks are like, oh man, what happened here? We need to be the last ones on camera. What happened to our limo, man? Even though that should have happened before. This should have been 4 different things that happened throughout the night. Tony Khan's such a bad fucking booker. He just threw everyone in at the end. 500 people, 12 stories overlapping. No, why didn't like one segment to end the show, Swerve flips the car. One segment is the Moxley Hangman stare down. One segment, Ospreay does the fucking moonsault off the thing. Like, why not make this an exciting show? They just cram it all in. This is what Tony hoped. You tune into the overrun, and then you see a goofball flipping a limo, and then a guy do a moonsault on 12 people. It's like jingling keys in front of a baby. Tony Khan thinks, oh, the people who tune in for the overrun show, what they're going to see is like 15 fucking people doing 100 different things, and no one knows what the fuck's going on, and the Young Bucks looking like goofs. That's what he thought was going to happen. And then you'll all buy pay-per-views. It's so bad, man. I'm not trying to be shitty, but like, that's so fucking bad. Okay? So chat, I give that a C minus. Okay? A C minus. So if my fucking memory, if my math serves me correctly, we're at $290, guys. We're $110 away from our super chat goal tonight. Thank you so much. You guys have been fucking amazing. Let me check in with chat, and then we got more news to get to. We're not done this show yet. That's far too generous. C minus is too high. Okay, a D plus. C minus is way too generous. Okay. 2 thumbs down my throat. Gay, no. Anorexic, no. That is a passing grade. Okay, fair enough. Muhaha. Then they'll all buy the pay-per-view. Muhaha. This is great. I'm off to work. I'll catch the replay. Sounds good, buddy. We'll see you. Make sure you leave a comment. Kyle Huckins says Russo might be an upgrade on Tony. Well, that's way earlier in the show, buddy. Watch a college gymnastic match and you'll see the same thing half the AEW roster does. I can see Moxley winning and Darby turning heel. I can see Moxley winning and then Darby showing up to face off with him, though. I can see them just sticking with Moxley, which will just kill their show, dude. Okay. If you are 40 plus years old, of course you've seen all this stuff. People like us in our 20s have not. It's new to us. No, this isn't new, bro. No. This isn't new. I'm 33. Okay? I'm a 90s baby. I'm 33. And guess what? Flipping a crane's already dead and gone. Like, okay, so when MJF sprays everyone with a fucking beer truck or whatever the fuck that was, we've already seen that twice in WWF, bro. So yes, there's a bit of Simpsons did it, but you're doing the joke. There's a literal Family Guy joke about that where Charles Manson is sitting in a cell and he's like, if I haven't seen it, it's new to me. That's crazy guy. Like, okay, so I'm going to make a movie called Robo Detective and it's RoboCop, but because people in their 20s haven't seen it, no, it doesn't make it less hacky. And that's this entitled bullshit you new fucking millennials have where you think like, oh, I'm the first one to think this thought out of my fucking friend group, so it needs to be tweeted out and it's prolific. Like, no. You know what I mean? Like, everything's just rehashed bullshit. You don't get it. That's why everything's shitty, you know? So we need more of you guys to accept that what you're looking at is shit, rehashed garbage, right? I give it 3 out of 5 fears for my life.
That's great.
That's amazing. No, brag about AEW, dude. The Freebird came on here. Do it. I want everyone to try and put AEW over, you know? And it's no reason to get mad, but you can just dismantle shitty logic like that, you know? We've never seen it, so it's, you know, it's new to us, so it's amazing. No, because the key demo's going down and down. AEW skewing older now. Why? Because the people who's watching it, the people in their 30s and 40s who were watching fucking New Japan clips a decade ago. That's who's watching this shit now. You know what I mean? And you look at the key demo of SmackDown, it's doing like over 3 times what Collision will do, which is on a similar day, Thursday or Saturday, sometimes Friday. You know what I mean? So Rampage was on Fridays or whatever. So anyways, guys, we're at 94 likes. 1 more to go. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the show is Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yeah.
Hey, you guys did it to yourself, man. I don't make the rules. I just abide by them. Okay. So we have lots more WWE news. We have AEW news as well. We ain't going nowhere, dude. We ain't going nowhere. All right. We still here. Okay. Moving along here. Let's hit another breaking news, because fuck it. Because fuck it, that's why. WWE Raw drew its lowest numbers for last week's episode. The show scored 2.5 million views globally for the week per Netflix data, 4% down 4% from the prior week, and with 4.6 million hours viewed, it's down 12%. The views and hours viewed were both the lowest yet. The show ranked number 3 for the week on US, number 3 on Netflix for the week. That ain't bad at all. Even with the prior week, and number 5 globally, down from 4. So I don't know, man. It's summertime, and I give AEW this as well. You know, when they pop their good rating for Grand Slam Mexico. I know it's a hot lucha summer, but even on my YouTube channel, man, views are down and shit in the summertime. Anyone will tell you that, you know. And then they're up around the holidays where everybody's home and there's not much to do and you're inside more. So again, man, it's doom and gloom bullshit. Their lowest rating on Netflix is their highest ratings they've done in years and years. If you factor in the entire global viewership, and it's all good, man. It's all part of the show. Netflix and them are happy. People are trying to doom and gloom with WWE, and they just don't understand what the initiative here is here with Netflix, which I've been on the forefront of breaking down this entire fucking time. And Raj just spits. So where's all the sickos? Raj is just the WWE defender. Where are you sickos getting mad at him when he posts? Look, their lowest numbers. The same way I determine AEW's lowest numbers. They don't keep the same energy because they're dumb fucks and they don't care. In a new photo from WWE's upcoming Unreal docuseries, Alba Fire is listed as Lyra Valkyria's opponent in the semifinals of the Women's IC Championship tournament on December 30th, implying the original plan was for her to defeat Natalya and Io Sky in the first round. Pretty fucking crazy. But not shocking either. And so they knew they were going to make the releases. That's all that tells me. They knew that Isla Dawn was not going to be there. They knew that they were keeping Alba Fire for a long time. And they knew that they were going to push her in the IC. tournament. And then when the whole Chelsea Green Secret Harvest thing came up and they looked at who's coming back and what's going on and, oh, is Alexa Bliss this? And they sort of looked at everything. They decided, okay, Alba, you go over here. But this just tells me that they planned on keeping her and that she will ultimately end up getting an IC title run at some point, or maybe a shot at the belt, and they see a future in Alba Fire. And I've said it as well. People got to remember how big of a component she was in NXT UK and NXT as a singles and a tag, you know, and they see a lot in Alba Fire, and, you know, they realistically always have. And Isla Dawn, maybe not as much. I don't know why they released her, but maybe they just saw Alba as a singles, and then the Secret Harvest stuff came up. And then maybe ultimately Alba and Chelsea have a feud, or just whatever comes of that. But yeah, they have plans for her, is essentially why she didn't get released along with her tag partner. People wondered why. That's why. Whatever it is, Triple H has her factored into, she was going to be IC champ, it looked like, you know, or at least the runner-up. So there you go. And then Dakota Kai got that slot, and then she got fucking released. So there you have it. Tommy Dreamer comments on, and maybe that meant Alba was on the chopping block, and then they swapped her with Dakota. But I don't know if they were looking at, oh, let's put someone in the finals and then release them. I don't know why they view that as a beneficial thing to do at all. But Tommy Dreamer comments on Karrion Kross after last night's Raw on Busted Open. Shout out Busted Open. And yeah, I agree with him here. And it's just everybody repeating the same thing now. Like, what more does he got to do? He takes out one of the most beloved baby faces and everyone's cheering him. And this isn't, yeah, let's cheer the bad guy. This is like, Kross is over and we want him, so please give us Kross. Because that's who the fuck we want, WWE. We don't care if he's bad. We don't care if he's good. We just want more of him. We'll boo him if you want. But right now, we want more and we want to see more. So we're going to cheer him every time we see him to let you fucking know this is what we want. Okay? So, again, this is a take everybody has, because it's the only take to have at this point in the fucking discussion when it comes to WWE and Karrion Kross.
Karrion Kross comes out after he did his damage, after he attacked one of your top baby faces, and the people are going,
oh my God, pause the show. Michael Driard for 110, putting us at the fucking limit. We did it, everyone. Thank Michael Driard, who just came in and secured a Sunday show, Evolution 2. Oh my God. Oh my God. Amazing. So it's locked in. I will be live Sunday for Evolution 2. Amazing stuff, guys. Amazing fucking stuff, guys. So thank you very much, Michael Driard, and he just did the damn thing, put us at the 400, and PWT Universe is absolutely goated. Round of applause, chat, for Michael Driard. Just got you guys another show. You all did it together, but he really fucking tipped it over the edge there. Michael Driard says, I call this generation the Christopher Columbus generation. Out here thinking they discovering shit. And it's funny because that's just it, right? Like, it's the perfect analogy, because like the history books will tell you he discovered shit that he didn't really discover. You know what I mean? So exactly. It's so fucking funny. I love that. The Christopher Columbus generation. I really love that one. And yeah, Phil, we're going to be smoking on that Evolution pack this Sunday, my guy. He just came in and said, dude, we're going hard on a Sunday. We're going to have the club going up on a Sunday for Evolution 2. I can't wait for it. And there you go, guys. The price was right tonight, man. Thank you very much, Michael Driard. Everybody, make sure you show him some love, and also show Steve Sanchez some love, who throws in a 20. And how about this? If we get to 500, I'll go live for the preview show tomorrow, or I'll just record it. I mean, it's up to you guys. There you go. If we hit 500, you guys will force my hand, and I'll just go live for the preview show during the day. You'll get another show from Phil Marks Thursday. But Yeah, that'll be like an hour long or so because I got to fucking go see Superman. All right. But Steve Sanchez, there you go. He just another 20. We're at 420. So where's the Perry Pack smoke up? There you go. But we already got the Sunday show. So this is amazing. Anyways, Steve Sanchez for Miss Marks, since we got Phil's for some wrestling. Hey, yeah, it's her birthday coming up this month. So there you go. You just got her a bottle of wine there. So thank you very much, Steve Sanchez. The whole entire PWT universe, another round of applause for you all. Thank you guys so much. And let's continue the show. We got a lot to get to. I don't give a fuck. We reached our goal, but I ain't done. The show ain't over. We didn't even get to AEW news yet. We're still trudging through WWE. So thank you very much. Let's get back into the hot news. And yes, I'll just throw that out there. If we hit 500, I'll go live. If not, tomorrow. If not, I'll record it during the day. You'll get it later in the night so I can edit it nice for you guys because I like to do my edits. But I will go live for the preview show if that's what you guys want. But anyways, Tommy Dreamer on Karrion Kross. He continues along here.
For him. They're cheering for him, though he's just playing the role of the bad guy. So, like, what is it? What do you have to do to be the heel? One of the greatest minds I've had the pleasure of being around was Ravishing Rick Rude. Rick Rude was tall, good looking, could wrestle, had an amazing body. Why would you ever?
Fuck, he really did have an amazing body, bro. Can you guys see that? Look at that bod, dude. On Rick Rude, on God. Make you wish you have this hot bod, you sweat hogs.
Ever boo for Rick Rude because it was everything he did in the ring. Bobby Heenan said cool stuff. Ravishing Rick Rude said cool stuff. And they were booed. And they went out there and made great baby faces because of how great of heels that they were. I need to be talked down off the ledge here. I don't know who to cheer and boo anymore. Karrion Kross, good looking, friggin' good body, can wrestle, does take bumps, has the hot girl. Why should...
Here's the thing, Tommy Dreamer. We'll boo him, but we just want him on TV. Do you get it? So, and I'm not like trying to call Tommy Dreamer out here, but it's like fans are going to cheer what they want. They're not going to like boo him really hard and make it seem like, no, we don't want you or whatever, even though that's the reaction WWE wants. They were hoping he'd get like super huge boos, which is as good as cheers in wrestling. Sometimes even better. But they're cheering because they just want him on TV. They don't give a fuck what he's doing. So we'll boo him, Tommy. I know it's weird because we're in the Christopher Columbus generation, right? We're just making shit up these days, but it's a little different now. This gen just wants him so fucking bad. They're not even cheering him because of the Stone Cold thing. Yeah, we're with you in your actions. It's not that. We're just like, put him on fucking TV, man. We want Kross badly. He's a star. Push this guy. If he's on TV every week and in meaningful shit, we'll boo the shit out of him, you know? But they fucked up and they didn't capitalize on that. Because we said it. We've been like, well, we want Kross. Oh, maybe Kross gets a push. Maybe Kross. Now it's this thing where we're just cheering him and they're going to have to push him as a babyface.
He cheat. Why should he do all of
But I agree. I'm over the fucking we're cool bad guys shit. I'm fucking over it, you know?
Things he does, then just make him the good guy. But then would you turn on him? I need some help.
And if you make him the good guy and they turn on him, good. We care about Kross. That's what matters. We care about him.
Understanding this.
We fucking care about Kross, guys. And Tommy Dreamer and Busted Open Nation. Gunther versus Penta. So here's a little spoiler. Sorry, I should. If you guys don't know this, spoiler alert. Okay? Spoilers. All right?
Be gone.
If you don't want to hear this, and I'm dead serious because like I don't like hearing shit like this. It's got 500,000 fucking impressions too. I didn't want to see this either, but Gunther versus Penta for the World Heavyweight title is being advertised for next weekend's live event in Corpus Christi, Texas. Now, here's my X-Files. I totally see this as a diversion tactic because the card's subject to change, and in Corpus Christi, they don't give a fuck who's the world champion. If they say world title match and then it's not Gunther, but it's Seth, do they really care? And then it's a Seth Penta rematch. Do they really give a fuck? I don't know if they really care. Corpus Christi. I don't know if they care that much, dude. And how crazy is it too that Raw's in Texas? After all, in Texas, they're gonna steal headlines. So imagine Penta Seth where like rematch or something. But I just don't know, like storyline wise. I just like, why is Penta getting a world title match? It's weird that they're even advertising it. To me, I feel like we're being worked by WWE. Now they're throwing out things to work us and shit. So it's not like that's out of the realm of possibility that they're working us by just advertising this match. Why advertise it? They've gotten away with not advertising matches ahead of time and still selling out and still putting on great shows and still keeping, like, without spoiling what their show's going to be. But Gunther and Penta, if that's what's scheduled for Raw, then I guess Gunther's walking out of there with the belt. Now, imagine a Seth Rollins cash-in on SNME that goes awry and ends up costing Goldberg. Right? And so the rumors out there of Goldberg possibly wrestling at SummerSlam as well. Maybe there's a bigger opponent for Seth. Maybe it's Seth versus Goldberg or something. I'm not saying I want to see Goldberg a bunch. I do think this will be his retirement. I don't think he'll wrestle more than this. I'd be willing to bet he gets hurt in this match somehow, and I'm not wishing that on anybody. You guys know that. But I'm willing to bet that he will pull a thing or strain a thing or fucking go, you know what, I got beat up worse, way worse than I thought, man. And so the fact they're advertising this makes me think that we are either getting worked. And this is a Dave Meltzer. It's either this thing or that thing. But I don't have insight. I'm not a dirt sheet, guys, okay? But we're either getting worked or, yeah, Gunther walks out. And so if Seth cashes in, my fantasy mark booking is it just fucks everything up and then Goldberg gets pinned by Gunther and Gunther retains, or Seth gets pinned by Gunther or some shit. But I don't know if they do that, but it doesn't really hurt Seth because he has the Money in the Bank. And do you want to pin Seth or whatever the fuck? But maybe there's a cash in and then it causes mayhem because like Penta runs in and, you know, people run in and it's a big schmoz. And then Goldberg like hits a spear on Seth and he can sell it like $80 billion. And then somehow Gunther escapes with the title. That's my prediction of Goldberg getting out of there with the belt. Because I'm trying to think, like, do they spear him and jackhammer him and just 1, 2, 3 him? I just don't know if that's the move. And if they're advertising a world heavyweight title match, then Gunther's got to win. So how does he win? Just a chop and a choke out and a power bomb or whatever? I just don't know if Goldberg's even going to get chopped or power bombed. He's probably going to get choked out. Are they going to retire Goldberg by choking him out clean? He is kind of a fucking MMA mark, but I think it'll be like lariat, choke out, Seth Rollins cash in, Gunther averts it, stomp on Goldberg, 1, 2, 3, Gunther rolls out with the belt, Goldberg hits a fucking jackhammer on Rollins or something in anger, or on someone who can get up for a jackhammer and make it look pretty, something like that. You know, they're going to end with Goldberg like on top, but he didn't get the belt or something, and they kind of spoiled it. Or we're getting uber swerved here by fucking, and they announced this match knowing like they're all going to think on SNME that fucking, that Gunther's going to leave with the title. Boom. We just swerve them. Seth leaves with it or whatever the fuck. And then we'll do Seth versus Penta on the Raw because they've been beefing and he's got beef with their faction. You know, I could totally see that happening because they want to steal headlines this weekend. That's the objective of this weekend. Keep the news cycle about WWE and only WWE. Preview show tomorrow. So here is Roxanne Perez working out with Sheamus. And she points out that the start of Gunther's WWE entrance theme sounds like Baby Shark. Now, Mrs. Marks pointed this out to me as well. She's like, you know that sounds like the beginning of Baby Shark. And I was like, I don't think so, but it is what it is. And then we sort of argued about it because that's what old couples do. And then turns out she was right, because that's also typically what happens when you're married, fellas. You find that out. Your wife is typically right about shit.
What's the most embarrassing song on your playlist?
I love Justin Bieber. I also have Baby Shark on mine.
Here's the thing. Baby Shark's embarrassing, but Justin Bieber's not that embarrassing. Like, he's got some bangers, you know?
Last week, my niece was watching, and my sister calls me. She's like, funniest thing just happened. Gunther, it's the first time she watched Gunther. And
Was he singing Baby Shark?
No, his music starts playing and it's like, da, 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 da.
Oh, like.
And my niece goes, oh, it's Baby Shark. And she just starts singing Baby Shark to Gunther's theme song. And now I can't unhear it. Every time I hear Gunther's theme song, I hear it.
Well, because Baby Shark's doing sort of the Jaws thing. Da-na, da-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, you know?
We should change Gunther's music. It should be a poll online, guys. Can we change Gunther's music?
Poll in the chat. Can we change Gunther's music? Hey, Seamus, you came to the right place. PWT's known for their massive polls. So poll in the chat. No.
Whatever it is he has now to Baby Shark. I think it'd be awesome.
I think it would be awesome. Yeah.
Why not?
The kids would love it.
Of course they would. Gunther's all about the kids, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's the move, dog. Oh my goodness. We have another. Wow, you guys. Thomas Moore for 20 says Michael needs to be first entrant in the PWT Hall of Fame. Well, there is a PWT Hall of Fame. There's like, well, not a Hall of Fame, but just the awards. And Michael, who are we talking about?
Are you sure about that?
The first person in the PWT Hall of Fame will be me, motherfucker. Oh, Michael Driard. Right. Makes so much sense, right? I was like, do you mean Michael Madsen? R.I.P. I just love that guy so much. I'm so sad he passed. But Thomas Moore, thank you. Yeah, dude, you put us up to 440. So guys, we're 60 away from a live show tomorrow and not a recorded one. So hey, up to you all. And I got to find panelists. So I'm going to be up all night tonight. Up all night. Michael needs to be the first entrant. Yeah, dude. I mean, there's a very good chance. We could do a listener wing where we induct someone or give them like viewer or listener of the year. Maybe not this year because we're halfway through, or we could start considering now. But there is like a PWT Hall of Fame, Thomas Moore. But it's not a Hall of Fame. It's just like I give out the awards every year. You know, I should post it in the Discord. I should make a section on Discord and like list it, you know, but I do all these goofy awards. Everyone does them, but it's just pretty much like who you guys pick. And then I come in and can usurp the pick, but I typically agree with the PWT universe. You know what I'm saying? I'll be a panelist. Michael Jordan. I can see Phil doing 5-star matches. Ouch, Ren QCC. We're getting to it. Don't worry. Happy Rusev Ren's Day to all. We're getting to Ren's Day. Don't worry, chat. We haven't forgot. Bro, Jungle Jerkoff had nothing but average to bad matches his career, and Tony loves him. He's a good fucking worker, man. I enjoyed his matches, like especially with Luchasaurus. I feel like them killing that off to try and make Jack Perry a badass was the goofiest thing ever. Fun fact, John Williams wrote the theme to Gilligan's Island. Ooh. Sounds hot. No, you mean Gilligan's. It's John Williams. No. I'm not listening. Gunther's great. I don't hear you. It's not Baby Shark. It's John Williams' Jaws theme. Yeah, exactly. They're just doing the Jaws thing. You guys nailed it. You guys fucking nailed it. Okay, guys. So let's move along. We got more news. We got more WWE news. So Scott Stanford. I'm Scott Stanford, and this is This Week in WWE. You guys know this guy? He used to do the fucking, here's the events we have coming to near you, you know. Scott Stanford has confirmed his departure from WWE after 15 years with the company. You will be missed, buddy. But yeah, Megan Morant can do your job now. I'm fucking joking. Jade Cargill says we can expect 5-star matches, surprises, and women giving it their all at WWE Evolution, and we'll be watching it all live all Saturday and Sunday. Get ready for a PWT weekend. The W is for weekend in PWT this weekend, folks.
Everything. You know, we have Trish Stratus that's going to be there. We have Nikki Bella that's going to be there. Being a part of such a phenomenal cast of women, you know, and just being on a stage and having a little girl at home that's watching and seeing everything I'm doing, it means the world for me because we're here to create the footsteps for the next generation and the next generation.
Yeah, we love that.
Yeah.
And, you know, WWE, I've watched for years. We know it's known for all these big surprises. You're like, wait, what? This just happened?
Yeah.
What can we expect without giving too much away?
Oh, man, 5-star matches, women going out there giving it their all. You know, we're here to represent this.
Jade, that's that fucking Meltzer AEW shit. you need to get out of your head.
This is our second Evolution show. Like we're out here trying to represent for us and to show people that we're here to stay and we're here to help the next generation and continue growing.
Yeah.
Everything. We have.
Hell yeah. Shadow Jade, man, selling the game. I'm excited for it. WWE LFG, Zena Sterling and Elijah Holyfield go public with their relationship. Now, I mean, lucky for her, she found a dude taller than her. She's a tall woman, I know how important that is for ladies. A lot of them are like, they get asked how, does your man have to be tall? And they say above 6 feet, or they say, I don't care as long as they're taller than me, right? Like those are the two. Ask any woman, right? And so, WWE LFG, Zena Sterling and Elijah Holyfield go public with their relationship. Imagine their babies. The freak athletes they're gonna fucking be. They're already NIL'd, pal. They have fucking they have like a WWE starts like freezing their talents' eggs and like other talents' sperm and shit. We'll create super wrestlers. We'll take over. Dude, that's the next step. The fertilization wing, the FIL. But seriously, though, I mean, if these two have babies, god damn, will those kids be just superior genetic fucking Scott Steiner level freak athletes. And good for them, man. So here is Cody Rhodes. Now, fuck, man. Fanatics goes hard. When you play this Cody Rhodes show, I forget what it's called. So what do you want to talk about or whatever? When you play clips of this, man, they go hard on you on YouTube for this show. It's like immediately when the live goes down, they're like, oh, we got you for this clip of them talking about or them talking about Ryback or whatever the fuck. So I'm going to play this and hopefully I'm going to like scroll down and try and transform it enough. And here's Ricky Starks, though, who talks about having quite the first phone call with Triple H. And he shares his story of his first phone call with Triple H. And we also have Ricky Starks in our next segment, AEW Hot News. So don't go anywhere. I know it's late. I know it's after dark. I know we've been here almost 4 goddamn hours, 3.5 hours, but we still got AEW news, folks. And Ricky Starks talks about how he got shit for supporting his guy. And what I love about this show is these wrestlers get shit-faced, man. I fucking love it. I love it. This is one of the best pods out there. And they just get shit-faced off Wheatley, and Ricky Saints was fucking lit. And I also uploaded a short today on the YouTube channel of, Damian Priest just being lit out of his tree, too, with Cody Rhodes going back and forth. But, yeah, here's a clip of Ricky Saints' first conversation with Triple H.
Who called you when it came to NXT? Hunter.
And it's super quiet on their end, okay? So I apologize.
Triple H?
Yeah.
King of Kings?
Triple H called me.
Yeah?
And
the game.
I had just got off a flight.
Assassin. My gosh, a lot of nicknames.
Just got off a flight to Seattle, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And he called me, and I was just like, I didn't know the number. And it didn't say Stanford or anything. So I was like, who is this? And I always answer. Even if it's an unknown, I always answer. Because you never
bold.
know. I know.
That's bold. I never answer my phone.
I like it.
Yeah, dude, I'm the opposite. I don't answer my phone. I turn notifications off. Like I only see like messages and shit when I open. Like I turn my do not disturb on fucking all the time. If it's unknown, I don't answer it and shit. Like I'm completely the opposite. But Ricky Saints is like, nah, let's see what happens,
Sure. If it's spam,
I'm on the Cody Rhodes camp there as far as, and also I'm on the Cody Rhodes camp of he looks like a fun guy to have a drink with. You know what I mean? And that's why this show works perfectly. And I would love to get a drink with Cody Rhodes. He seems like a fun time.
Let's get into it, baby.
Okay.
I'm cool with it.
Like to play a fire a little bit.
Yes,
All
for
right.
sure.
Saints Redemption, dog.
Exactly. That's why I'm here. I chugged that.
I don't need to chug it, but I will give you a little top off.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What if I chug it? I'll give you a top off. So he's already lit. He's topping off this fucking drink. Looks like Ricky's drinking a skinny bitch.
Tell me the call.
So Hunter,
which is also a drink of choice of mine,
calls me.
Yeah.
I'm getting off this flight in Seattle.
He smells the vodka first too. I mean, that's such a European thing. I mean, lots of people do that, right? You do it with rye, but vodka's not really known for its smell. But again, that's I have some Polish family, a lot of Polish family. That's what they they sniff that vodka. It's just the truth. It's how they get down.
And I can barely hear him. because the airport's so loud.
Even though this is American vodka.
Yeah. And he
Lots of pauses. Don't want to get sniped.
he asked me like, "Hey, would you like want to come in? And we're interested. Blah blah. We would love to have you. Talented, X, Y, and Z." And I was like, "Oh yeah, sure, hell yeah." And right as I'm getting on the tram, he says something about like it was like Raw or SmackDown, and I was like, "Wait, what? What did you say?" And I was so scared to say, "Hey, can you repeat yourself?" Because I know how it feels. That I said, "Yeah, for sure." Basically, what he was saying was, "Hey, we're not gonna put you on Raw or SmackDown just yet." But
could have been anything.
yeah. I didn't know. I was like, "Okay, sweet."
Yeah.
But he wanted me to
Could have been anything. Cody Rhodes is like, could have been anything, and you're down. Yeah, sweet. You know, just wanted out of AEW so badly.
Sean. And so that was like a big thing. I was like, "Of course I will." Like, yes, I would love that. That's all I really wanted is just resources. I feel like I'm a rough diamond that just needs a little polishing.
Hell yeah. So to finish off our WWE news, it's Wednesday, everybody. Two's in the chat for Ren QCC. Let's see peace signs in the chat. It is Wednesday on Rusev Day. Mind you.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. I know a lot of y'all are mad at me, and I understand because if I were you, I would also be mad at me. I didn't do what I did yesterday because I wanted to. I did it because I felt like I had to. Last night was not the Charles that I know. This is not Charles. And I know a lot of you are saying I threw the towel in because I wanted to keep Tavion in the NQCC, or I thought he was weak, or I didn't want him to go out like a man. But that's exactly the opposite. Tavion is the toughest person that I know. His leg was wrecked and he kept fighting because that's just who he is. He never quits. And I know that. And I need you to know that I knew that. And I did.
Wednesday is just her. Oh man, this one is like no theme. It's just her like doing a confessional, feeling guilty about NXT. I fucking love it.
Did what I thought I had to do because I knew he would rather go down fighting than walk. So if you want to be mad at me, I don't know what else to say. But I did what I thought I had to do. Let's get to some questions.
Oh, Red. Oh, come on, Red. That's not very fair to be all bummed out before questions.
Question number 1. Have you ever listened to Sum 41? No.
No. You know she has. Shot at AEW.
Question number 2. Question number 2. Excited for Superman? No. Question number
No, just no. She's all boo-boo. She has boo-boo face, guys. Jobber face.
3. If you were stranded on a deserted island with an NXT superstar, which one would it be? No. Just kidding. I don't know who it would be, honestly, at this moment. I honestly would rather be there by myself. But if I had to choose, I could tell you who I don't want. Charles. Right now, I think Tavion's mad at me, so I definitely wouldn't be stuck on an island with him. And I also don't think that I would choose Miss GM Ava, because clearly she couldn't even choose me for Evolution. I mean, that's something we can talk about, right? Because, like,
Okay, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Wednesday. Round of applause. I'm going to check in with chat. I'm checking in with you once more. Once again. And yeah, that was Dynamite that we watched tonight. I mean, I rated it a C-. Everyone chat said it was too high. That's too high of a rating. So I don't know. That's a passing grade. I think it passed though. No? Am I wrong, chat? Was that Dynamite that bad? Like, I know I was going off and giving hot takes and shit, but damn. Lucy Moody, she's obviously looking forward to the new Superman. We need the Ren and Harley comedy hour. We really do. Only one person put their two. Oh, no, I see you, Sassy Girl. I see you, George Capture. I see you. I see some doses in there. Now, Phil is 33 like me. Interesting. Twinsies. Cody and Ricky as heels is going to be awesome. Yep. I don't know. I blocked him. Blocked who? You can vodka, just like wine, always smell. Really? Is that a thing? See, I didn't fucking know that. It's just something I did because that's what I saw my grandfather do and shit. You know what I mean? So it just, yeah. Forrest Bump, White Girl Interrupted. Cody is the new Club Shay Shay. Yeah, exactly. You can terroir vodka just like vodka always smell. Bro ended up on NXT off of bad audio. The soda, me too, dick. I sniff. Okay, come on. I didn't know. Oh, come on now. Yeah. Many years for me since I've experimented. But yeah, what nice for being open. Yeah, my B-day is in Feb. Nice. I'm in October, baby, as you guys know. What I watched was that bad. Okay. She's obviously looking okay. We're all basically caught up. 460. You guys crushed tonight as well. You guys crushed tonight. We have AEW news before we get out of here, ladies and germs. And I'm gonna roast Meltzer, but I'm gonna do it tomorrow. It's gonna be the opening segment before we preview the cards tomorrow. Okay, so yes, let's get into AEW news. Everybody, all together now for an Ichi ni Sanda. And we have AEW news. So, okay. We have tons to get to here today, guys. MJF speaks on WWE counter-programming AEW. So MJF says, you mean shows that are running at the exact same time as us, even though they claim we're not competition? How do I feel about it? I think it's a smart business practice. I give jolly old St. Nick and Trips a whole lot of credit. At the end of the day, if you can't stomp out your competition, you're doing what is necessary. Don't judge them for it, but also don't be stupid. They're not doing this by happenstance. This isn't circumstantial. None of it is. Yeah, exactly. He's right about that. And also, I'll say this. He's not burying WWE because he knows he's going to go there one day. Right? And MJF's not stupid, even if this means he has 10 million in the bank and then goes there and makes $1 million a year or $750K a year, which I'm sure he knows that he's going to make more than that, or he at least anticipates making more than that. At the end of the day, he's a pro wrestler at heart, and he's going to go to WWE, and he's going to add that notch on his like. You think he's just off doing Netflix movies, and he's going to, I'm just going to stay in AEW the rest of my career. No, he's going to be in WWE one day. Like, that's a lifelong goal for sure, and he will be. I could see him maybe. I don't know if Cody Rhodes is champ and MJF gets there while Rhodes is champ. I could see them politicking and getting a world title match out of that. I just don't know if MJF. He'll have to reinvent himself in a way where he's not just like making the small dick jokes and like, hey, you're fat. He can't just go back, rely on that. He's going to have to like go past the 6th grade. Oh, middle finger, huh? I'm a dick, aren't I? I'm your scumbag. It's going to like have to be more than that in WWE. But still some of that, but more than that, So here is this quarter hour that drop for the Ospreay Swerve match. I don't know if they missed the peak on Will or if he just never was the guy, but he ain't the guy now. Will never peaked yet. He's an indie guy famous on the internet for Japan and all that sort of shit that he was doing, TNA and all that stuff. And they had the opportunity to build him up. But what they did was they brought him into the company, said, look, he's the second coming of Jesus Christ. He's the greatest wrestler ever. Look, he's a super wrestler. That's what they were calling him. And look at all these 5-star matches, and then people watch and they go, well, come on, it wasn't that, right? So it's just disingenuous bullshit. And then he's a guy, what has his buildup been the last 2 years or year? Hey, I'm in a tag match with fucking Swerve and the Bucks, and I'm not even a world champion yet, and I can't ever come in the clutch like everybody that fucking gets booked in this show. So he's just close but no cigar, and here's the same shit you've already seen. So did they miss the boat? I don't think there was a boat. I think they built him up entirely wrong, and I think he cut promos that hurt them more than it helped them, and it popped the fucking sickos in the crowd that night. Because if you mention WWE, they pop for it because WWE's over. It's just like in TNA when they did the same thing. They kept focusing on WWE too much back in the fucking day. And like bringing in those old guys and being like, over there, brah, that company, dude. And it's just not, you don't do that. Not saying you don't acknowledge shit, but it would have served AEW better if they like tried to compete, but like even work with WWE a little bit. I think that would have helped them more, like catapult them a bit. Because they had real money backing them, but instead it was all like, we're going to give you this alternative. And then the alternative's just like, here's what we were doing on the indies already, but just in bigger buildings. And it's like, well, no, that's not what a weekly TV show alternative is, right? It still's got to be a TV show with like sensical things happening, incredible opponents. And, you know, they just lost the plot somewhere, and I just don't think there was a ship. I don't think Ospreay's ever been a TV draw. He's not a TV star, you know? He's like a TV star as far as like, if you're on a fucking show every week, you're a TV star. It doesn't matter how many ratings the fucking show gets, but we're talking like in comparison though. No, you know what I mean? More people know who fucking Eugene Levy is in 2025 still than they know Will Ospreay. And I don't know why I thought of his name, but he's always in a sitcom or whatever the fuck, Schitt's Creek or whatever. He's always doing something. He's always in a commercial or some shit with his kid. So, you know, more people know who that is than Will Ospreay, right? Anyways, AEW unified title, Tony Khan at the media call, which we have a lot of clips from that, a lot of just me reading in the Tony Khan voice. He says that the AEW international and continental titles are not being retired. So, like, what's the definition of the word fucking unified? I think someone posted it. I might even have it bookmarked, but we're going to steal that bit here. So yeah, unified definition refers to a single, cohesive, and consistent understanding or explanation of something achieved by bringing together or combining different elements, perspectives, or components. So Tony's going to bring them together to create the unified title, but then they're not retired. And then he goes on to say on the media call, we might see people carry all three belts. Triple Crown, they have all three. And he's like, yeah, the Continental Classic's coming back. And we might see, you know, the person, defend their lineages will be intact and continued by the unified title, but they might carry all three. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. It's just such mark bullshit trying to recreate the imagery of like Ospreay holding 5 belts, Omega with 6 belts, and they can put it in the fucking Observer or whatever. And it's just Tony Khan like buying and falsifying history by doing like weird mark shit. That's all. The best guys, Tony Khan. Like, why would there be 3 fucking belts? Why would that even make sense? Just fucking unify them. We just read the definition of the word right there. So no, the whole point, then why is it called the unified title, you dipshit? Fuck. It's so markish, bro. He just wants every toy. It's like his wrestling collection. Well, even though this belt is a unification of this belt, all 3 belts could still get split up and they might as well carry all 3. This is a belt for having 2 belts. That's what Tony created. So the unified title is, if you win 2 belts, you get a belt for that now. It's bananas. Speaking of bananas, Thomas More for 50 says MJF looking at the long game. Smart guy. Well, hey, you know what they say, dude.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
And poor people don't like PWT apparently either. But Thomas More comes in and just hits you all. Conan! With fucking 50. And guys, for 510, we are going live tomorrow with a run-in because of Thomas More. Everyone, round of applause. I got my work cut out for me. tomorrow. Smart guy you are, Thomas More, because you just put us over the bonus goal that we set for today. We're at 510 here today, guys, and you just put us over the bonus goal. So now I've got to go live with my preview show. So we're going to make fun of Dave Meltzer, preview all 3 shows, and I'm going to put together a fucking wacky panel for you guys tomorrow. We're going to go live with a PWT fucking run-in because of Thomas More. And so we don't even have, we're not even done AEW news yet. So stay locked in. Super chats are still welcome. Maybe gift a membership or something. There's a lot of people who maybe want access to the bonus shows every Monday. You guys are fucking goated. A goat sound for the PWT universe, all of you. We're going 4 hours. We're at 4 hours. This is going to be a long show tonight after dark. Thanks for tuning in with PWT. And you guys are the goats. Let's continue our AEW news, shall we? We got a lot to fucking get to still, and we're going to get to it all, boy. You better believe it. And gals. So look at what Mercedes has, speaking of boys and gals, look at what Mercedes, we're in little kid love here with Mercedes and Mortis, and he will just do goddamn anything to secure this bag. No, I'm just joking, but he's in love, dude. They're in high school kid love. Look at what Mercedes has Beast, Mortis, and Dralistico doing.
She was a fairy. Yeah. She was a fairy. Yeah.
So this is like a TikTok sound I'm going to get pegged for.
She was a fairy. Yeah. She was a fairy with a fatty.
And then they start dancing, doing their thing. And they have like a whole movie studio trailer. Like she pulls up her whole fucking trailer. And this was talked about as well. I think it's in this news here. MVP or someone revealed on a podcast that like everyone gets their own dressing rooms in AEW. And that's what I told y'all like a fucking year ago or so, or maybe a little under, as far as like, you guys, the reason, like Tony Khan admitted it. He said like, yeah, it's just more convenient pretty much for us to go to these bigger buildings. And that's what I tried to explain to everyone for so long. This isn't fan service, going to these empty buildings, paying more for parking than the ticket of the show, paying fucking $8 for a hot dog and $12 for a fucking tall beer. Like, that's not fan service. The reason he does that is because everyone needs their dressing rooms, and Monet's got a fucking trailer with her own makeup lady, like a movie set style trailer. And this is why these egos get fucking put out of whack here. And like everyone has their trailers. Punk had his trailer, and it's different than the fucking dressing room of the Bucks and blah, blah, blah. Right? So even Randy Orton, he's got his own bus. Okay, but he goes and changes with the boys in the locker room. Like, there has to be a team vibe, some semblance of that. And the majority of folks in AEW went from indie nothing, hot dog and a handshake, to fucking I'm getting everything paid for. I'm on 6 figures, and I fucking am hanging out in a dressing room with the Bucks, and we have our own room, and they make sure there's enough room for me at every show we go to. Think about that, right? So I don't know. Mercedes just making Mortis cringe himself. Hey, people do wild shit for love. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. MJ from NJ says, who is lying and who's telling the truth? So on TV Inside, MJF says all of those top wrestlers used to have creative control in WCW, but here in AEW, only a selected few has creative control. And then on the All in Texas media call, Tony Khan says, Mercedes Moné does not have any creative control. He calls the rumors surrounding the topic untrue and ridiculous. I am the only person with creative control over the show. I've had the final say since day one. Okay, then why have you and everyone else refuted that? Well, no, hold on. And I've explained this too. Tony's right here. Like, he has the final say. Ultimately, but every wrestler has a degree of creative control in all of wrestling. If they say you're going to be the Pink Panther, pal, Jacques Clouseau, you can say no. You can say Jacques Clouseau, no, I'm not fucking doing that. And okay, you might not get booked, you might get fired, you might get buried. You're allowed to turn shit down. Okay, in even WWE. Anywhere you work, you're allowed to. It's not like there's a gun to your head and you have to fucking... That's any job, too, realistically. Okay? But at the end of the day, for Tony Khan, he's a lying carny. And he's just like, I'm the only person. No, but the buck does stop with him, and that's why the show sucks. And he just admitted it here. I have the final say. He sucks. His creative sucks. The shows, he doesn't know how to format them properly. Ultimately, has the final say. I told y'all, if it comes down to Tony Storm and Mercedes Moné, that's a debate that has to be had, and Tony Khan's going to have the final say of who wins in that shit. It's not like Moné can go, I'm booking myself like this, and you have to do it. But she can also go, I'm not going to lose to Tony. But why would she do that? Well, here's the thing, right? She's convinced Tony Khan, she has his ear, and her and Pepperman goes over her lines and all the ideas and works closely with Tony. That's how they word it, because he has the final say. But I'm not a dumb guy, or I'm retarded, let's be honest. But I'm smart enough to know that that Tony Khan's the type of dude that if you get his ear, you can make him think shit is his idea. And I've chronicled it on this show. Moxley says the same shit, but in character. But he says the same shit almost verbatim CM Punk said. And CM Punk got sued and made everyone feared for his life, or he had to sue people and he gets in fights backstage. It's because they make him think it's his idea. The Young Bucks can worm their little way in because they're EVPs, and they obviously know how to schmooze up to Tony. They've been doing it for fucking 6 years now. Plus, better, like almost a decade now that they've known him. Mercedes Moné knows and does the same thing, and it's one of her favorite it's one of his favorite toys, and she has his ear. And so at the end of the day, she's not going to refuse to lose to Tony Storm because that makes her look unprofessional. But Tony isn't going to sit there and go, well, I really need Storm to lose the belt, or like to keep the belt. It's not like that's in his plans. His plans is we need 500 belts on Moné right now. Right. So he's going to go along with it. And so if I'm smart enough to at least understand that about a guy like Tony Khan, and that's why I understand, like, that's why I'm blocked by the sickos. That's why there's certain people who wouldn't fucking come on my show, even though they might like the shit I'm saying, because they don't want to fucking ruffle those feathers or bark up that tree, I guess, is that the right? I don't know. Either way, they like money, and right? Everybody who doesn't. And so with Moné, yes, there's a degree of creative control more than the next man. Is it written in her contract she can usurp any Tony? No. But if it boils down to her and Megan Boehner in a room, and it's like, and Mercedes says, I want this to happen, Tony's going to make sure that happens, right? And that's what happens when you're a fucking star, or you're a perceived star, or when someone values you. It's like there's those stories about, the quarterback falls asleep during tape study and they fucking bring him a pillow, right? But you're the 4th-string quarterback, you get fucking cut for that, right? If you're a perceived star, Tony just sees her, and these feds all see her as like, we're going to push her to the moon, give her 15 belts. And that just is what it is. Tony's dropped and won that belt back a number of times, so it doesn't hurt her any. Like, it doesn't bury Tony to lose this match at all, And then if Mercedes loses it, I mean, the sickos would melt down. Her fans would melt down. Everyone would laugh. People would celebrate. It'd be the smart thing to do if you want to go viral. But ultimately, you just have to have Tony Khan's ear, dude. Tony McKhan. You just have to have his ear, and then you're allowed to do whatever you want. We have further evidence, too, because Moné herself said, I have creative control. So in AEW, this is what MVP had to say. I think I alluded to it earlier. He said, in AEW, you have certain talent that they have their own dressing room, like the Elite, Mercedes Moné, Jericho, Samoa Joe, Moxley. He just named like 12 people. No, it's like, how many? The Elite, so that's like fucking 5 people. How many people are in the Elite? 4 guys, let's say 4. And then you have Mercedes, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8. Who do we appreciate? Tony Khan. This is great. 5, 6, 7, 8. Everything is fucking great. Holy shit, man. All these dressing rooms. Wild, dude. Lashley has one. I'm fucking positive of it. That Hurt Syndicate have one. So Red Velvet tweets out, and she's not even going to be there. She's in Ring of Honor. She's fucking hurt. Dave Meltzer's trashing her in CMLL. And Red Velvet says, when All In hits Texas, you already know I'm showing out. Order All In. I think she's from Texas too, if I'm not mistaken. But listen to this. Order All In on Prime Video and get a $10 credit just for buying it. So, like, where's Max? This thing makes such little money. Oh, actually up 30% from Amazon, Brian. That's what Dave will say. The pay-per-view's up. It was a huge success. You'll add a 30% onto the invisible 30% from last time for this one. And what they have to do on this show, Max can't even put and they won't even put because they could just do it tomorrow. They could just put $50 buy watch here on Max. But they have to go to Prime Video and buy this pay-per-view for $50. And if you order it, you get a $10 credit on some other shit on Prime Video. This is supposed to be their WrestleMania show. You know, why not just air it for free on fucking Max and pop their number? Because Max doesn't have enough people on there to get 500,000. There's not even enough people with Max to have 500,000 people that would watch AEW, let alone All In. And they won't even sell the fucking pay-per-views on there because it's such a bust. If this isn't further proof of that, dummies will tell you it fucking isn't. Again, we have Chris Statlander who won't, or is she on the card? Oh, she's in the Battle Royal. Good news, everyone. If you purchase All In for this Saturday and watch me enter as number 1 in the Casino Gauntlet, you increase my chances of winning and you get a $10 credit from Prime Video. What the fuck, man? This is some Brendan Schaub level marketing right here. Here we go. Neckbeard says this pay-per-view must be selling really well. Right? You get a Prime Video credit. We have more of these too, where there's just sort of these shilled out tweets. Maybe I'm wrong about that. No, let's just work our way from the bottom as we were doing. So again, guys, All In is this Saturday, and Kenny Omega tells the Wrestling Observer about his comments about Logan Paul earlier. He said, because you remember he made the comments about, oh, it's going to be Logan Paul versus Mr. Beast at WrestleMania soon. And then he just retracts it. He's like, I brought up Logan Paul and I didn't mean it in a negative context whatsoever, where I said we could be looking at Paul versus Beast. That was in jest. And I get that, Kenny. You're being salacious and entertaining and all that shit, but there's like, you're in the middle of a wrestling war. Now you're apologizing for saying what you said, and what you said was fucking dumb. It really was, but it's all good. I'm not like, burn him at the stake. I still want to see Omega in WWE, but it's never going to happen. I don't know if it'll ever happen. I'm really doubting it as the days go by. He says, but I was just bringing up a name that has a huge following and people would recognize immediately. With the amount of time that you have for preparation, I have no doubt in my mind that with creative minds that are behind the driving force of WWE, they would be able to put something together that's pretty entertaining. Is it going to be pro wrestling the way we knew it when we grew up? No, of course not. Kenny, you were sticking your fingers in dudes' buttholes and wrestling 9-year-olds. Like, literally, that's not in jest. That's like an actual literal, using the word literally in its actual fucking, context. Like, bro, you know what I mean? I don't know what your interpretation of the wrestling you grew up on, I think, might be vastly different than others. But I digress on that. But anyways, no, of course not. But the fans like it if people are willing to buy it, if they're selling it by the hundreds of thousands. Bro, Kenny Omega's talking like Logan Paul isn't a better wrestler than fucking 95% of the AEW. If Logan Paul went to AEW tomorrow and they're like, put on this Ospreay style match, could Logan Paul not hang? He would 100% hang in that match. I promise you. I fucking promise you, dude. So they have this boner for fucking Paul because Shawn Michaels trained Logan Paul to just take shots at AEW's guys by doing all their fucking moves and making it look cleaner than they do. That's why they're so mad at Logan Paul. Like, watch Logan Paul do a fucking one-winged angel and finish a match, whatever his next match is. Watch him finish someone with a one-winged angel. and I'll just hysterically laugh. Even though I do like Kenny, it's just because you're just begging for it. And then why is Dave and Alvarez baiting you into fucking... Well, because this is why. They know that it's going to get headlines and clicks, and they just want attention on AEW. And how do you get attention on AEW? They have to talk about WWE to do that, as time and time again that's been proven. Anyways. Yeah, Kenny just says, with the current day AEW, I do think we have been a little more grounded in the professional wrestling aspect of what we do on our shows. I disagree. Blake Christian the other week just walked the ropes for like 1 minute, and before Ospreay did anything about it, or he did anything, and it made everybody look fucking stupid. Of course we've used special guests. We've used Shaquille O'Neal, Mike Tyson, Snoop Dogg, all people who've distanced themselves. All people who've distanced themselves to go with WWE, by the way. The Costco dudes. The Costco dudes, he called them, which we have a video from them as well. Sorry, just distracted by my wife. Hard not to be. The Costco dudes. So yeah, they're called the Costco guys, actually. And I actually went to Costco, had a Costco dog, had a poutine, didn't get a chicky bake, but my wife's like, I have a recipe, so she's gonna make me some chicky bakes. But they're actually gonna be at All In, believe it or not. And so he's like, you'll always have that in professional wrestling. Yeah, you can't take shots when you have the fucking Costco guys as your big pull. You know, you're just sounds jelly. So Tony Khan says he never had a conversation with Britt Baker about departing AEW. And I'm just like, oh, go figure. You think? Dude, of course you're not going to have a conversation with anyone who leaves. I quote tweeted it and said that. He never has conversations with anyone who leaves AEW. And it went semi-viral, I guess. But yeah, he's never had a conversation with her about leaving because Tony, like, why aren't you calling Britt Baker? You know, or are you saying you do talk to her, but she's never brought up leaving? And if she hasn't, it's because she's scared to and she wants to be nice to you and shit, bro. But you don't have conversations. Anyone who's ever left, everybody says Tony just goes. So it is what it is, man. Deonna Purrazzo had this to say again, man. She's been wrestling indies. They stuck her on Ring of Honor. She's like, guys, actually, I'm fucking studying to be a doctor and I'm working in Ring of Honor and I'm doing this. And I just climbed the fucking Empire State Building or whatever, try and keep up with all the shit I'm doing. She was in a commercial during Dynamite for like, hey, at this institute, sign up for this institute today or whatever, or some university or whatever the fuck. And then she's in Ring of Honor. I think she lost her match. I'm not even fucking sure because we haven't seen her. She's not an All In. And then she starts talking about AEW recently. So I think on the Monday show, we covered how, maybe on the Monday show, maybe the Saturday show, she was talking about like, people have creative control, like Mone, or this is what she had to say right here, actually. So we didn't cover this aspect yet, but she was saying something about the TNA locker room is what it was. She's like, the TNA locker room's way better. Like, it's the best locker room I've ever been in. NXT's more competitive. AEW, it's super competitive, and da-da-da-da-da. She basically said, like, the locker room she's in now isn't as good as the TNA one, which is crazy. Now she has this to say. She's stooging. So again, talking about creative control and who has it and who doesn't. Deonna, from her witness, this is her witness, her eyewitness testimony here. She says, right now, Mercedes Moné, who is Sasha Banks in WWE, kind of gets that open forum to be like, I'd like to work with this person, and these are my ideas. And then the writers kind of not necessarily conform, but they do listen to what she has to say. Well, she doesn't have creative control, though. Well, what is that? I don't necessarily have that type of pull per se, but I definitely think that women are growing in that position in our industry. It just takes role. And so what did Purrazzo just say? I don't have that pull per se, but I can suggest my own shit is what she's saying. Oh, so everyone has a degree of creative control? And the fucking dirt sheets are spurging out, being like, we're right. No, we're right. No, we're right. No, we're right. Creative control. No creative control. No creative control. The whole point of AEW is creative control. Like the boys are in it for the boys. That's what RVD said. He said it best. In WWE, you can turn down goofy shit. You can turn down romantic angles, all types of shit. So Perazzo's just blowing up everyone's spot and confirming what Phil Marks has been saying. That's all I'm saying. It just takes role models to be like, I'm going to break the mold. I'm going to push that boundary. I'm going to get myself in that position to then let other people follow in their footsteps. That was courtesy of the Digital Social Hour. Speaking of Mercedes Moné, here's what she had to say about her creative control when TMZ caught up with her a while back.
Okay, but are you really? Do you have more creative control and do her job too?
I got this.
I mean, because
I got this. I think just every single week you gotta watch. Yes, I have creative control, but I work with Tony Khan very closely, so it's great. It's a great combo.
I work with Tony Khan very closely. It's great. It's a great combo. Everything around Tony is just great. Of course, it's all great, dude. Oh my goodness, I did not see Dick. You've been waiting for a minute. Dick Adams, Richard Adams for 5 says Mercedes will be driving a minivan in 10 years. What does that mean? A bunch of little mortises running around? What's the plural of mortises? Mordi? Right? A bunch of those guys running around or what? Thank you so much for the $5, dude. Sorry to keep you waiting on that too. I was cooking. Dick, am I cooking right now? Let me know in chat. Am I cooking? Let me check in with you guys quick here as we continue along. Aleister Black too. I'd rather have Jelly Roll on WWE television than Travis Scott. Yeah, he's got a storyline on SmackDown coming up. Great. Can we please end the IWC and Dirt Sheet communities? They are ruining wrestling, honestly. Well, no, because then we come together on PWT and we just laugh at it, Ricky Day. So, nay. Roman Reigns has that ultimate creative control. Hell yeah. Deanna, like EJ and Duca, thinks kissing ass will eventually get her back on TV. Spoiler, it won't. I'm not sure if that's Deanna's approach. She's really defended AEW a lot. And she's been critical of WWE, but she's cool with TNA. So I don't know, man. It could be a bit of that, though. I don't ever discount that at all. So that's a great thing to bring up, though. SmackDown's going to have Jelly Roll. Yeah, true. I'm not looking forward to that. I don't really care. God, she's losing an ROH RIP career. Yeah, dude. I think she lost that tournament. She's like, I'm in the pure women's tournament. She fucking lost. So she'll just be like someone in the gauntlet or match or whatever. Tony is like the ghost in Pac-Man when he eats a power pellet. Yeah, dude. And the fucking Bucks, the Elite, are like Inky and Blinky and Pinky. Okay. From main eventing to TNA jobbing, you are cooking. Don't worry. Thank you, Thomas Moore. Cooking. Thank you. I have my chef hat on. Or Mercedes will have a bunch of saps in a minivan. WWE won't take Deanna back. Yeah, it remains to be seen. Okay, let's get through more of this news, guys. What a long fucking epic show. After Dark PWT here. Amazing. My favorite. And we're going live. You guys fucking broke 500 in super chats, so we're going live for the preview show tomorrow as well. I have a busy fucking day tomorrow. Queen Aminata says she's ready for All in Texas. P.S. Don't ask me if I'm part of the gauntlet because I don't know, but I will be at StarCast. So here's her working out to some good beats, right? And again, man, I've been saying she needs NXT real bad. She doesn't even know yet, as of 4 days ago, if she's in the fucking gauntlet. She's in a 4-way tonight on Dynamite. And it's like, does she even know if she's in the gauntlet heading into this weekend still yet? I mean, it's pretty crazy. And she's like, P.S. Don't ask me because I don't know. Why is your wrestler saying that? Fuck. Tony Khan provides an update on Britt Baker, though, and he says, I've never had a conversation about Britt departing AEW. I like Britt a lot. I think one thing we've done really well with AEW is build a tight, focused show around a really strong roster. She hasn't been on TV in over a fucking year, Tony. And it's been very consistent. No, it's not. It's inconsistent. with Britt, that's why she's a topic of discussion. You are a carny ass lying motherfucker. He's getting worse as the time's going, dude. And I think we've really had a very, very good year of pay-per-views and TV. What does that have to do with Britt? Absolutely, there are some people that have not been featured. We have a great group of wrestlers that have not necessarily been on the show a lot, or even in some cases in 2025 that are very talented that we would like to work back in when the opportunity presents itself. Well, if you're doing so great, then why not split the show into 2 rosters and do something with Collision? Oh, it's probably going to get canceled for UFC. Oh, it's probably going to get canceled for fucking NASCAR or whatever the fuck. Yeah, dude, when that Big Bang spinoff comes out and you guys are gonna have to fucking move get kicked off Wednesdays because they're gonna lead into that show with Big Bang. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, man? On a baseball team, you use 9 players at a time. In NFL, you can put 11 in at a time. Holy shit. Tony, that's real sports. This is why you do that. And also you have a certain number of players that can be active on your team. You have to have scratches and shit. Like, you can't in any sport. There's a limit to how many you can have on your bench, though. So when we're talking, like, you got all these people fucking benched, man, and people that want to see that, people want to see, right? You're fucking up, dude. So no, don't compare it to real sports, you dipshit. Oh my God. I'm just going hard on Tony because fuck it. NBA or college basketball, it's 5-on-5. Pro wrestling is unique because you can yeah, but can't you only have like 12 people dressed or like, you know, on a bench or whatever, man? So yeah, where's your core 12? Right? Because the ones you're using ain't it. I think we've done a great job of using a lot of the roster this year. We haven't used everybody. Well, then why are they on the roster? That's the question everyone's asking, Tony. There are some really talented people on our bench that we can call in that can be a great part of the show. And I absolutely think that applies to a number of women and men that are not necessarily being featured right now that we could bring in. That would be great. Focus on the show as those spots open up. See, here's the problem. They're not training, they're not practicing, they're not on B shows, they're not doing live events, they're not training at your performance center. Like, at least people who are benched are used on the practice squad and have to stay in shape. The backup goalie's dressed and he's got to be ready to go. That's not happening, and these wrestlers' stock goes down when they're not on fucking TV, Tony. So this isn't like, oh, you know, the guy we just drafted who's like the 3rd string didn't play this year because he fucking, you know what I mean? It's not like that, Tony. These are people like Wardlow's not getting any younger. Why is he on the bench? Hasn't he ever been your world champion? It's a fumble, bro. Right situation, right time. No, that's not how you build good TV. So this is why your TV show's dying, because you're not in the right headspace of how to book TV. We need good storylines, and we don't just need people who can be thrown in there just because. Okay? Jesus Christ. We've done a really good job with people like who? It's just you guys saying you're doing a really good job. Stop trying to convince everyone. I'm from the show me state. You ain't got to tell me. Fucking show me. What's that from? I think like a season of The Ultimate Fighter or something. And then Junie Browning like threw a glass at the guy, said that, whatever. But that doesn't mean we can't focus on other people or rotate different people into the show going forward. So that's his bargaining chip of Britt. I haven't talked to her about leaving, but it doesn't mean I can't rotate her in when I'm done with like Megan Bain or whatever. Fuck, man. No vision, no originality, no real vision of where he's going. I said vision twice. Right, but Vision Quest. WandaVision. Am I right? It's like, hey, Britt Baker, so about her. Well, we've done really good pay-per-views this year that she wasn't on. What? What are you talking about? Okay, so he was asked about WWE counter programming, and Tony said, well, I think we're going to put on a great event. We have to focus on putting on the best event we can with the best wrestlers in the world. So that's a lot of fun. So we're going to have a great show next Saturday afternoon. We're very focused on what AEW is doing and the AEW fans, and I think that served us very well. I'm paraphrasing here because I'm Tony tapped out, man. The pre-AEW All-In media call with Tony Khan is about to begin. So they did a full recap. He was asked about the lawsuit against Moxley and safety protocols. Khan says they all work together on safety, and it's a family of wrestlers, staffers, and fans to make the shows great. He doesn't comment on anything about the lawsuit. So, hey, this guy can't pick up his kids because Moxley hurt his fucking back and he can't work. What do you have to say about that? Oh, we're a great family and everything's great. Fuck you, man. If that was Vince or Triple H, people would be like crucifying him, you know, burning him at the stake. He was asked about Mone's level of creative control. He says, I'm the only one who has creative control. Previously mentioned NYE resolution going to 20. The only things he believes in and not be talked into as things he has dragged to the finish line on often don't work. The only person to blame is himself. So he's at least saying, put the blame on me, which is the right thing to do as an owner. Khan said he's worked with Mercedes, Peppermint, Storm, and RJ City on this angle, but he has the final say. That's the problem. That's too many chefs in the kitchen right there. Asked if annual event at North American MLB Stadium could take place, given the True Media Company's relationship. Khan says that the momentum with AEW continues. They could do that eventually with True Media. Khan says he has never said he's retiring the Continental and International titles. Fucking so goobery. We covered that. He was asked about surprises in the Casino Gauntlet. He said expect a lot of focus on the talent fans have seen. So what did I tell you guys? It'll be maybe like a Giovanni Vinci or like one of these whatever fucking Isla Dawn or Sade, but then she's like signed to Ring of Honor and it's just like a one-off, you know? Don't expect it to be too crazy. Why? Because Tony Khan, where are the surprises? Like there's no big surprise guys are going to come in and mark him in for a bunch of money, and WWE's making sure that doesn't happen either. So he's tapped out, and that's all really AEW had. He's asked about cross-promotion possibilities with MJF and Happy Gilmore too. He didn't directly answer, instead focus. Like, how many times are you guys going to say he doesn't directly answer? He just skirts the issue and beats around the bush. Fucking Tony Khan. Look at Carlos Silva just flat out answering questions. Tony's always like, oh, it's kind of a mystery. I don't know. I know, but you don't know. Right? He's proud that MJF can get roles like that. He's asked to comment on conflicting reports on Britt Baker. Said he's never had a conversation with her. He's asked about whether there was an idea of putting Athena versus Thunder Rosa on All In. He says to expect both women to be a part of Super Card of Honor. And he's really putting Thunder Rosa and fucking Athena on Super Card of Honor. Oh my God. And All In. So they'll just be throwaway nothings in the fucking Battle Royal. Khan said due to injuries, he's had to make some changes to ROH Super Card of Honor. With the women's division, Hater's longer than expected absence resulted in call-ups from ROH like Queen Aminata. Then why don't you treat it like NXT? Why don't you treat it like NXT? He said injuries affected the women's pure title tournament as well, one of which is the women's TV champion Red Velvet. Khan said he thinks Velvet will push through the injury but can't defend the title. Khan said the one ROH event scheduling change was a positive one. He denies any discussion of Super Card of Honor being held in Las Vegas. So he just denied and didn't answer shit pretty much, and then took ownership on if anything doesn't land. But then, so nothing lands, and then Dave Meltzer says he's Booker of the Year. Tony speaks on international expansion. He says, this year we've expanded into great new places with our first ever event in Mexico and our first event in Australia. No, you didn't really expand there. You just held events there that everyone got mad about. I want to continue expanding into new territories and going back to these places that have been really successful, like Mexico and Australia. There's a lot of momentum and positivity around the locker room. I heard morale was low around All In, but then I hear at the Mexico show, it's like all positive and shit. It's all like cookies and shit and sunshines and rainbows. So who really knows? I hope there's high morale Just people are going to clown this All In show for being tarped off really badly on Saturday. All Out in Toronto has distributed 8,000 tickets. They're set up for 9.7. And you guys remember, like, AEW, man, they're pulling the whole fucking, like, oh, maybe Taylor Swift will show up. And then they're jumping on fucking Kendrick Lamar's nuts. And maybe he'll show up with Swerve at All In. Could you imagine if he gets Kendrick Lamar? Blah, blah, blah. Now we have Ricochet throwing this out there. Hey, Drake Crody, we gonna be in Toronto, Sept. I can pull some strings and get you some comp ticks, my guy. Pop up. Like, just hopping on everyone's nuts, trying to fucking... Drake ain't gonna pull up there either, dude. He was at a fucking WWE show and didn't want to make it public. He ain't going for Rick a stink. Scorpio Sky returned on... Good to see him back. And he's just with Top Flight. What the fuck? And now Chris Daniels manages Top Flight with Layla Gray. And they just stick Scorpio Sky with Top Flight. What the fuck? That's crazy, man. And then he just randomly enters Anthony Bowens' challenge. And Bowens is... I mean, not Bowens, sorry, Max Caster. And Bowens has had a good little run. He's getting... he's had a reunion with Billy Gunn there or whatever. But Caster has a good little run of like him losing and shit. Red Velvet says, not the news I wanted to share. I won't be cleared to compete at Supercard of Honor due to injury. We saw that. The whole tournament's fucked. Here's Darby Allin on Shark Week on Discovery. So shout him out.
All right, Luke, you're going to teach me how to dive with sharks? I'm going to teach you a wrestling move. Let's do it. I'll give you it, and then you'll give me in return. Okay. All right, you got the deep shin? Hey-ya! Hey-ya! Pretty hard.
Okay, that's pretty hard. Now let Gunther do that. Fucking 100-pound Darby when he's on a skateboard. Fucking.
So what's the trick? Chop, open your hand. Yeah, just don't hit him in the throat. All right, let's do it. Okay, switch that. All right, ready? Yeah, right. So, you got it. Yeah, you go. All right.
No, you're supposed to go woo, and somebody who's not.
All right, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, let Gunther do that to you, though, or Penta. Like, Jesus Christ, 94-pound Darby Allin with the makeup off. Max will become HBO Max again tomorrow, which is today. Shout out HBO Max. Kenny Omega says there isn't much left of his in-ring career, so he wants to make sure that every match counts, which is fair enough. Get to fucking WWE then before all's said and done. You haven't fucking drawn shit, Kenny. I love you, but god damn it. The first couple years were good, and then what the fuck? So here's Kenny Omega on The Observer Live. And yeah, let's just hear what he has to say.
Hey, AEW, I do think that we have been a little more grounded on the professional wrestling aspect of what we do on our shows. And again, that's not saying that, hey, we're better or we're worse. That's just how we've found our identity. And of course, we've used special guests. We've used Shaquille O'Neal. We've used Mike Tyson. We've used Snoop Dogg. We've used the Costco dudes. Like it's
all people who've defected. We read this already.
I can still ramp it up, and you feel that way until you can't. And my worry is that we're going to have these young guys with these incredible bright futures who are beating themselves up at an accelerated rate, so that when it comes time to place faith in a particular athlete or performer, and by that I mean put the belt on them, can they hold that belt in a healthy state for the long term? That's always my fear. I mean, I see the writing on the wall for me. You know, I already kind of know where I'm headed. I sort of already know the pace that I need to travel at, the pace that I need to perform at. And I already know I'm not invincible. I
great show, by the way. I just finished season 3.
Not only had the injury scares, but I've had the health scares too. So I know I've got to be very careful, and I need to pick and choose my moments. But I can't tell. It's just impossible. You can't tell a young person, hey, this is going to happen down the road. Trust you, me. Everybody knows it, because I was one of them too. I'd be like, speak for yourself. I'm fine. Everyone just, it's just how it is.
Yeah, I see someone in chat like, give it up. Kenny should never go to WWE. I mean, yeah, people argue that, you know, that they don't, like, what would they do with him? Joe Numba said it best. He's like, so what, this 40-some-year-old curly-haired guy is going to be like, hey, guys, you know? Speaking of guys, and the Costco guys are here, and they're giving away 2 VIP party deck tickets to All In, and I think they're going to be there.
Party deck tickets and make a video with AJ and Big Justice at AEW All In.
So you get to go there and make a video with them. So how much do you think Tony Khan paid them for this shit?
We're giving away 2 tickets, and here's all you have to do for your chance to win.
Just make a short video using our hit song, We Bring the Boom.
In your video, let us know who's your favorite AEW wrestler and why you want to come to AEW All In.
Maybe your favorite is Will Ospreay?
This kid's like, I like the guy with the spike in his back.
Swerve Strickland,
The Hangman Adam Page?
Kenny Omega,
Or maybe Big Boom AJ?
Once you make your video, tag us, tag AEW, and get our attention.
One winner will be chosen at random for 2 VIP party deck tickets.
And you'll get to make a video with me and Big Justice at the All In After Party. Winners will be chosen at random.
So make your videos now and bring the
boom! Party deck.
These dudes creep me out, man. I'm not going to lie. Michael Oku has confirmed that he and Amira are not under contract anywhere. Following previous AEW signing rumors, Oku noted that he and Amira would be open to uprooting and moving to the U.S. if they did receive offers from a U.S.-based promotion. Shawn Michaels, scoop them the fuck up, dude. Whoa, all the dirt sheets. See, they tried to fucking get WWE sent off of Michael Oku. And they tried to get them off of Amira by being like, oh, they signed up with Tony Khan. He's like, no, and we're open to any US-based promotion. We would uproot and move, actually. So either he is signed with AEW and he's just hyping himself up or getting people talking, or he could be like, nope, I didn't actually sign with them, and I'm a smart dude, and I could actually go to WWE or NXT. I mean, goddamn. And Michael Oku's that dude. I'm not overly familiar with him, but like the little bit I've seen of him, you know, he's over in the UK. That's for goddamn sure. So again, just 6th grader shit. MJF has a tiny kosher pickle t-shirt. Like, it's just 5th grader shit, man. It's so, like, MJF's going to have to grow out of that to ever go to WWE. Speaking of going to WWE, Ricky Starks had this to say about him getting in trouble, and he's lit as fuck here, dude. And he talks about getting in trouble with AEW for being at WrestleMania 40 for Cody Rhodes. Okay? So let's take a listen. They love to snipe me for this pod, but let's take a listen here.
Tell someone, hey, this guy got in trouble, so to speak, for being at his friend's biggest moment of his career. What do you think of that? That's a beautiful thing. Why should I ever get in trouble? Even to this day, I will ride for somebody because that's just in my nature. And I will never, ever, ever let a situation like that ever be something that hinders me. Tell someone, hey, this guy got in trouble, so to speak, for being at his friend's biggest moment.
So you guys know what he's saying? Like, he's just ride or die for his friend, and that's good shit. And it's unfortunate he got in trouble. I'd want to get the fuck out of there too, man. That's such goofy shit. And that's what I think FTR said too. Like, they got looks for doing Jim Cornette's pod, and Saint said it before too. He's like, yeah, I went to the Rumble and I come back and someone was like, oh, so you went to the Rumble? And he's like, yeah. And whose fucking problem is it? You know? So Austin Gunn tweets out a picture of the Gunn Boys and Juice. And then Billy Gunn quote tweets it and says, do you guys still work for AEW? This is what I mean, man. He's saying that to his own fucking kids. Jeepers. So again, I went off about the creative control stuff. I just won't. Dan Brown's like, so we'll just take Tony Khan's word for it. This is the creative control stuff. So this Ben Hogan guy says, I must admit, I do feel a bit vindicated in what I've said. I will humbly await my apology from Sean Ross Sapp. And then Sapp goes, will I get an apology this week when Tony Khan goes on record saying absolutely no one has creative control? And then he did go on record and say that. But like, why do you need apologies from Ben Hogan 1953? Whatever. Motherfuckers is too crazy mixing it up with sickos, bro. Like, don't worry about what they got to say. But I broke it down. I already talked about this ad nauseum on this episode, but quickly, I just said everyone in pro wrestling has some degree of creative control. This discussion is fucking dumb. RVD said it best. I thought that was the whole point of AEW. Perazzo in an interview yesterday said Mone has more pull and input and can get the writers to clear things. So that's a degree of creative control. In WWE, you're allowed to turn down gimmicks and ideas regardless of where you are on the card. That's a degree of creative control. If it comes down to Mone and like Queen Aminata, Mone gets the final say. If it comes down to Mone or Edge or Omega would get the final say. I really need folks to start understanding how this works. They're independent contractors. At the end of the day, they can say fucking no. If you work at fucking Home Depot and they say climb up there and get that thing, you can say no. You might get fired, but you can fucking say no. Anybody can. Anyways, Tony Khan tweeted this out today. He says, Machine Head is back in AEW thanks to Bush. Official. Okay, sweet. Then he goes, all in Texas this Saturday afternoon. Dynamite tonight. You wanted war thanks to Sum 41. And it's like, man, you're promoting two different bands. Like, why are you fucking, hey, come watch our show on Max, but go watch shit on Amazon. What the fuck? Hey, we got Bush back. Thank you, Sum 41. Fuck, man. It's all over the place. So Vinci, yeah, he's followed by AEW, I believe, or he's followed by Tony Khan, or he's following Tony Khan, who's following him, or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I could see Vinci coming in and doing like a one-off in the men's division. Here is AJ again, the Costco guys, Big Justice. How many of these will pay you for 4 posts this month on your Instagram, on your socials, right?
I came to Texas for one reason only, to take down the Callis family. So Don Callis, it doesn't matter if you send Trent Beretta, if you send Josh Alexander, if you send Lance Archer, if you send Harrisero, or even if you send that no good Rocky Romero. Big Boom AJ is coming to the ring right here at Globe Life Field, and I am taking down the Callis family. And at my side will be Big Justice, the Rizzler, all the people right here from Texas.
So in the pre-show, they're just going to parade the Rizzler and Big Boom out there again and try and grift off their social media views and shit, even though no one gives a fuck. Like, who are you marketing this deathmatch shit to tonight? Like, you fucking idiots. These guys talk to little kids on the internet, and you guys are trying to, what? Get them excited for a Texas death match?
The people from Texas that I love, the people right here at Globe Life Field. We are coming. We are coming to AEW All In this Saturday, and we are taking down the Callis family. That's right. We're taking down the Callis family. And then my buddy Swerve, my buddy Will, they're going to be taking out the Young Bucks. Then we got our man Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega, he's coming to bring the boom. And let's not forget, Hangman Adam.
So you can really tell, like, Swerve, Ospreay, Hangman, Omega, this is their core guys, man. And I do like that Tony's been focusing on them. But do you guys notice he just groups them all together, and then their shit just always overlaps and bleeds over and crosses over, when it should be like, okay, on this part of the show, Hangman should be doing this again. Again, it's because Tony's he's spread too thin. He has way too big of a roster.
Page. Hangman Adam Page will be leaving this building with the AEW Championship. That's right. It's this Saturday. AEW All In. We're coming, and we're coming to bring the boom.
And notice he doesn't say, oh, in a Texas death match, last man standing stipulation. Speaking of last man standing, Jim Ross will be the last man standing on this earth the way he's, survived. And Tony Khan says Jim Ross is an indispensable part of AEW. Well, they said that about him in WWE at one point too, pal. So MJF partnered with Kalen and Kalen to bring you these limited time only kosher pickles, which is a good move. It's smart that he jumped on this, but it's just such a cringe, like, yeah, MJF has a tiny pickle, and here's a Texas death match, and here's the Rizzler. It's like, come on, man.
Hi, my name is Maxwell Jacob Friedman, but you already knew that. You know, there's been a lot of pickle talk recently. A lot of people talking about the size of my pickle. And I'll have you know,
I'm going to get pulled for Seven Nation Army. What the fuck?
I have a teeny tiny kosher pickle.
Listen, he's selling pickles. I'm not getting fucking yellow flagged for Jack White or whatever. Is that his name, hon? Jack White, yeah. Jack White, more like Jack off. Am I right, Jack? Is that like your name, or is that like what you do? Oh, go. So all in Texas Globe Life Field as of 2 days ago, almost 21,000 tickets distributed, only 3,000 remaining. You guys are going to see the pictures, and you're going to see what it looks like on TV. And I am not going to go, oh, is it tarped off, guys? It's a really packed house. I'm not going to do that because it's going to look bad. That's all I can tell you. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW News. Round of applause for AEW News. Let me check in with chat real quick before we wrap things up on this show. That was fucking an amazing and a long AEW segment. We went almost 5 hours tonight, and we're going live tomorrow with a run-in. And you guys earned yourselves, you bought yourselves an Evolution 2 stream. So I'm busy this week. Your boy Phil's cooking this week. And I'm excited. I hope you're all excited as well. And so, yeah, let's check in with chat here. I'm just trying to see. We're at 39 super chats tonight, guys. You crushed it for a total of thus far, as we near the end, 520 is what we're at. 520 total. So you guys crushed it. Fucking absolutely amazing. And Creighton Rab says for 5, my fave AEW wrestler is Britt Baker, and I want to go to All In to see CM Punk wrestle again. Oh, fuck it. I'll just fly to Atlanta instead. Or is that Tony? Who is that? My fave AEW wrestler is Britt Baker, and I want to go to All In to see Punk wrestle again. Oh, fuck it. I'll just fly to Atlanta instead. Oh, man. Well, it's Tony in my mind. Okay. Judas in my mind. And chat, goated stream, thank you. You guys are fucking goated. I wouldn't say, Travis, that 75% of the tickets are given away, but we're in the thousands. I'm going to say at least 5,000 plus tickets will be given away. And I know that's crazy, but the way they just went fucking nuts and then they started having to restructure the house, it's got to be in the thousands. Like, it's got to be in the like 3, 5 or above thousand. I could totally see it being papered like 10,000. They did it for All In Wembley. What's to stop them from papering at 10,000 trying to? So that turnstile count is really going to actually matter, even though Dave has tried to build the narrative like, oh, it's ridiculous. We don't ask for WWE. Yeah, but Dave, it doesn't matter. You just say that, like, it doesn't matter about the old turnstile counts, Dave, because you just say that shit's fake anyways, and we accept it because we know that they are carnies and work the house. But then for AEW, you want to try and defend, and then you talk about distributed tickets. But we're in the from 15K up. I've been really skeptical. We know they can do 15K like they did it for Sting's retirement when he was selling, in last minute, Tony had to sell like $1 tickets to just like fill the house. Right. And we know that he gives away tickets at every show. So for me, it's like that. For me, it's like that fucking is indicative of like, okay, they could probably do 15K, but after that, we're talking like 5K given away. I'm willing to bet. F1WGP7 for 2 says, is this super chat number 40? It fucking is, dude. And on that note, we have to get out of here, folks. It's a late one. It's almost 10 p.m. Thank you for another amazing show. After Dark, PWT After Dark. We went very late, a 5-hour showing for me. Tune in live tomorrow. I'm going to have an epic panel, and we're going to preview shit, and we're going to make fun of Dave Meltzer. Those are the two things on the run-in tomorrow, so be ready for it. I'm also going to see Superman and do a review of all of Squid Games tomorrow on Phil Marks Out fucking channel, so make sure you guys are tuned in and locked in with everything I'm doing here at PWT and youtube.com/@PhilMarksOut. Round of applause for the fucking goated chat being amazing, smashing our super chat goal as we always do. I think we failed one early on, but that doesn't matter. We dust ourselves off here at PWT and we pick right back up and we get to work. I love you all. I have a grumpy baby. Bye, PWT fam. Get in the Discord. Peace and love. What an amazing fucking show tonight. And I told you guys Wednesday was going to be juicy. You didn't want to miss it. Saturday is going to be juicy. You don't want to miss it. And you don't want to miss these watch alongs. We have a big epic weekend. Come and get lit with me. I appreciate you all. Until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
God damn it.